You all break मिल गया 2-3 दिन का? चलो great. Today this is the third lecture for geography. I hope to complete today, but मुझे लग नहीं रहा है जितना we have today. So there might be some expectation as well. अभी के लिए before others are joining, let's quickly revise what we did in the last class. We did some Indian mapping as well, especially hills and rivers. So let's quickly revise that and then we'll start with the world geography mapping today. ठीक है. सबसे पहले we'll revise hill ranges. First we'll have here काराकोरम और ऊपर है काराकोरम, लद्दाख, जास्कर. Then you will have greater Himalayas. Next middle या lesser Himalayas would be your पीर पंजाल, दौलाधर, नागतिब्बा, मसूरी. भूलते जा रहे हो ना सब? खोलो, अभी खोलो, वापस से रिवाइज करो जल्दी से. तीन दिन का ब्रेक मिला तो था. मैच देखा. आवाज नहीं आ रही ऑनलाइन पीपल? Online people, am I audible? Can you please comment there? Is everything fine with the voice? नहीं करो. Done? बताओ अब. This is you will have Kashmir Himalayas from Indus to Satluj. Next you will have Kumaon Himalayas from Satluj to Kali. Next you will have Nepal Himalayas from Kali to Kosi. Here you will have Nepal Himalayas. Next Sikkim Himalayas, Kosi to Tista, and then beyond that you will have Assam Himalayas. याद आ रही हैं चीजें? In which of these sections where the height was highest? In Nepal Himalayas you will get the highest peaks. You will get Mount Everest, Makalu, Mansalu, all of this here. One important feature of Kashmir Himalayas, Karewa formation, saffron. It is in between which two ranges normally you will find? Pir Panjal and Great Himalayas. This is where you will find Karewa Basin. यहाँ पर what feature you find? Dune formation, Tal formation, Dehradun, Nainital and all. Here Dwar formation. Coming back to next layer, that is Shivaliks you will have. Now Shivaliks start disappearing after which river? Gandak. After Gandak we say this becomes very narrow. So you will have features like this, all the three, but normally they start disappearing after this Gandak river. Coming to the Purvanchal side, tell me the order. Dafla, Miri, Abor, Mishmi, then Patkaibam, Naga Hills, Manipur Hills, Mizo Hills, Beral Range. याद आ रही है चीजें? चलो, done. Coming to the hills here, यहाँ पर what you will have? This is Aravali's. Next Vindhyas and Satpuras. ठीक है. यहाँ पर Garo Khasi Jayantia. It is an extension of which hill ranges? Rajmahal Hills. यहाँ पर Garjat Hills. ठीक है. यहाँ पर coming down here you will have Satpura ranges, and there are 4 parts of Satpura ranges also we have seen. Rajpipla, Gavilgarh, मैकाल महादेव. Next, coming here, अजंता, सतमाला, हरीशचंद्र, बालाघाट रेंजेस, ये याद आ रही है. कमिंग डाउन, यहाँ पर यू विल हैव नीलगिरीस यहाँ पर, ठीक है. देन सदर्न कॉम्प्लेक्स आई एम डिस्कसिंग, अन्नामलाई, प्लानी, कार्डमम हिल्स. Coming this side, you will have Nadan Sarkars, and then Nallamalla, Palkonda, Javadi, and Chevroy. Nallamalla, Palkonda, Javadi, Chevroy. ऐसे यहाँ पर we have seen. याद आ रहा है मेजर हिल कॉम्प्लेक्सेस लास्ट क्लास. Coming to the river systems. Firstly, Indus River system. Indus starts from Bokharchu Glacier. So Indus starts from here. Bokharchu Glacier enters India. It flows between which two ranges? Ladakh and Zaskar. याद आ रही है चीजें? Then it goes like this, bends like this from Nanga Parbat, comes to Pakistan. Here it meets some tributaries. One tributary originating from Siachen, Shyok River. One is an obsequent tributary, Turu. One tributary is here as well, Zaskar. One tributary is here as well, Gilgit. याद आ रही है सारी चीजें? Next, you will have one tributary of Indus originating from here. Originating from here, going like this. It originates from Verinag, Jhelum, and it has a tributary here on which a dispute is going on, Kishan Ganga. Next, you will have Chenab, Chandra, and Bhaga. They'll meet to form Chenab River. Next, you will have Ravi. Ravi originates from Rohtang Pass, near Rohtang Pass. So Ravi will be here. Next, Byas. You will have Byas River. Byas will mix with या merge into Satluj. So Byas meets Satluj near, मैं थोड़ा ऊपर बना रहा हूँ. Satluj originates from Rakastal. It meets Byas near हरीके. यहाँ पे कौन सा डैम बनेगा? हीराकुड, पोंग डैम एंड भाखड़ा नांगल डैम. याद आ रही है चीजें? ठीक है. फाइनली, which two rivers will merge and meet Indus? You will have Chenab and Satluj forming Panjnad, and then they'll fall into Indus. Coming to the Ganga river system. Ganga originates from Gangotri Glacier. यहाँ पे पहले बनाते हैं. You will have Alaknanda originating, and you will have Bhagirathi meeting at Devprayag. But there are certain smaller rivers as well. सबसे पहले कौन आएंगे? विष्णु जी, धौली गंगा. Then Nand, Nandprayag, Nandakini. Then Pindar Ganga, Karnaprayag, and then Mandakini at Rudraprayag. याद आ रही है सारी चीजें? Then it will flow downwards and it will meet Yamuna at Prayagraj. Let's discuss the tributaries of Ganga. First, we'll start with the left bank tributaries. Left bank tributaries में you will have Ramganga, then Gomti. Gomti कहाँ से जाएगी? It will pass through Lucknow. थोड़ा ऊपर बना दिया मैंने. Ramganga, Gomti, then Ghagra will meet near Patna. Then Gandak and Kosi. Then you will have a distributary here. ये है ना बांग्लादेश, ठीक है. यहाँ पर you will have Hooghly. Next you will have Yamuna. यहाँ से आएगी यमुना भी, दिल्ली से. Yamuna originates from peak. Tell me the peak. Bandarpooch Peak. Done. Yamunotri Glacier. Name major tributaries of Yamuna. You will have a tributary going like this, Chambal. Next, Sindh, Betwa, Kane. You will have a Kane Betwa link project here. ठीक है. Chambal originates from जहां जा नहीं पाओगे, जा ना पाओ. ठीक है. वन इंपॉर्टेंट ट्रिब्यूटरी ऑफ चंबल, बनास, याद आ रही है, ये सब चीज करी थी हमने, डन. So this is also done. After Yamuna, you will have another tributary originating from Amarkantak flowing to Ganga, Son river. ठीक है, done. So Ganga is also done. Next you will have a river originating and then entering India going like this. Here the name of the river is Yarlung Sangpo. It enters India as, के पास अभी बी नहीं है, दिहांग, ठीक है. Then it meets Dibang and Lohit to form Brahmaputra somewhere near Sadia. Then name the tributaries. Manas, Subansiri, Dhansiri, Kopili, Teesta, Sankosh. ये सारी rivers are the tributaries. This enters Bangladesh as the name of Jamuna, and Ganga enters as, they combine to form Meghna, Padma. You will have another river originating from here, Barak river, that is called Meghna. Ultimately they fall in the name of Meghna. जो बराक का नाम है वो हो जाता है, ठीक है, डन. Next, coming to the peninsular rivers. Firstly, a river will originate from here and will, चलो ठीक है, यहाँ it will disappear somewhere in the run of Kutch, that is Luni. Then another river originates from the Aravallis, go to Gulf of Khambat, one of the most urbanized river fronts, Sabarmati. Another river originates from Vindhyas, goes up, cross Tropic of Cancer twice, Mahi river. Then you will have another river originating in a rift valley. It originates from here, flows in a rift valley, Narmada. Name the dams. You have Sardar Sarovar, Indra Sagar, Omkareshwar Dam. Name a waterfall here. Two other waterfalls. ठीक है. You will have another river originating south of Satpuras. From which plateau? Betul plateau. So it will flow like this. And what city lies on the banks of it? Surat. Important center for textile and diamonds. Done. Next, you will have two rivers. They are also known as twin rivers, Mandovi and Zwari. They are navigable also to a certain extent because we have an submergent coastline here. So river, sea water can enter in the rivers as well. So you will have ships entering to a certain distances as well. Next, we read about three smaller rivers. It is in news because of its constant because we are trying to develop a hydropower, but there is environmental concerns here. Kali Nadi. Next, it has jog falls on it, Shravati. Next, it has Mangalore port on it, Netravati river. Then this is, let's say, backwaters of Kochi. यहाँ पर which lake is there? Vembanad lake. Two prominent rivers flow into it, Periyar and Pamba. Pamba का prominence is, it has Sabrimala temple on it, ठीक है. And this is Periyar. You have two important dams on it, Mulla Periyar and Idukki Dam. Mulla Periyar is disputed between Tamil Nadu and here. Done. So you have west flowing done. Now east flowing rivers. We'll start from here. Chota Nagpur Plateau say you will have a river originating known as Saura of Bengal, Damodar. You have another tributary on it, Barakar river. Barak is different. Barak is here. This is Barakar. है ना? Then Suvarna Rekha. Then Baitarni, Brahmani. Then you will have Mahanadi Delta. ठीक है. Mahanadi की tributaries, if you can remember, Hasdev, Maan, Ib, Shionath, Jong, Oak and Tel. चलो, very good. ये सारी ऊपर वाली थी पहले वाली और नीचे वाली है दूसरी. Next you will have a smaller river here, going to Ganjam coast, Rishikulya river, Rishikulya, famous for Aribadas. Done. Then next you have a bigger river originating from here. It originates near Trambak Hills, Nasik. Trambak is name derived from Trambakeshwar. So another Jyotirling there. ठीक है? Trambak Hills, Nasik. ये आ सकता है गोदावरी का because again you have Kumbh Mela starting later this year. It will be in Nasik only. ठीक है? So Godavari originates from here and name some of the tributaries. Venganga, Penganga, Pranhita, Indravati. ठीक है? So next river you will have another major river originating from here flowing like this, Krishna. It originates from Mahabaleshwar. Name its tributaries: Koyna, Varna, similar sounding, Ghat Prabha, Malprabha, Dudganga, Panchganga. You have this tributaries. Order नहीं भी याद रहेगा चलेगा, but बस ये याद रख लो कोयना रिवर यहाँ पर है. अब कोयना को they might link with let's say Godavari or some other river. At least just remember कि these are all initial tributaries of Krishna. Then there is one bigger tributary of Krishna, Bhima. Another bigger tributary of Krishna, Tungabhadra, on which Hampi was based. Ancient name of this river is Pampa. Ancient name was Pampa. Tungabhadra. It is formed because of two tributaries, Tunga and Bhadra. Done. Next, यहाँ पर you have another river originating, Kaveri, originating from Brahmagiri Hills, Tal Kaveri. A smaller river, Vaigai. Are you able to recall most of it? Revise कर लेना पक्का. There will be a question either on hills or on rivers. चलो. अब what we will be covering today, we'll be starting with world geography mapping. In world geography mapping, what are the important things that we are supposed to focus on? First, most prominent thing is anything related to water. By this I mean water bodies, or let's say you have some strait, channels that are there, rivers. We are supposed to focus on this. Any smaller water body, bigger water body, where is Aral Sea, Caspian Sea, Black Sea, Mediterranean, islands around that. So we are supposed to focus on this. Next thing to focus on is mountains. Which all mountains lie where? Rock. I think last year was this question that NDs passes through how many countries and all. So mountain range is very important. Third thing that relates more to your IR section is conflict zones. So here in every, I'll start this by taking one continent at a time. So we'll start with North America, go to South America, then Europe, Africa, and so on. We'll keep on moving. In every continent, will also see conflict zones. So let's say if we are reading about Africa, we'll focus on Sudan, what is happening there, yeah, which all news is, which all locations are in news. If we are moving to West Asia, we'll focus on Gaza, Israel, सब कुछ. So ऐसे conflict zones also we'll study. Every year there are questions. आप Sudan का देख लो, Israel related questions देख लो, Ukraine, Russia questions. So you will get questions from conflict zone. Agar most productively, if you want to read places in news, focus on the conflicting areas. Then these are the top 3 things. Whenever you are studying, focus on these. Apart from this, focus on the general physical features. By this I mean, where are lakes? तो यहाँ पे हो जाएगा. By this I mean, let's say you have some prominent plateau there, some prominent plain areas there. जो हमने climatic features में भी पढ़ा था, pustas of Hungary, steppes of this region. So focus on the other physical features, and then focus on random places in news. कि one of places because of some event this particular place came into news. ये बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस नहीं करना है. This is very less, I would say, output ratio here. Maximum output you will get from conflict zones if you are looking for particular places in news. So maximum output would be from conflict zones, and उससे भी ज़्यादा you will get from any kind of water body that is there. So where is it present and what is happening? So we will be looking at majority of these things in the world geography mapping. इसके अलावा we'll also relate to mineral locations, agriculture, which all areas are prominent and all, वो सब भी देखते जाएंगे. First, we'll start with major parallels and where are they passing from. First major parallel is you have equator. Now in today's class you will be practicing along with me. थोड़ा ज़्यादा रटना पड़ेगा, मैं सारा रटवा के भेजूंगा एंड ऑफ द क्लास तक, ठीक है. तो आई माइट टेक थोड़ा सा एक्स्ट्रा टाइम फॉर दिस, बट आज खत्म कर देंगे प्रॉपरली वर्ल्ड ज्योग्राफी मैपिंग को. इक्वेटर, लेट्स स्टार्ट फ्रॉम हियर. तो इक्वेटर में सबसे पहले यू विल हैव अ ग्रुप ऑफ आइलैंड्स कॉल्ड किरिबाती ग्रुप ऑफ आइलैंड्स. We'll keep looking at the countries from which equator is passing. You can keep jotting down the places as well. So you will have Kiribati. Next, when we come here to Southeast Asia, you will have Indonesia. Now Indonesia is, if you can see, majority of the Indonesia lies in southern hemisphere. It is not in the northern hemisphere. Matlab majority is not in the northern hemisphere. Majority is in the southern hemisphere. Rest all other this countries of Southeast Asia, they are above equator. So it passes through Indonesia. You will have Malaysia and Vietnam, Cambodia, everything lying above, totally above equator. Okay, just have a relative idea that equator is passing through Indonesia. Next, you will have Maldives. Now Maldives is not just a single island, it is a group of islands. So थोड़ा सा फैला हुआ है ऊपर से नीचे तक. So somewhere between that group of islands you will have equator passing as well. Kiribati, Indonesia, Maldives. Now we'll come to Africa and then you will have South America here. So in Africa it will pass through the Horn of Africa country. You will have Somalia here. Next, Kenya, Somalia, Kenya, Uganda, Congo and Congo, both the Congo countries, Democratic Republic of Congo and Republic of Congo, दोनों जगह से पास करेगा. Then you will have a smaller country, Gabon, and one more island nation, that is Sao Tome and Principe. So in Africa it will pass through Somalia, Kenya, Uganda, both Congo countries, Gabon and Sao Tome and Principe. लिखते जाओ साथ साथ में. Coming to South America, you will have 3 nations. 3 ही है, ब्राजील, कोलंबिया एंड इक्वेडोर. इक्वेडोर याद रहेगा because its name is based on the equator only. Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador. It does not pass through Peru. Peru बस 3 किलोमीटर दूर रह जाता है from the equator. So it does not pass through Peru. In many textbooks या maps में आपको लगेगा sir it is passing through equator, through Peru as well. It is passing through only these 3 nations: Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador. Done. Let's recall once again. यहाँ मत देखो, बस imagine करते जाओ. First it will pass through Kiribati, next Indonesia, next Maldives, next Somali, Kenya, Uganda, Congo, Gabon, Sao Tome, Brazil, ठीक है, कोलंबिया, इक्वेडोर. डन, याद हो गई है. अब there are some other things also that we will see. One is one prominent capital. तो कैपिटल इन्हीं की हो सकती है, इन्हीं नेशंस की. So out of those you will have Ecuador's capital lying on the equator. तो नाम से you can relate equator, Ecuador, it lies there. Plus here you have a volcano and that volcano is snow capped. Imagine snow on the equator. You will have a snow capped volcano on equator. This name is Cayambe. Just in case kabhi aa jaye to again it is an equator. Cayambe is a volcano that is snow capped and it lies on the equator. Coming to Africa, you will have a major river that is Congo river that crosses equator twice. Congo river. In India we have another river, Mahi river, that crosses Capricorn twice. Cancer twice. Congo river. Now last year's question, there were 3 lakes given. Equator passes through which of them? It passes through northern part of your Lake Victoria. अगर बस यही पता होता तो you could have said कि किससे नहीं करता है. Lake Victoria. Then Mount Kenya. Again, it is almost on equator and it is also having a glaciated peak. So यहाँ पर you have Cayambe, यहाँ पर you have Mount Kenya. नाम से it is in Kenya only. Both of them having glaciated peaks and they are lying almost at the equator. Limpopo is for Capricorn, but here since we are discussing Congo river crossing twice, you will have another river in Africa which crosses Tropic of Capricorn twice. That is Limpopo river. So we read about 3 major rivers या 3 rivers. In तीनों का speciality is it crosses Cancer twice, it crosses equator, and this crosses Capricorn twice. These are the 3 rivers. इनका ध्यान रख लेना. Both of them are in Africa. This is India. अभी detail में we'll see the rivers as well. Done. करेंगे लेक विक्टोरिया अच्छे से करेंगे सारा. लेक विक्टोरिया से इक्वेटर passes from the northern part of Lake Victoria. Coming to Tropic of Cancer. Now Tropic of Cancer will pass through India. So India के parallelly, what are the other nations that are there? We'll see that. First, we'll have Taiwan, China, Myanmar, Bangladesh, India. ये तो याद रह जाएगा. If it is passing through India, it will pass through Bangladesh also, Myanmar also, and China also, because a part of China is थोड़ा नीचे as well. So you will have this, and here it passes from Taiwan. Taiwan, China, Myanmar, Bangladesh, India. This is done. Coming to the Arabian Peninsula side, you will have Oman and UAE, from which you will get Tropic of Cancer passing. Oman, UAE, Saudi. These 3 nations. Oman, UAE, Saudi. इनको लिस्ट में एक ऑर्डर में लिखते चलो आप. Oman, UAE, Saudi. Coming to Africa, it passes through the upper part of Africa, exactly where you have Sahara Desert. अब यहाँ से don't remember the order या कुछ भी, just read the names of this African nation. एक बार 2 बार पढ़ लो बस नाम कि from where equator is passing. रटना भी मत इनको. Just have an idea that these are the nations lying in relatively northern side of Africa, and this is from where your equator, your Tropic of Cancer is passing. You will have Egypt, Libya, Algeria, 3 major nations here. Then Western Sahara, Mauritania, Mali, Niger. Egypt, Libya, Algeria, Western Sahara, Mauritania, Mali, and Niger. These are the nations. Very यहाँ पर एकदम only the tip. There are 2 nations with which UPSC might confuse you. These are Morocco and Tunisia. Again, this lie in the northern part of Africa, but this is from where your tropic does not pass, they are lying in the subtropical region. तो इन दोनों का स्पेशली ध्यान रख लेना, यहाँ से इट इज नॉट पासिंग, फ्रॉम रेस्ट ऑफ द अदर कंट्रीज इन द नदर्न अफ्रीका इट इज पासिंग, क्योंकि फॉर कंफ्यूजिंग यू दे डेफिनेटली गिव यू दिस ऑप्शन, क्योंकि ये थोड़ा ही ऊपर है यहाँ से. नेक्स्ट, coming to the Americas, you will have island nation Bahamas and Mexico. So complete USA lies in the temperate region, it lies above tropics. There's no part of USA lying below this. Done. Let's read once. You will have बिना देखे ताइवान, चाइना, म्यांमार, बांग्लादेश, इंडिया, ओमान, यूएई, सऊदी, इजिप्ट, लीबिया, अल्जीरिया, वेस्टर्न सहारा, मॉरिचुआना, माली, नाइजर. ठीक है, दो नहीं जो याद करनी है, दैट इज मोरक्को एंड ट्यूनिशिया. हियर यू विल हैव टू Bahamas and Mexico. Tropic of Cancer, Mahi passes twice. Coming to one last parallel, it passes through Australia, first thing. Next, it will pass through southern part of Africa. Now see, Africa is one continent that lies completely in the tropics. यहाँ पर it will have Tropic of Cancer also and Capricorn also passing. यहाँ पर फर्स्ट आइलैंड नेशन दैट यू विल गेट मेडागास्कर, मोजाम्बिक, साउथ अफ्रीका, बोट्सवाना एंड नमीबिया. जब जब ट्रॉपिक्स की बात आए ना, जस्ट रिमेंबर द डेजर्ट्स दैट यू नो. नमीब डेजर्ट, कालाहारी डेजर्ट, दिस इज द डेजर्ट रीजन. ऑस्ट्रेलिया में यहाँ पर यू विल गेट ग्रेट सैंडी डेजर्ट एंड ऑल, यहाँ पर यू विल गेट अटाकामा डेजर्ट एंड ऑल. सो जस्ट रिमेंबर द डेजर्ट एरियाज. इससे you can link that whether that particular country is lying on it or not. So Australia, Madagascar, Mozambique, South Africa, Botswana, Namibia. Here you will have Brazil, Paraguay, Argentina and Chile. Brazil, Paraguay, Argentina and Chile. These are the four nations from which it will pass in South America. ध्यान रखना, उरुग्वे लाइज हियर, तो उरुग्वे से नहीं कर रही है, दे माइट कंफ्यूज यू विथ पैराग्वे एंड उरुग्वे. तो ब्राजील, पैराग्वे, अर्जेंटीना एंड चिली. देखो ब्राजील इज ऑब्वियस, अर्जेंटीना, चिली बहुत लंबे हैं, दे आर आल्सो ऑब्वियस. वन थिंग टू रिमेंबर इज पैराग्वे हियर. यहाँ पर एनीथिंग लाइंग इन द सदर्न रीजन, सो साउथ अफ्रीका नीचे ही है. यू हैव नमीबिया, बोट्सवाना, रिलेटिवली डेजर्ट टाइप. यहाँ पर नमीब डेजर्ट है, यहाँ काला हरी है. साउथ अफ्रीका हो गया. मोजाम्बिक एंड मेडागास्कर यू आर सपोज टू रिमेंबर. हियर यू हैव ऑस्ट्रेलिया ओनली. लेट्स रिकॉल वंस विदाउट सीइंग. ऑस्ट्रेलिया, मेडागास्कर, मोजाम्बिक, साउथ अफ्रीका, नमीबिया, बोट्सवाना, ब्राजील, अर्जेंटीना, पैराग्वे, चिली. You have this. अब one nation from which equator and tropic of Capricorn pass, it is Brazil. And here we have also seen Limpopo River. We'll read in detail about this also. It crosses it twice. Done? रिकॉल करना है एक बार, जल्दी से रिकॉल करते हैं, देन वील मूव अहेड. इक्वेटर अगेन स्टार्ट. किरिबाती, इंडोनेशिया, मालदीव्स, केन्या, सोमालिया, केन्या, युगांडा, कॉन्गो, गैबन, साओ टॉम एंड प्रिंसिप, ब्राजील, कोलंबिया, इक्वेडोर. डन. सॉरी, हाँ, कमिंग ईयर ताइवान, चाइना, म्यांमार, बांग्लादेश, इंडिया, ओमान, यूएई, सऊदी, इजिप्ट, लीबिया, अल्जीरिया, वेस्टर्न सहारा, मॉरिशुआना, माली, नाइजर। यहाँ से और यहाँ से नहीं करता है। दिस इज ट्यूनिशिया, दिस इज मोरक्को। कमिंग ईयर यू विल हैव बहामास एंड मेक्सिको। ग्रेट। दिस इज ऑस्ट्रेलिया, मडागास्कर, मोजाम्बिक, साउथ अफ्रीका, बोट्सवाना, नमीबिया, ब्राजील, पैराग्वे, अर्जेंटीना, चिली। चलो, याद है मेजॉरिटी? ग्रेट। अब we'll be moving to in general world geography mapping. In that, what we are supposed to focus on, we'll focus on water bodies wherever they are. So we'll look at continent by continent, we'll focus on water bodies, we'll focus on major mountain ranges of the world, jahan jahan bhi jo hai, we'll focus on that. We'll focus on any prominent feature, like you are having Great Rift Valley, you are having Congo Basin, almost 2-3 baar there is a question on Congo Basin. So we'll keep focusing on other features as well. I'll start with North America first, then South, Europe, Africa, Australia, and then we'll move to Asia. एक एक करके पूरा खोल देंगे सबको. Starting with North America. अब first tell me location of the parallel, from where which parallel passes here. You will have tropic passing from here. That means this entire region will lie above the tropics. ठीक है. Major places you will have Canada, you will have US. US will have a territory here also, Alaska. Another major country would be Mexico, and then smaller Central American countries. एक एक को पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है यहाँ पर. ठीक है. Also one more thing, you will have Greenland here. Greenland, geographically if you see it, it is part of North America. Politically it is part of Denmark. ठीक है. तो हम इसको पढ़ेंगे यहीं पर, ग्रीनलैंड को भी. Now first let's see the major physical features that are there. So one prominent feature that you will find here is Rockies mountain. Rockies mountains, it was formed because of which two plates? You will have Pacific and North American plate. So here you will have Rockies mountains. Let's see other mountain ranges as well. One prominent you will see is coast mountains. Coast mountains पूरा नीचे तक ऐसे जाता जाएगा. But this coast mountain have various names. यहाँ पर it will be called as Alaskan range. यहाँ पर Sierra Nevada, Sierra Madre. This coast mountains नीचे तक जाएंगे. यहाँ also you will see. So Rockies, then coast mountains. Here you will have Alaskan range, Sierra Nevada, Sierra Madre. याद करते जाना पड़ेगा. Atlas लाए हो, keep on marking there. I have also given a blank map in your sheets. वहां पर धीरे धीरे जॉट डाउन भी कर सकते हो आप. बहुत सारा करना पड़ेगा तो थोड़ी छोटी हैंड राइटिंग में करना. ठीक है. Another major mountain range that you will have is Appalachians, although they are relatively older ones. Newer ones are Rocky Mountains. So on this side of Rockies, what do we have? Prairies. So these are great plains of North America, and here only, because this is temperate region, here only you will get prairie type of climate. One of the major food producing areas, prairies you will get. There is one wind that descends down here, Chinook winds. याद आ रहा है? first session में पढ़ा था. You will have a wind descending down on this side of Rockies, Chinook wind. It is also known as स्नो ईटर्स. सब रिलेट करते चलेंगे पिछले दोनों सेशन का. यहाँ पर स्नो ईटर्स, इट इज हेल्पफुल फॉर दिस प्रेरीज टाइप. यहाँ पर तो सेम यू हैव रॉकी माउंटेन्स, यू हैव कोस्ट रेंजेस, सियरा माद्रे, सियरा नेवाडा. यहाँ पर सारा है. Done. Next, moving to the water bodies. Now just see the major water bodies that are lying around. नाम पढ़ के एक दो बार थोड़ा सा याद भी करना है. पहले major water body that you will have here is Bering Sea. It lies between Alaska and Russia, US and Russia, North America and Asia. कुछ भी दे सकते हैं वो. This is North America. That is Asia part. So they can also give that this lies between North America and Asia, और US and Russia. कंट्रीज भी दे सकते हैं, कॉन्टिनेंट भी दे सकते हैं. बेरिंग, ब्यूफोर्ट एंड बैफिन, तीनों बी नाम से है ऊपर. बेरिंग, ब्यूफोर्ट, बैफिन. Near Bering Sea you will also have an strait called Bering Strait. So Baffin Bay is between Greenland and Baffin Island. So this is an island of your Canada. Baffin Island, उसी के नाम पे you have Baffin Bay. Bering, Beaufort, Baffin. One inland water body as well, that is Hudson Bay. Hudson Bay. Then Labrador Sea. यहाँ से one current, although अभी oceanography हुआ नहीं है, but if you remember, you will have Labrador current, which is a relatively colder current that flows like this. Then this is complete Atlantic Ocean you have. Here you will get Gulf of Mexico, Caribbean Sea, Labrador Sea, Gulf of Mexico here, Caribbean Sea. This is California. So this Gulf is named after that, Gulf of California. And near Alaska you will have Gulf of Alaska. Gulf of Alaska, Gulf of California, Gulf of Mexico. This is Panama. यहाँ पर you will have Panama Canal, and here you will have Gulf of. अब Gulf of Panama में, just remember it is on the Pacific side. It does not lie on the Atlantic side. They might confuse you that Gulf of Panama lies on which side. It is on the Pacific side of it. This is Panama. यहाँ पर you will have Panama Canal. अभी इसका भी देखेंगे in detail. यहाँ पर you will have Panama Canal. Gulf lies on this side, that is on the Pacific side of it. And here you will have Caribbean Sea. यहाँ पर Caribbean Sea बोलते हैं उसको. So Gulf of Panama connects Gulf of Mexico. It connects Gulf of Mexico and let's say Pacific Ocean. Then Panama Canal connects. हाँ, तो ये ध्यान रखना, मेक्सिको ऊपर रह गया है. यहाँ पर you will have Caribbean Sea and Pacific Ocean. Panama Canal. Again, revising the major water bodies, you will have 3 B's on the top: Bering, Beaufort, Baffin. Coming an inland sea, you will have Hudson. Then Labrador, from where your cold ocean current comes. Coming down, you will have Gulf of Mexico, Caribbean Sea, Gulf of Panama, Gulf of California, and then Gulf of Alaska. Done. एक रिलेटिव ऑर्डर याद हुआ है. देखो अब देर आर है ना हंड्रेड्स ऑफ छोटी छोटी सी, एक एक पे मत फोकस करना. वी आर फोकसिंग ऑन द मेजर वाटर बॉडीज. अब along with this, थोड़ा सा important features that we'll see. For example, this you have a peninsula. अभी throughout the lecture we'll keep focusing on some of the major peninsulas as well. So this peninsula is called as Yucatan Peninsula. यहाँ लिखा होगा. Yucatan Channel भी है, Yucatan Peninsula भी है. So Yucatan Channel connects Mexico and Caribbean Sea. Yucatan Peninsula, this is Yucatan Peninsula, and this is Yucatan Channel. Channel and strait, what is the difference? Channel is relatively broader, strait is relatively narrower. है दोनों ही कनेक्टिंग वाटर बॉडी। नेक्स्ट, दिस स्टेट इज कॉल्ड एज स्टेट ऑफ फ्लोरिडा। तो दिस इज फ्लोरिडा। यहाँ पर यू विल हैव स्ट्रेट ऑफ फ्लोरिडा which connects Gulf of Mexico to Atlantic Ocean. यहीं पर you will have Gulf Stream. Gulf Stream पढ़ा है, warm ocean. It is named after this Gulf Stream. यहाँ से लेब्राडोर करंट। यहाँ पर you will have another river that originates Saint Lawrence. यहाँ पर you have a town that is by Saint Lawrence River की बात कर रहा हूँ. It flows into Gulf of Saint Lawrence. It flows into Gulf of Saint Lawrence. It has a city. इसीलिए बस याद है because of Montreal Protocol. Montreal is based on Saint Lawrence River and this is Saint Lawrence Gulf. अब यहाँ पर you might be seeing this feature. ये ऐसे करके एक बहुत ही नैरो सा यहाँ पर बना हुआ है. This, if it is visible to you, this is very narrow. This is where one of the highest tides in the world is seen. Bay of Fundy. This is Bay of Fundy. Highest tides in the world. नॉर्मली टाइड में 2-4 मीटर ऊपर नीचे होता है, यहाँ पे और ज्यादा हो जाएगा बिकॉज ऑफ दिस इंडेंटेड नेचर ऑफ इट. वन ऑफ द हाईएस्ट टाइड्स इन द वर्ल्ड इज हियर, बे ऑफ फंडी. दिस आइलैंड इज न्यूफाउंडलैंड आइलैंड. व्हाट इज इट्स इंपॉर्टेंस? good fishing grounds. Hotspot volcano. This is good fishing grounds. You will have Labrador and Gulf Stream coming here, so it will form good fishing grounds near this Newfoundland island. Oceanography में पढ़ेंगे, अभी रह गया था ना. Then Gulf of Panama we have discussed, connects Caribbean Sea and Pacific Ocean. It Gulf lies on this side. Gulf lies on the Pacific side. Strait of Juan de Fuca. Strait of Juan de Fuca, here on the boundary of this, यहाँ पर you will get Strait of Juan de Fuca. नाम कहाँ सुना इसका? You will have Juan de Fuca plate. It is having which kind of interaction? Transform boundary interaction. Juan de Fuca, याद करो last lecture. Which fault? San Andreas fault. So Juan de Fuca plate. It is almost on the boundary of US and Canada. It is kind of a dispute as well. This boundary dispute यहाँ पर. Gulf of Mexico is important because of sulfur as well. So you will have petroleum, natural gas. Along with that, you will have sulfur also. So sulfur का ध्यान रखना. Done. Let's recall once. Try to recall with your memory, not by looking here. So you will have first 3 major seas: Bering, Beaufort, Baffin. Coming down you will have Hudson Bay. Here you will have Labrador Sea. Then Gulf of Mexico, Caribbean Sea, Gulf of Panama. Here you will have Gulf of California. यहाँ पर Gulf of Alaska. Done. अब यहाँ पर this is a river that will flow. Saint Lawrence River. Montreal is based on this. This will be called as Gulf of Saint Lawrence. Then here you will have a location where tides are very high. Bay of Fundy. Here you will have an island where 2 currents are meeting. Newfoundland Island. Then here you will have a strait. Strait of Florida. This is a peninsula. Yucatan Peninsula. Named after that peninsula is this channel. Yucatan Channel. Named after this place of land you will have a canal. Panama Canal. ये Gulf of California and all. ठीक है, done. यहाँ पर a boundary dispute will be there near Juan de Fuca. So यहाँ पर you will have Strait of Juan de Fuca as well. डन। सल्फर का ध्यान रखना, इट इज देयर इन गल्फ ऑफ मेक्सिको। Coming to the inland water bodies, we will see some of the major lakes. In Canada you will have, देखो बहुत सारी है, 4-5 याद कराऊंगा, उनको ध्यान रखना। ग्रेट बियर लेक, ग्रेट स्लेव लेक। This great word is used because they served a purpose. यहाँ पर see, it is almost dry region, so their lakes will have a great prominence because it will support life there, इसीलिए उसका नाम great great करके लिख दिया जाता है। So great bear lake and great slave lake. Then you will have Athabasca lake, great bear, great slave, Athabasca, reindeer and Winnipeg. All in Canada. Great Bear Lake, Slave Lake, Athabasca, Reindeer and Winnipeg. अभी रिकॉल करेंगे, याद होते जाएगी चीजें। बियर, स्लेव, अथाबास्का, reindeer and Winnipeg. Coming to the US side, you will have this 5 major lakes that are there. They go after this acronym HOMES. You will have Huron, Ontario, Michigan, Erie and Superior. ये किसी ऑर्डर में नहीं है, बस एक न्यूमोनिक है याद करने के लिए। Out of which is the greatest या biggest? You will have Lake Superior as the bigger one. So this is your Lake Superior. यहाँ नीचे देखता है Lake Superior, Michigan. Now Michigan lies entirely in USA. So Michigan almost entirely in USA. You will have Huron, Erie and Ontario. And see how big they are, that they hold 1/5 of the world's surface fresh water. इतनी बड़ी है. Almost 20% of the world's fresh water lies on these lakes that are there. Great Lakes of USA. This is from where you will have St. Lawrence River originating, जो अभी हमने देखा था, St. Lawrence going into Gulf of St. Lawrence. Here only you will have Lake Ontario. There are certain canals as well. सब मत याद रखो, बस 2 canal. One is Sioux Canal and another is Welland Canal. This Welland Canal is where you will have Niagara Falls as well. Sioux Canal and Welland Canal. Superior, Michigan, Huron, Ontario, Erie and Ontario. Between this you will have Welland Canal, between this you will have Sioux Canal. Done. 5 major lakes. Then 2 more lakes in North America, but last 2. You will have Great Salt Lake. Great Salt Lake and Lake Nicaragua. अब Lake Nicaragua इससे तो नाम से समझ में आ रहा है, it will lie in Nicaragua. इसका ध्यान रख लेना, Great Salt Lake. हाँ, ये डेजर्ट के पास आएगी. It is on the relatively highlands. We'll see that as well अभी. Great Salt Lake. Let's revise. Major lakes that we have seen is Great Bear Lake, Slave Lake, Athabasca, Reindeer, Winnipeg. Then 5 major lakes here. Holmes, Huron, Ontario, Michigan, Superior, Erie. Erie. Then Great Salt Lake and Lake Nicaragua. Done. Now coming to कनाडा इन जनरल फिजिकल, यहाँ पर कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट चीज मैंने शायद थोड़ा ज्यादा भी लिखा होगा जस्ट फॉर योर रीडिंग पर्पस। हाँ सॉरी, ठीक है ठीक है। कमिंग टू द कनाडा, अब कनाडा में वील फोकस ऑन मेजर मिनरल्स दैट वी आर फाइंडिंग, वेयर विल वी फाइंड एंड मेजर फीचर्स दैट वी हैव। Canadian shield, so this is the Canadian shield that you have. It is a source of gold, silver, cobalt, zinc, copper, iron, सब कुछ है। You do not need to focus on each and everything, just see that gold and silver are more prominent here. Gold and silver you find here as well. Iron, copper in general you will find. So gold and silver is there. Then Laurentian plateau. This is Laurentian plateau. अब tell me, we have read about Laurentian type of climate. What you can remember from there? क्या होता है वहां पर? Relatively coniferous trees. You will find them in relatively purer strands. So it will also support paper and pulp industry as well. Laurentian plateau. Laurentian type of climate will be here. You will get uranium reserves, about 20% of the world's reserve uranium. Nickel, I think last year there was a question on nickel as well. कहाँ मिलता है? So nickel, one of the largest producer is Canada. Next you will also see Russia and Indonesia as one of the major producers of nickel as well. So Canada is also one of the larger producers. Then Canadian oil and shale gas, famous. So major things that are here, you will have coniferous forest in the Laurentian region. Laurentian plain is there. Major reserves में you will get uranium, nickel, oil and gas. Gas में you will have shale. These four things. Done. Rivers, सब में एक एक खोल के पढ़ेंगे. Rivers भी यहाँ पर. Major rivers only. You will have Mackenzie. Mackenzie goes on the Arctic side. Now tell me which water body will be here. Beaufort Sea. जो भी स्पेलिंग थी, Beaufort Sea. Bering, Beaufort, Baffin, याद आ रहा है? So Beaufort Sea will be here. So Mackenzie River goes on the Arctic side. And one more river, Saint Lawrence River. इन दो को याद रख लो. सर्चिल नेल्सन नहीं भी करोगे चलेगा. Mackenzie River and Saint Lawrence River. Mackenzie and Saint Lawrence. It forms natural border between Canada and US to some extent. जैसे यहाँ पर initially आपको दिखेगा, it forms the border as well. Saint Lawrence. Done. Climatic types in Canada, again it lies in the temperate regions, relatively higher, almost on the same latitude as Britain. So here we find British type of climate. Tell me the territory here. क्या है यहाँ पर? एक city है famous, Vancouver. याद आ रहा है? Last class में we have seen. So you will have Vancouver city, famous for lumbering industries. Vancouver. Relatively if we go here, you will find prairies, ऊपर मिलेगा taiga या Siberian type of climate. Coming here you will find Laurentian type of climate. Just superimpose your climatic types on this, you will get what all types of climate you will find. Here we have seen mountain ranges, Alaskan range, coast mountains, and also this region will be relatively mountainous. Tundra in the higher reaches, taiga, eastern side Laurentian. Here you will have British type. नीचे along with USA it will have prairies also. This is where your Great Plains wala region, on this side of Rockies you have Great Plains. This is that Great Plains prairies region. Done. Coming to the USA. Now US में major Rockies and Appalachians. Appalachians are older ranges, older fold mountains, but very prominent It has both coal as well as iron. So wherever you find iron and coal, you will find industries flourishing there. This becomes one of the major industrialized regions of USA, where you have both coal and iron because they support each other. यहाँ पर Rockies, younger fold mountains. इस रीजन का बस ध्यान रखना, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट prominent for automobile sector. One is this, other will be in Germany as well. Rivers of USA. अब यहाँ पर you are supposed to remember a few rivers. Starting from this side, you will have Columbia, and its tributary you will have Snake River. So this part will be called as Columbia Snake Plateau. Columbia Snake. You will have Columbia River and Snake River. Then a major river, Colorado River, that drains into Gulf of, tell me what is this Gulf? Gulf of California. भूलना नहीं है, आगे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं और पीछे भूलते जा रहे हैं. This is Gulf of California. Colorado River flowing into Gulf of California. Now Colorado River is where your Grand Canyons are. Grand Canyons का भी image देखी होगी. It lies on the Colorado River as well. Then another river that forms boundary between US and Mexico, you will have Rio Grande. It forms the natural border between US and Mexico. Then comes Ganga and Yamuna of USA. You will have Missouri and Mississippi River. Now they are very important, as Ganga and Yamuna are important for the plain regions, most agricultural regions of India. They are important for this. Same thing they play, same role they play in US. So on this side of Rockies, we have prairies and all. This is drained by Missouri and its tributaries, Mississippi and their tributaries. इनकी tributaries भी है, बस remember यही करो, Missouri and Mississippi River. अब their lengths are disputed. Their lengths are almost as close, like कहीं कहीं पर ये मिलेगा, कहीं कहीं पर ये मिलेगा कि one of the river is this big, other river is this big. 1-2 किलोमीटर का डिफरेंस मिलेगा. तो don't remember कौन सी बड़ी है. Normally we'll say Missouri is the bigger river, but in some sources you might find Mississippi as the bigger river, almost equal in length. So Missouri Mississippi basin is this. बस ये ध्यान रख लो, बड़ी कौन छोटी कौन ये नहीं पूछा गया. Mississippi Missouri basin. यहाँ पर we have seen another major river, that is St. Lawrence. So Columbia, from Columbia Snake Plateau. Then one river going into Gulf of California, you will have Colorado River. It also forms Grand Canyons. Another river forming a natural border, Rio Grande. Then Ganga and Yamuna of your US, Mississippi, Missouri. Then you will have St. Lawrence River, USA. Online people, you can directly note this down in the skeleton that I have provided you. It is available on the channel. Colorado River, you will have Grand Canyon. एक Hoover Dam भी अगर याद रखना है तो, not that important कि आप prelims के लिए याद रखो. Rio Grande, natural border, and this is one of the largest in North America. Coming to the climate types, again superimpose that region. याद आ रहा है, हमने ऐसे पढ़ा था. You will have equator, then desert type, then savanna type, monsoon type, then you will have Mediterranean type, then temperate grassland or steppe type, then China Gulf or Natal type, then British type, Siberian type, Laurentian type, and here you will have tundra या polar type. So try to superimpose this. सबसे पहले parallels इसीलिए पढ़ाई थी, so that you are able to superimpose this. Now tell me, where are the parallels going here? It will go somewhere from here. That means we are already in this zone. दिस पैरेलल इज दिस जोन, अब ट्राई टू सुपर इम्पोज ऊपर का जो भी है यहाँ पर, तो यू विल स्टार्ट गेटिंग हॉट डेजर्ट्स दिस साइड, हॉट डेजर्ट्स के ऊपर यू विल गेट मेडिटेरेनियन टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट, ऊपर यू विल गेट ब्रिटिश टाइप। रटना कुछ नहीं है, बस इसको ट्राई टू सुपर इम्पोज। यहाँ पर वी हैव रेड अबाउट वन फेमस ऑरेंज, सन-kissed ऑरेंज फ्रॉम कैलिफोर्निया, मेडिटेरेनियन टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट, यहाँ पर लंबरिंग इज फेमस। सेम वे इफ वी आर कमिंग टू दिस साइड, यू विल हैव गल्फ टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट, ऊपर जाएंगे तो लॉरेंशियन टाइप, यहाँ पर प्रेरीज टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट। रटना नहीं है कुछ, जस्ट सुपर इम्पोज करो, यू ऑलरेडी नो द फीचर्स ऑफ ऑल दीज टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट, ठीक है। बस सेम यहाँ फिट कर दोगे, अपने आप ये सारे फीचर्स निकल के आ जाएंगे। डन। मेजर बस दो चार नाम लिखे हैं, डिपेंडिंग ऑन द क्लाइमेट टाइप आपको ये मिलेगा। प्रेरीज वेरी फेमस फॉर व्हीट, ठीक है। दिस कॉर्न इज वेरी फेमस फॉर, कॉर्न या मेज कुछ भी बोल दो, फॉर फैटनिंग ऑफ लाइव स्टॉक, very prominent here. Tobacco and cotton, they require relatively more rainfall, so relatively in the tropical side. So wheat, corn, tobacco and cotton. Virginia tobacco हमने पढ़ा था, यहाँ वर्जीनिया होगा, this Virginia tobacco. Deserts, यहाँ पर you will have tropic, tropic के पास में you will get deserts as well. So Sonoran desert, Mojave desert, यहाँ पर you will have Great Basin, Colorado Plateau, this is where your river Colorado is flowing. यहाँ पर you will have Great Salt Lake, this is Great Plains, तुम्हारा ये desert नहीं है, ठीक है, this is not desert. Great Basin is relatively upland region, तो upland होने के कारण पानी कम है वहाँ पे, इसीलिए you will get Great Salt Lake here. चिहुआहुआ desert, ये भूल गया था। मोहावे, सोनोरन, चिहुआहुआ डेजर्ट, इन 3 डेजर्ट्स को याद रखना है यहाँ पर। हाँ लिखो। डन। देखो इसमें से मोस्ट ऑफ द चीज नाउ यू नो, बस एक दो चीज छूटी है वो बताना है। वैंकूवर इज हियर, यू ऑलरेडी नो, ब्रिटिश टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट। मॉन्ट्रियल इज हियर, लाइंग ऑन सेंट लॉरेंस, यू ऑलरेडी नो दिस। वन टाउन इज हियर, कैलगरी, दिस कैलगरी इज important for your oil and gas, majorly crude oil production is there in Calgary, and supporting Calgary you have Vancouver port. So Vancouver is one of the prominent locations from where oil transport happens, and this Calgary is the place, वहां पर बहुत ज्यादा oil है, so that oil is transferred through Vancouver port. So Calgary याद रखना, it is here in Canada. बाकी you will have Baffin Island, Baffin Bay, ये सारा हम कर चुके हैं, Newfoundland Island, everything is there. In US you will find major industrialized cities here, एक बार देख लेते हैं। तो अलास्का, we know where Alaska is, San Francisco, here you will have San Francisco. Now this Detroit and Pittsburgh, here are Detroit, here are Pittsburgh, it lies in the heart of iron and coal, so you will find most prominent automobile sectors being developed here. So iron and steel capital of the world, Pittsburgh, and Detroit is known for automobiles. Here Miami, where does it lie? Miami lies in relatively in the lower sides. यहाँ पर on Florida coast you will have Miami. Now we have seen that whenever you are launching a satellite, it should be as close to equator as possible. Can I say this is the closest point US can have? This is where they have the rocket launching stations, satellite launching station, Miami. And it should be on the eastern coast, it has to be on the eastern coast, इसीलिए इस तरफ नहीं है, इस तरफ है। यहाँ Miami, Detroit, Pittsburgh, all of it. Done. We'll also look at Greenland. अब Greenland is in news because of Trump. Because of Trump, Greenland is in news. But are we supposed to remember एक चीज? एक तो नाम बहुत गंदे हैं. So don't be focusing on एक small area क्या है. I have listed down few major things that you're supposed to remember. In general, Greenland ice sheet is the second largest ice on land after Antarctica. Second largest ice body after Antarctica. And almost 80% of the Greenland is covered with ice. It is said that if Greenland melts, sea level will rise by about 7 meters. 7 meters बहुत होता है. मतलब if you see the average elevation I'm saying average elevation of Sri Lanka, it is just 4 to 5 meters. मतलब अगर ये मेल्ट हो गया पूरा श्रीलंका डूब जाएगा. मेजॉरिटी पार्ट एकदम अपर टिप्स बचेंगे. तो if this melts, sea level will rise by around 7 to 8 meters. It will inundate most of Mumbai, Chennai, जो भी आपके coastal cities है, it will also inundate them. Now this is an air base. They might give you, because defense questions are prominent, they might give you list of some air bases around the world. This air base is where US is having its installations here. And it says it is for Arctic surveillance. खुले. यहाँ पर we have seen Baffin, Baffin Sea, Baffin Bay. This is Baffin Island. Baffin Island of Canada. Near to Baffin you have Labrador. Now ये थोड़ा सा घुमा हुआ है. आप imagine करना ऊपर इसमें ही. This is where you have Baffin, Baffin Bay. This is where you have Labrador Sea. This is where you have Greenland. इसको बस rotate कर दिया है and I have put it here. It is just been rotated. So here you will have a strait, Davis Strait. It connects these two, Baffin Bay and Labrador Sea. Davis Strait, Baffin Bay, Labrador Sea, Davis Strait. These three features. One more strait that you are supposed to remember, that is Fram Strait. Now this Fram Strait is here, but यहाँ से इसकी importance नहीं दिखेगी. इसकी importance you can see from here. This is your Arctic, this is your Greenland, this is Svalbard. So when ocean currents are flowing, when they are transporting heat from tropics and they are bringing coolness from the polar regions, this is the only passage that ocean currents are having. So jitna currents are going near Arctic that are causing warming in the Arctic region, they have only one passage, and this passage is Fram Strait. Because यहाँ पर land है, यहाँ land है, तो इधर से नहीं flow कर रहा है. That current is flowing from here. So यहीं से निकल के जा रहा है. So it is like an opening for Arctic currents to come to the Atlantic side. This Fram Strait is lying between Greenland and Svalbard. Here, this is Greenland. Here you will have Svalbard. This is where you have Fram Strait. I don't know if there it is there in the map, atlas as well. Fram Strait. As I was saying that this is the only location from where currents will go. Can I say this is where ships has to go? So whenever we are talking about movements in the Arctic, they have to cross this Fram Strait. So it kind of like becomes Malacca of that particular area. जैसे मलक्का का prominence है यहाँ पर, ऐसे फ्राम स्ट्रेट का prominence will be there. Then fjords, one question was there. So one of the largest fjord system is this, Scores by Sun. यहाँ पर होगा, this side, not here. On this side you will find Scores by Sun. Fjord system है वहाँ का. बहुत सारे fjords होंगे यहाँ पर, उन सबको मिलाकर ये बोला जाता है. Coastline of सबमर्जेंस, हाँ. Now Greenland, this is the name of Greenland, an indigenous name of Greenland. Greenland normally बोल दिया था because when they went there they found that particular area to be green. Probably they went in the spring time या summer time. So they found this area to be green. Actually it is covered in ice. But the name, because it is a territory of Denmark, they call by this name. Pronunciation is not important. टिक करना है आपको बस. Northernmost point of land. This is northernmost point of land in the world. You will have this island. Again, pronunciation not important. नाम पढ़ लो, टिक करना है बस. काफे कुलबेन. So Greenland ice sheet, almost 80% is ice here. You will have a air base, that is Thule Air Base. Talking about both sides, here you will have Baffin Bay and Labrador Sea connected by Davis Strait. If we talk about this side, you will have Svalbard and Greenland connected by Fram Strait. And then this is a fjord system, बस नाम पढ़ लो, caused by sun. And this is the indigenous name of Greenland. And Cafe Kulban Island. This is lying on एकदम top, यहाँ कहीं एकदम ऊपर ऊपर होगा. I don't think इसका image भी मिला मुझे. यहाँ कहीं जो भी एकदम topmost land that is there, that is this island, topmost island. Done. चलो. Now we'll recall everything. We are almost done with North America. We'll recall everything that is there. सबसे पहले क्या करें? Mountains में you will have Rockies. यहाँ पर you will have Alaskan mountains, Coast mountains, Sierra Nevada, Sierra Madre. ठीक है. यहाँ पर Appalachian mountains. Done. Talking about major water bodies: Bering Strait, Beaufort, Baffin, Labrador, Gulf of Mexico, Caribbean, Gulf of Panama, Alaska, California. ठीक है. This Yucatan Peninsula, this Florida Strait. ठीक है. This island Newfoundland Island. This river St. Lawrence River, on which is based? Montreal is based. Talking about lakes, you will have Great, Bear, Slave, Athabasca, Reindeer, Winnipeg, Holmes, Superior. चलो होम से कर दो. Huron, Ontario, Michigan, Erie and Superior. Holmes. Largest is Superior, connected by which canal? Two canal. And these two connected by which canal? Welland Canal. यहाँ पर Niagara Falls is there, and this is from where your St. Lawrence River comes. यहाँ पर we have seen a river that falls into Mackenzie River. यहाँ पर I have a river Columbia. Columbia Snake Plateau is here. Columbia Snake Plateau. यहाँ पर you have another river originating from the Rockies. Colorado River forms Grand Canyon, Hoover Dam, दोनों falls into Gulf of California. यहाँ पर you have Rio Grande which forms border. यहाँ पर you will have Missouri, Mississippi. याद आ रही हैं चीजें? ठीक है, ग्रेट. नेक्स्ट क्या पढ़ा है? और ये कैलगरी तो यहाँ सिटी का नाम है. डेजर्ट्स यू विल हैव, यहाँ पर कौन सा है? हुआ कोई कालाहरी बोला अभी. हाथी हुआ मोहावे, सोनोरन डेजर्ट्स. ठीक है. यहाँ पर एक सॉल्ट लेक भी है, ग्रेट सॉल्ट लेक, निकारागुआ लेक. डन. कमिंग टू दिस साइड you have Greenland, Baffin Island, Baffin Bay, Labrador Sea, Davis Strait, Svalbard, विच स्टेट, फ्राम स्टेट। यहाँ पर एयरबेस है, थुले एयरबेस। यहाँ पर फ्यॉर्ड सिस्टम है, कॉर्स बाय सन कर लोगे आप, ठीक है डन। एक नदन मोस्ट नाम भी है, वो मुझे भी प्रोनाउंसिएशन नहीं पता, ठीक है। एक आइलैंड है, के से स्टार्ट हो रहा है, दिस काफे कुलबन आइलैंड, ठीक है डन। दिस बे इज नोन एज बे ऑफ फंडी। व्हाई इज इट इंपॉर्टेंट? वन ऑफ द हाईएस्ट टाइड्स इन द वर्ल्ड। दिस इज फेमस फॉर सल्फर, ठीक है। गल्फ ऑफ पनामा, सॉरी स्टेट क्या नाम, क्या बोल रहा हूँ, स्टेट बोल रहा हूँ, पनामा कैनाल। पनामा कैनाल लाइज बिटवीन Pacific and Arctic. If we are looking at smaller bodies, then मैंने आर्कटिक बोल दिया क्या? Atlantic and Pacific. This is where you will have that. This is Caribbean Sea and Gulf of Panama. कल रात थोड़ा कम सोया हूँ, 4 बजे सोया था। चलो, कमिंग टू साउथ अमेरिका। आप बनाते जा रहे हो ना? सी दीज पीपल आर मेकिंग वेरी गुड नोट्स, तो आपको मिलेंगे नहीं, बस मैं बता रहा हूँ, यू कैन ऑल्सो स्टार्ट मेकिंग प्रॉपर नोट्स, रिविजन में इजी होगा। हाँ जी, कनाडा, यूएसए, मैक्सिको में नहीं जाता मेजर पार्ट। हाँ, कमिंग टू साउथ अमेरिका नाउ। Major parallels that pass, you will have equator passing from here and Capricorn passing from here. कहाँ कहाँ से करती है? 3 nations, ब्राजील, कोलंबिया, इक्वेडोर। यहाँ पर 4 nations, ब्राजील, पैराग्वे, चिली एंड अर्जेंटीना, दिस आर देयर। नाउ इसको पढ़ने का मतलब क्या है कि कहाँ कहाँ से पास कर रही है ऑल। दिस विल गिव यू अ great idea about what type of vegetation you will find here, what type of crops you will grow here, इन सब का आइडिया मिलेगा। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इफ इक्वेटर इज लाइंग हियर, नियर द इक्वेटर यू विल फाइंड रेन फॉरेस्ट, यू विल गेट रेन फॉरेस्ट हियर, तो ये हो गया आपका अमेजोन रेन फॉरेस्ट। सेम वे ऊपर और नीचे क्या मिलेगा? ट्रॉपिक्स नहीं, उनके बीच में क्या मिलेगा? विच टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट? रिलेटिवली सवाना टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट, सो यू विल फाइंड ग्रासलैंड्स हियर एंड हियर। अभी हम देखेंगे लानोज एंड कैंपोज हियर। Here near to this you will find desert, so here we will find desert also. So this gives an overall idea what type of vegetation will be there, कहाँ क्या क्या मिल सकता है। एक क्वेश्चन ऐसे ही सॉल्व किया था लास्ट ईयर का, इफ यू रिमेंबर दैट कोकोआ वाला क्वेश्चन, आई हैव टोल्ड यू अबाउट दिस इन त्रिनेत्र ऑल्सो। आंसर वॉज आइवरी कोस्ट वाला रीजन। I solved it because of parallels only. From where parallels are passing. If you have tropics passing, you cannot have relatively higher rainfall. Cocoa needs higher rainfall, so you need those countries that are lying near this. बस उससे वो एक क्वेश्चन पूरा सॉल्व हो गया था, बस इसी आइडिया से। इसीलिए आई एम बार बार इस पे फोकस कर रहा हूँ, एक दो में हेल्प हो ही जाएगी। चलो, कमिंग टू द मेजर फिजिकल फीचर्स, यहाँ पर यू विल हैव एंडीज माउंटेन रेंजेस। नेक्स्ट यहाँ पर यू विल हैव गुयाना हाईलैंड्स, प्लेट्यू ऑफ मोटो ग्रासो, फेमस फॉर गोल्ड। बाकी छोटा छोटा देखते जाएंगे। मेजर इज एंडीज माउंटेन्स, गुयाना हाईलैंड्स एंड प्लेट्यू ऑफ मोटो ग्रासो। ऐसे फिर यू विल हैव ब्राजीलियन हाईलैंड्स एज वेल। दिस रीजन, वेस्टर्न रीजन विल बी मोर और लेस माउंटेनियस रीजन, पूरा माउंटेन से यहाँ पे। इट इज ऑल बिकॉज एंडीज आर फाउंड बाय विच प्लेट? Nazca and South American plate. So this you will get mountainous region. this eastern region will be relatively, it is drained majorly by your Amazon. So rainforest, plain areas, but this side again देखो थोड़ा सा उठा हुआ एरिया दिख रहा है, you will find relatively highlands here. This will be relatively highlands that you will get. Again, two river system we'll see here, Parana Paraguay river system. So here this region will be drained by Parana Paraguay river. पढ़ेंगे अभी rivers, Parana Paraguay. Out of all this, remember Lake Titicaca. Where is it? हाँ, तो बोलिविया एंड पेरू के बीच में you will find Lake Titicaca here. It is one of the highest lakes in the world. Andes Mountains में यहाँ पर मिलेगी. Bolivian plateau. Plateau is the highland that you will have. ऊपर सू पड़ा था, यहाँ पे पू आ गया है, लेक पू. याद रखना है, रखो नहीं तो नहीं. लेक टिटिका का याद रख लेना. बोलिवियन प्लेट्यू. नाउ गिनिया हाईलैंड्स, गियाना हाईलैंड्स ऐसे लिखा रहेगा. इट इज फेमस फॉर वन थिंग, rainforest, second gold and diamond. So gold and diamond are also found here. See, this is South American coast. It fits with African coast. वहां भी gold मिलता है. Gold coast is there. This is where you will have gold coast. यहाँ पर ही चिपकेगा जब ये जाके चिपकेगा तो. So here also you will find gold. So gold and diamond are also found here. You have this Angel Falls. This is one of, this is the highest uninterrupted fall. Uninterrupted is बहुत ऊपर से गिर रहा है नीचे. It is not being interrupted by anything. Almost 979 है शायद, almost 900 plus meters. 1 किलोमीटर लंबा waterfall है, not intersected by any of the features in between. Angel Falls. It will lie here. And इसलिए ध्यान रखना है because it lies in Venezuela, and Venezuela का आपको पता है. So it is in news as well. Angel Falls, Churun River. Plateau of Mato Grosso, again gold and diamond. Relatively savanna type of climate, because this is where you have equator. Equator say as you are moving away you will get savanna type of climate here. So Plateau of Mato Grosso. Brazilian highlands, again you will have gold. So Guinea highlands, Mato Grosso and Brazilian highlands. Gold is there prominently. Coming to relative grasslands, because this is equator, this is where we are supposed to discuss grasslands as well. यहाँ पर you will have llanos and campos. Llanos and campos, these are savanna type of grasslands that you will have. Llanos and campos. What are selvas? These are Amazon rainforest का ही नाम है, समझ लो. We have read that there as well जब हम climatic zones we were reading. So selvas are rainforest, they are not grasslands. Llanos and campos are tropical grasslands, savanna type of grasslands. इन दो को नहीं करोगे, काटिंगा इंसर्ट आउट चलेगा. Remember llanos and campos and selvas, these two. जैसे जैसे यहाँ जाएंगे you will get relatively plateauer region, relatively highland region. As you go into highland region पानी की कमी होगी, इसलिए you will get deciduous type या dry scrublands. अगर नाम नहीं याद रखना है बस ये देख लो, this region will be relatively deciduous या drier type because it is highland, upland. Water will be relatively less. Llanos, campos and selvas, three things to remember here. Done. Same way, coming to the south थोड़ा सा southern part. You will have Gran Chaco, again semi-arid type, because this is, you have Andes, it lies on the other side of Andes. So hot, semi-arid. Hot because tropical area it is, semi-arid because of Andes mountain ranges. Entre Rios, now this is like your Tarai region, almost like Tarai, swampy है basically, Tarai नहीं बोलना चाहिए, it is swampy region because of rivers. Entre Rios. Pampas, पढ़ा था Pampas of South America, temperate grassland. Coming more down here, you will have Patagonia Plateau. It is a cold desert because of rain shadow effect of Andes. Cold desert, Patagonia desert. So 4 more regions: Gran Chaco, then Entre Rios. It is drained by rivers. We will see rivers as well. So it becomes swampy here. Then Pampas. Pampas is temperate grasslands, and then Patagonia is cold desert, rain shadow desert. Done. River systems here. One major, Amazon. Ab Amazon has lots of tributaries. किसी को मत याद रखो. Amazon river system is there, but it is so big that it becomes navigable up till here. यहाँ कहीं तक it becomes navigable. So to hundreds of kilometers it is navigable. It is lifeline of Brazil. पूरा rainforest is based in and around this. Now mouths of Amazon is where you are getting petroleum. Since this is a rainforest area, you will get rubber plantations also prominent, because rubber needs water. So you will have rubber, petroleum in and around the Amazon wala cheez. Amazon rainforest. Then Parana Paraguay region, we have seen that. That region, see, that region is this only. It is flowing through Pampas. Pampas are temperate grasslands, which are very, they'll have nutritious grasses. Cattle rearing is very prominent. So here you will get cattle rearing, wheat cultivation, all of these activities there. So Pampas region. उरुग्वे, ये छोटी नदी है यहाँ पर, it joins this. ध्यान नहीं रखोगे तो भी चलेगा. But this is where you have Uruguay. So Uruguay river is there. Two major rivers, Amazon and Parana Paraguay. Parana Paraguay is supporting your Campos region. Sorry, Pampas region. Done. ज़्यादा कुछ है नहीं साउथ अमेरिका में. We have seen Amazon. Coming to conflict zones, there were no as such conflict zones in North America, इसलिए वहाँ नहीं पड़े. यहाँ पर you have a major conflict zone, that is Venezuela. So we'll focus more on this. What is the capital? Caracas. यहीं से उठाया था, ठीक है. So this is from where Maduro was gone. Caracas. You will have Andes mountains coming all the way to Venezuela. One major thing that you need to focus on here is Lake Maracaibo. Andes mountains, Lake Maracaibo. Here we have Guyana Highlands, where I have told you you have Angel Falls as well. And one major river that flows here is Orinoco River. सबके बारे में थोड़ा थोड़ा सा पढ़ते हैं. So this is the capital city. Then you will have Andes mountains, Lake Maracaibo, Orinoco River and Angel Falls. They are lying here in the Guyana Highland. Lake Maracaibo में there is one prominent phenomena that happens. Catatumbo lightning phenomena. This term is important. Just exact phenomena में नहीं भी जाओगे तो भी चलेगा. But what happens in this is per minute. This is per minute. You get lightnings this many times. So every minute 15-20 बार बिजली गिर रही है, इमेजिन. So it is a constant lightning that you see in that region. This phenomena is very unique to that particular region itself. This is a river, Catatumbo. So it happens on the mouth of this river, where this particular river is meeting Lake Maracaibo. So this is where this phenomena happens. The unique phenomena, because it is in Venezuela, आ सकता है relate होके कुछ ना कुछ. Now this Lake Maracaibo is important for oil. So here you have Gulf of Venezuela. This is Gulf of Venezuela. This, it is connected with Gulf of Venezuela here, and it is the oil heartland of this area. इसीलिए Venezuela is gone अभी, इसीलिए US attacked. It has proven oil reserves, the largest proven oil reserves इसके पास है, even more than Saudi. ठीक है, and Lake Maracaibo lies in that heartland only. Because oil is there, continuous oil spills are being observed in that area, and algal blooms problem is also there in this Lake Maracaibo. Lately it is being seen, oil spills and algal blooms. Coming to Orinoco River, now Orinoco, again it lies in the Orinoco belt, that is again oil rich belt. So this river is also important for its location, and it lies again in the oil rich belt here, and it is navigable as well. So largest river in Venezuela, and one of the largest in the world also in terms of discharge. What do you mean by discharge here? The volume of water that is carrying. And because it is carrying huge volume of water, it can hold the ship as well. It lets the ship come in to a certain distance as well. So it is important for inland transport as well, and it supports this oil belt here that is there. It is a very prominent oil belt, and Orinoco River also lies in that belt. ध्यान रखना, Orinoco River. Guinea Highlands, बस ये यहाँ पर they are located, Guinea Highlands नीचे की तरफ. In that you have Angel Falls, again uninterrupted waterfall that is there. One of the largest, or I think world's highest uninterrupted waterfall. Llanos अभी देखा था. Llanos are savanna type of grasslands. Llanos and Campos. Done. कर लो jot down if you are jotting it down. Again, this climate type, you can all relate to all the climate types now. Kahan equatorial rainforest, grasslands and all. Agriculture, again, this will depend on the type of climate that is there. So equator mein you will find all those crops that require relatively more water. Then tropical mein, jaise India mein ho raha hai, almost all those crops that you will have in India. Pampas, wheat, cattle ranching या cattle rearing is prominent. Mediterranean region, we also find Mediterranean type of climate here. It is famous for wines या viticulture. So climate type you can directly superimpose here. What type of agriculture is there? Reserves में two things that you are supposed to remember. ये कर लिया है. Orinoco River and Maracaibo Lake, very prominent for oil. Second thing, copper, you have this Chiquiquimata mine. Pronunciation not important, tick kar dena bas. It is in Chile, and it is one of the largest copper mines, and it is an open pit mine. Open pit समझते हो? Normally if you are mining, this is land surface, they'll dig a tunnel, and then from here they'll dig various routes and they'll go there and mine. This is what happens in normal mines. In open pit mines, they'll keep on digging, and ये surface का जो hole है ये बड़ा करते जाएंगे, and through this they keep on digging. ये इतना बड़ा है, the diameter of it is in, I think it is around 4 kilometers diameter. अब गड्ढा समझो, यहाँ से 4 किलोमीटर का गड्ढा है. This mine is this big. लार्जेस्ट ओपन पिट माइन कॉपर। फोटोज देखोगे उसमें ट्रक चल रहा है, वो इतना सा दिखता है, टीटी टाइप। तो इट इज दिस बिग माइन, कॉपर माइन इन चिली। CCC अगर ऐसे याद रखना है, चिली कॉपर चिक्विक माता माइन, CCC। डन। Some more things that are there in news from Americas. This is North and South America both. One is Alcatraz Island. You might have seen some documentaries as well for this island. This is one of the protected prisons in USA. So Alcatraz, yeah, image नहीं है क्या? ये रही. So here it lies. बस Alcatraz Island के नाम से ये बहुत protected prison cell है. वहाँ से I think एक ही बार हुआ है that जो भी prisoners थे they ran away. There were 3 famous prisoners that ran away from there. उन पर documentary movie सब बन गई है. Alcatraz Island. तो एक island है, आसपास पानी है पूरा, एंड वहां पर it is there, the prison cell that is there. San Francisco Bay, Alcatraz Island. And recently US government is doing something, they are trying to expand this particular prison. इसलिए it was in news. Then you have Lake Gatun. We have seen Panama Canal. Panama Canal is here. On within the Panama Canal only you have this lake, Lake Gatun. तो Panama Canal ऐसी कोई नहर टाइप नहीं है. It is not a normal canal. It is various water bodies that are being connected, and within that you will find a lake here. That lake is called as Lake Gatun, and recently there were droughts here. And अब आप समझो how important is Panama Canal for this particular area. If anything is to be transported from Atlantic to Pacific Ocean, you have only one route, that is Panama Canal. Else you will have to circumference पूरा complete South America and then come here. So it is this important for trade. So it was in news because water levels went down. As water levels keeps on dipping, ships cannot pass. So Gatun Lake, ध्यान रखना इसका. Darien Gap. Darien Gap is a gap here. This part is called as Darien Gap. This separates your Central Americas and South America, Colombia and Panama here. And this is heavily forested. And ऐसा बोला जाता है, whatever illegal activities that are happening in this region, every illegal things passes from here, from this gap. There is a heavy, क्या, डंकी रूट. अच्छा ठीक है, हाँ, तो that is, it is where from where all the illegal trespassing happens. Darien Gap. Belém, you know the importance of Belém. COP30, it is where, कहाँ located है, ब्राजील में कहाँ, almost mouth of, यहाँ पर, this is where you have Belém. This is mouth of Amazon, almost on the mouth of Amazon you will have Belém. Done. So 4 things that were in news as well. Alcatraz Island in USA, then you have Gatun Lake in Panama Canal, Darien Gap, and then Belém in Brazil. Chalo, let's revise. South America, it is done. So one major mountain range, Andes you will have here. Then यहाँ पर you will have a highland, Guiana Highland. यहाँ पर Brazilian Highland. यहाँ पर which plateau? Mato Grosso. ठीक है. Rivers you will have just 2 major rivers, Amazon and its tributaries, Parana, Paraguay river system. Grassland, Llanos. यहाँ पर it is selvas. यहाँ पर campos. यहाँ पर which grassland? Pampas. Now this region is called as Entre Rios. Entre Rios. Gran Chaco. Gran Chaco. Which desert? Patagonian desert. Now यहाँ पर one lake was in news, lying on the Panama. Lake Gatun. Belém lies here. On Venezuela, we have seen 2-3 important things. This is a lake called Maracaibo. Within that lake, there is a lightning phenomena. What is the name of it? Catatumbo. Catatumbo lightning phenomena. It is the name of the tributary, the river tributary that is there. And it actually happens because cold airs and warm air coming from the Caribbean Sea, they are mixing, and because of their mixing हो रहा है वहां पे, आयंस आर बीइंग प्रोड्यूस्ड, उस आयंस के कारण लाइटनिंग तेज हो जा रही है, क्लाउड्स एंड आयंस दोनों. Then you will have a fall, angel falls that are here. One major river, Orinoco river. Done. और क्या बच गया? इतना ही था. डेजर्ट तो एक ही है. This and this. Climate type you can superimpose. Agriculture you can superimpose here. What type will be here? Mine. One major mine. Chile copper Chiquimata mine. CCC. You can remember. Open pit copper mine. Largest. Done. Great. Moving to Europe. एक एक छोटा छोटा वॉल्केनो इज नॉट इम्पोर्टेंट. Moving to Europe. अब Europe will have lots of countries. First thing, tell me which parallel is passing. कोई भी नहीं. So this entire region will lie in temperate या उसके ऊपर Arctic regions. Tell me which is Balkan region. Where is Caucasus region? This is Caucasus region. अभी पढ़ेंगे. This is Caucasus. This is Balkan region. Tell me which is Benelux region या Benelux countries. Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg. Which is Scandinavian बता दो चलो. Norway, Sweden. Norway, Sweden, Denmark और Norway, Sweden, Finland. Denmark. Then Finland किस में आएगा? Nordic countries. So this comes in Nordic countries, not in Scandinavian. Done. What are this? Baltic state. This is Baltic Sea, Baltic state. अभी बस ऊपर ऊपर देख रहे हैं, करेंगे अभी. अब यहाँ पर we'll go region by region here. First we'll focus on water bodies. Water bodies में let's start from here. You have Baltic Sea. Within Baltic Sea you will get two gulfs, Gulf of Bothnia, Gulf of Finland. Gulf of Bothnia, Gulf of Finland. Within Baltic Sea only you have these two. And this in this Gulf of Finland you will have a major port lying here. St. Lawrence. This port here, St. Petersburg port. Very important for Russia, because understand Russia is completely surrounded by Arctic Ocean there. Most of the ports are frozen. You have this entrance for Russia, or else you will have entrance here. So Russia की मजबूरी समझो, why he is attacking Ukraine, because of the transport that he needs, the route that he needs. The route will be provided either in the Black Sea or in the Baltic Sea. Baltic Sea में you will have a major port, St. Petersburg here, which lies in the Gulf of Finland. So Baltic Sea, you will have Gulf of Bothnia and Gulf of Finland lying here. Connected with Baltic Sea is North Sea. Here it is a proposal to build a canal. What is this canal called? Kiel Canal. Kiel Canal. Baltic Sea and North Sea. On the top of this you will have Norwegian Sea. एंड आइसलैंड, नॉर्वेजियन सी, अभी और देखेंगे बीच बीच में क्या क्या चीजें हैं। बाल्टिक सी, गल्फ ऑफ बॉथनिया, गल्फ ऑफ फिनलैंड, then you will have North Sea connected by Kiel Canal to Baltic Sea, then you will have Norwegian Sea here on the top of it. Coming here you will have Bay of Biscay, then we'll enter Mediterranean, which I'll treat separately abhi. We will see everything that is there in Mediterranean separately. इतना पहले याद कर लो, Baltic, Gulf of Bothnia, Gulf of Finland, then North Sea Kiel Canal से connected, then you will have Norwegian Sea, coming down you will have Bay of Biscay. अभी छोटा छोटा चीज भी घुसते जाएंगे, पहले मेजर चीज कर लेते हैं. डन. कमिंग टू द माउंटेन्स, आई ट्रीट मेडिटेरेनियन रीजन सेपरेटली, वहां की सारी याद करेंगे अभी. माउंटेन्स में यू विल हैव स्कैंडिनेवियन शील्ड है, तो यहाँ पर मेजर यू विल गेट एल्प्स, यहाँ पर यू विल हैव यूराल्स, टू मेजर फोल्ड माउंटेन्स दैट आर देयर. देन स्मॉलर रेंजेस, Pyrenees, Apennines, Carpathian and Balkan. Pyrenees, Apennines, Carpathians and Balkans. This is Balkan mountains, this is your Balkan region. This is your steppe type of region. याद है steppes of Europe and pustas of Hungary. These two are separated by your Carpathian mountains, इसीलिए उनको अलग अलग पढ़ते हैं. Steppes and pustas separated by Carpathian mountains here. So major mountains, Alps, ये Alps के साथ ही Dinaric Alps है, ठीक है वो. So Alps, Urals, major fold mountain. Smaller ones will be Pyrenees, Apennines, Carpathians and Balkan mountains. Caucasus region में you will have Caucasus mountain. Done. गल्फ ऑफ बॉथनिया, गल्फ ऑफ फिनलैंड, बाल्टिक सी, दिस वी हैव सीन. यहाँ पर जर्मनी बना रहा है कील कैनाल. डेनमार्क है, दिस इज डेनमार्क एंड जर्मनी, दिस इज वेयर यू हैव कील कैनाल. यहाँ पर यू विल हैव सेंट पीटर्सबर्ग पोर्ट. नाउ देयर इज अनदर टेरिटरी ऑफ रशिया दैट यू विल फाइंड हियर, दिस इज कैलिनिनग्राड. So this were part of Russia earlier, now they are called as Baltic states. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, these are Baltic states. Just see the countries that are surrounding Baltic region. You will have Sweden, Finland, Russia, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland and Germany. एक बार याद कर लो. Out of these three, Norway, Sweden and Finland, you will have only two countries here in Baltic and only two countries here. यहाँ पर ये दो आएगी, यहाँ पर ये दो आएगी. Norway, Sweden, Finland में से you will only have Sweden and Finland here. Then you will have Russia. Then three Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Then Poland and Germany as well. Baltic Sea region. ऐसे क्वेश्चंस बहुत आते हैं. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग कंट्रीज सराउंड बाल्टिक रीजन? सॉरी, मेनलैंड से कनेक्टिविटी डायरेक्ट नहीं है, इट इज बाय सी रूट्स ओनली. यहाँ से देयर इज नो कनेक्टिविटी. दिस रीजन वाज प्रशिया अर्लियर. वर्ल्ड वॉर्स इफ यू हैव रेड, दिस कंप्लीट वाज प्रशिया. तो रशिया का ही पार्ट थे ये सब पहले. पोलैंड, आधा पोलैंड भी रशिया का ही था. Coming to North Sea, now this is your Sweden, Norway, so I am coming to this side now. North Sea, coming to North Sea you will have Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Denmark here. देन यहाँ पर आइसलैंड, आइसलैंड कहाँ गया, चलो नॉर्वेजियन सी के यहाँ आएगा आइसलैंड, तो यू विल हैव यूके, देन फ्रांस, बेल्जियम, नेदरलैंड्स, जर्मनी। छोटा सा पार्ट है फ्रांस का, बाकी ये छोटे छोटे नेशंस है। जर्मनी आल्सो फ्रॉम हियर, एंड दिस इज दैट कील कैनाल दैट आई वाज सेइंग, कील कैनाल, एंड दिस इज नॉट इन डेनमार्क, ध्यान रखना, दिस इज इन जर्मनी, कील कैनाल। तो नॉर्थ सी, नॉर्थ सी वाज नेम्ड बाय, अगेन नॉर्थ ऑफ यूके है, इसलिए इसलिए इट इज नॉर्थ सी। नॉर्वे, स्वीडन, डेनमार्क, जर्मनी, नेदरलैंड्स, बेल्जियम, फ्रांस, यूके, ऑल ऑफ दिस इज कैटेगट। एनीवन वाइकिंग्स फैन, किसी ने देखा है? हाँ, एक तो है, चलो। तो दिस इज दैट कैटेगट दैट इज देयर। तुम लोग कॉलेज में क्या देखते थे, क्या करते थे? पढ़ाई तो नहीं करते थे, ये पता है मुझे। हाँ, क्या देखा है? चलो ठीक है, कमिंग बैक हियर, बाल्टिक सी के बाद वी हैव डन नॉर्थ सी एज वेल, coming down to Mediterranean region. Now this is from where majority of the questions are being asked, be it island nations. Last year also you have Mallorca asked, याद है? Mallorca nation, Sardinia भी पूछा था last year ही, Sardinia, Mallorca, all of these are island nations here. याद करना पड़ेगा, थोड़ा दिमाग खोल के बैठ जाओ, पानी वानी पी के बैठ जाओ. You can keep on marking everything, but we'll remember everything from here. तो आफ्टर बे ऑफ बिस्के, यहाँ तक देखा था, नॉर्थ सी, बे ऑफ बिस्के, we'll enter Strait of Gibraltar. This is from where your Mediterranean region starts. First major thing, you will have Balearic Sea and Balearic Islands. These two are there. पहले seas याद करते हैं, islands बाद में. Balearic Sea, then Italy के पास में you will have Ionian, Tyrrhenian and Adriatic Sea. Italy का spelling is ITALY. Ionian, Tyrrhenian, Adriatic, Ligurian. This is that Ligurian Sea. तो इटली के नाम से you can remember four seas that are there near Italy: Ionian, Tyrrhenian, Adriatic and Ligurian. Ionian, Tyrrhenian, Adriatic and Ligurian. They are surrounding Italy only. Four seas. इटली के नाम से याद रख लेना, इटली. Ionian, Tyrrhenian, Adriatic, Ligurian. Another major sea that we'll see is Aegean Sea. अब don't confuse Adriatic and Aegean. Aegean has G in it, Adriatic has I in it. So I will lie near Italy, G will lie near Greece. अगर confusion is there, you can remember by any trick. आपको ऐसे याद रखना है, ठीक है, आपने अपनी बना रखी है, you can remember through that. But just don't be confused between Aegean and Adriatic. Italy has four seas near it. Adriatic, starting from I. Ionian, Tyrrhenian, Adriatic and Ligurian Sea. There is one more sea starting from A, Aegean Sea. Aegean has G in it, so it is lying near Greece. कुछ भी ट्रिक बना के याद करो, अपनी ट्रिक है उससे कर लो, नहीं तो ऐसे याद रख लो. Aegean Sea. So major seas, if I am entering, I'll have Balearic Sea. Then near Italy, I'll have Ionian, Tyrrhenian, Adriatic and Ligurian Sea. Coming more here, you will have Aegean Sea. And from here you will enter Black Sea region. इसको थोड़ी देर में देखेंगे, Black Sea को, पहले ये याद करते हैं. This is done. हाँ हाँ हाँ, लिखो, यही चलेगा अभी. Everything is written, you can write. So Balearic Sea, Ionian, Tyrrhenian, Adriatic, Ligurian and Aegean Sea. These are the major seas that we have discussed here. स्टेट ऑफ जिब्राल्टर के यहाँ पे एक एल्बोरन सी है, अगर याद रखना है रख सकते हो, बट इट इज जस्ट हियर रिलेटिवली स्मॉलर कंपेयर टू दीस सीज, एल्बोरन सी. स्टेट ऑफ जिब्राल्टर इज कंट्रोल्ड बाय, see it is having two territories, one on the top, so you will have this and this. It is Spain here and it is Morocco here, but on the Spain side you will have UK. So this particular territory is Gibraltar and this is controlled by UK, and this particular territory on the south of it is controlled by Spain. So यहाँ पे उल्टा है, Spain side is controlled by UK and Moroccan side is controlled by Spain here. ध्यान रखना. So this territory is यहाँ पे स्वेटा है, TEUTA, स्वेटा. Gibraltar lies on the Spain side, so the territory on the Spain side is not controlled by Spain, it is controlled by UK there. ध्यान रखना, ठीक है. And why are they not making a bridge here या कुछ भी? They can easily make, this is just 21 kilometers long. You have a trench here and this region is tectonically active, so this is very unstable. यहाँ पर seismically active region है, they cannot make a bridge यहाँ पर. Coming to the islands, near Balearic Sea you will have Balearic Islands. I think एक दूसरा होगा यहाँ पर, ठीक है इसी में करता है. You will have Balearic Islands near Balearic Sea. Then islands of Italy, Sicily, very prominent, and Sardinia. So Sardinia and Sicily. Sicily sounds very much like Italy only. So Sicily and Sardinia both are Italian islands. You have another island called Corsica. Corsica is with France. Corsica is with France. Coming here, you will have an island nation called Crete, another island nation called Cyprus. Huh? सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है. हाँ तो मैंने ये इंडिपेंडेंट नहीं बोला, इंडिपेंडेंट इज सिप्रस ना, दिस इज अनदर आइलैंड, ग्रीस. Cyprus is altogether different nation. So major islands you have Balearic Island nations, then Sicily, Sardinia and Corsica. Sicily, Sardinia, Corsica. Corsica is with France, Sardinia and Sicily are with Italy. Then two islands with sea, one is Crete and one is Cyprus. Major islands, छोटे छोटे तो हजारों है. Done. So revising the islands, you have Balearic Islands, Sicily, Sardinia and Corsica, this is with France. Then you have Crete and Cyprus. These are 6 major that we have seen. Within this Sicily only you have Mount Etna. One of the active volcanoes, you have Mount Etna here. And this Cyprus is important for Prime Minister's visit. So PM गए थे वहाँ भी. So it is also important for that. Cyprus, PM's visit. Mount Etna is here on Sicily. Now focusing on the countries that are surrounding this. Countries भी पढ़ते हैं अब. Major, you will have Spain, France, Italy. Within France, you will have Monaco here. I think यहाँ होगा. This is Monaco. So you will have another smaller country here named as Monaco. Spain, France, Italy, and within France only you will have Monaco here. Then we will have Balkan nations. अभी इसको अलग से देखेंगे. Spain, France, Italy, Monaco, Balkan nations. Coming this side, you will have Turkey, Syria. Turkey, Syria, Lebanon, Israel. ये अपने हो गए मिडिल ईस्ट एंड वेस्ट एशिया वाले. Major Spain, France, Italy and Monaco, Balkan nations, and then Turkey, Syria, Lebanon, Israel, all of it. Then we'll have Arab nations, isko we'll remember separately. Arab nations में we will have Egypt, Libya, Algeria, Tunisia and Morocco. इजिप्ट, लीबिया, अल्जीरिया, 3 मेजर, ये हमने तब भी याद करा था व्हेन वी आर रिमेंबरिंग ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैप्रिकॉर्न, सॉरी ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैंसर. इजिप्ट, लीबिया, अल्जीरिया. हियर यू विल हैव ट्यूनीशिया एंड मोरक्को. दिस वर लाइंग अबाउट द ट्रॉपिक्स. ट्यूनीशिया एंड मोरक्को. एक बार जस्ट रिमेंबर, देन वील सी नीचे नीचे का, बस बोलते जाओ बिना देखे. स्पेन, फ्रांस, मोनाको, इटली, बाल्कन नेशंस, देन टर्की, सीरिया, लेबनान, इजराइल, इजिप्ट, लीबिया, अल्जीरिया, ट्यूनीशिया एंड मोरक्को. मेजर डन. अब कमिंग टू दिस स्मॉलर वन. इसको याद मत करो, इसके बस नाम पढ़ लो, दैट आई हैव रेड दिस विथ इन एसोसिएशन विथ मेडिटेरेनियन सी, क्योंकि यहाँ बहुत सारी और भी छोटी छोटी है पीछे. स्लोवेनिया. This is Slovenia. In that you might have SLO written. Don't assume that to be Slovakia. It is Slovenia. Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia, Montenegro, Albania and Greece. Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is the complete name. Montenegro, Albania and Greece. Done? करें आगे. Now after agency, we have looked till agency. यहाँ पर after agency it enters Black Sea. यहाँ पर you will get 2 straits. I remember by this: Dardanelles, Sea of Marmara. B say it will have Bosphorus, this is the strait, and B say Black Sea. So after agency, as we enter, you will have Dardanelles, Marmara, Bosphorus and Black Sea. Dardanelles is the strait here, Bosphorus is the strait here. आप अपनी ट्रिक बना सकते हो. Dardanelles क्या, ये सही है. Dardanelles, Marmara, Bosphorus and Black Sea. DM की BB ऐसे करके. Going more from here, you will have Sea of Azov, and this is Kerch Strait. Now this, why is this important? This is Crimea, this is Ukraine, this is Russia, this is where your war is going on. So Crimean annexation 2014, tab se this is in news. This island is, yeah, this territory is Crimea, annexed by Russia. And here this region from here to here all is annexed by Russia. One major port is Sevastopol port. Revising, after going from Aegean, you will have DM key BB. Dardanelles, Sea of Marmara, Bosphorus, Black Sea. Then we'll cross Kerch Strait and go into Sea of Azov. Done this much. एक बार वापस से लेट्स रिकॉल व्हाट वी हैव लर्नड इन द मेडिटेरेनियन रीजन, बिकॉज दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. यहाँ से फिर क्वेश्चन आएगा. As we enter from Strait of Gibraltar. The territory is controlled by UK and Spain. UK on the Spain वाला side, Spain on the Morocco वाला side. Then अगर याद रहे तो ठीक है, Albanian Sea. Next we'll move here to Balearic Sea and Balearic Islands. Next here we'll move to Italy. Now Italy का spelling is ITALY. You will have Ionian, Tyrrhenian, Adriatic, Ligurian. All these 4 seas are surrounding. ये order नहीं है, ये बस याद करने के लिए, ठीक है. Then moving from here we will have Aegean Sea, then DM key BB. You will have Dardanelles, Marmara, Bosphorus, Black Sea. Going again from here you will have Kerch Strait connecting to Sea of Azov. Island nations you will have France का Corsica, then Sardinia, then Sicily. One island of Greece, Crete. One more island nation, Cyprus. प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने विजिट किया था, इसलिए बस याद रख लो. This is done. Name the countries as well once. You will have Spain, France, Monaco, Italy, Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia Herzegovina, Montenegro, Albania, Greece. सुन लो दो चार बार, टिक ही करना है वहां पे, कोई आपसे पूछेगा नहीं ऐसे कि बोल के बताओ, टिक करना है बस वहां पे. नेक्स्ट, कमिंग दिस साइड यू विल हैव टर्की, सीरिया, लेबनान एंड इजराइल. देन यू विल हैव इजिप्ट. कमिंग हियर, लीबिया, अल्जीरिया, ट्यूनीशिया एंड मोरक्को. These are the nations surrounding Mediterranean Sea. Very important. हमेशा न्यूज में हमेशा एक आध क्वेश्चन रहेगा फ्रॉम दिस रीजन. डन. अब ये छोटे छोटे स्टेट्स हैं, इनको बाद में करेंगे. स्टेट ऑफ मेस्निया एंड ऑल, इवेंचुअली विल लुक एट देम एज वेल. कमिंग टू द मेजर पार्ट, दैट इज रिवर्स. अब रिवर्स में ट्राई टू फोकस ऑन which is falling into Mediterranean Sea, which is flowing to Atlantic side, and which is flowing to Black Sea. So we have divided this into Mediterranean flowing rivers, Atlantic flowing rivers. I have included them into Atlantic only. So Atlantic flowing is everything flowing into North and Baltic Sea as well. So this plus Black Sea. Talking about Mediterranean, you will have important river as Po river and Rhone river. Po and Rhone. Ebro नहीं भी करोगे चलेगा. Just remember Po river and Rhone river. Two rivers flowing towards the Mediterranean side. Po and Ebro and Rhone. And Po passes through Italy and from the areas of wine making areas, viticulture wala areas. Po river. तो पो एंड रोन रिवर्स फॉलिंग टुवर्ड्स मेडिटेरेनियन सी. यही बस ध्यान रख लो किस साइड फॉल कर रही है. नेक्स्ट, फॉलिंग इनटू अटलांटिक ओशन, यू विल हैव वन मेजर रिवर, दैट इज राइन रिवर. राइन रिवर फ्लोज थ्रू जर्मनी. यहाँ पे हमने क्या पढ़ा था राइन के बारे में? हाँ, इट फ्लोज थ्रू अ रिफ्ट वैली, होस्ट एंड गैबन यहाँ पर. एंड यू विल हैव वॉस्गेस, ब्लैक फॉरेस्ट. This we have read in the previous classes. Now it passes through Germany, and from Germany, within Germany it passes through Ruhr region. Ruhr is also its tributary, and यहाँ पर जो region है, it is also called as Ruhr region. This Ruhr region is very important for coal fields के लिए. One of the best coals you will find here in Ruhr region, and because of this Ruhr region you will have industrial development here in this. So Germany, one of the most industrialized nations, especially for automobiles. Heaven for mechanical engineers, they call this region, because most of the automobile companies are developed in and around this. So Ruhr coal fields. And यहाँ पर देखो, you have steel as well. Wherever you have coal and steel, you will find industrialized nations. So coal and steel. Now some of the important cities are also based on this. You will have Basel, then Amsterdam. एक एक याद मत रखो, बस ये यहाँ पर बेस्ड है. Amsterdam port is there on Rhine river. Done. So Rhine river passes through Ruhr region, important for coal and iron. छोटी छोटी बहुत सारी है, सारी नहीं याद रख पाओगे. Then one major river will originate near this. You will have Danube River, Danube and all. Now this will flow into Black Sea. So around Black Sea, you will have various rivers starting with the word D. You will have Danube, Nestor, Dnieper, Don, Don, all of this flowing into Black Sea. So Black Sea ke around you will have rivers starting with the word letter D. Danube River, Nestor, Dnieper, and Don. Don River falls into Sea of Azov. It does not fall directly into Black Sea region. It falls into Sea of Azov, which is connected by Black Sea here. Danube, Nestor, Dnieper, and Don. Important of all this is the most important one is Danube River. It is one of the largest passing through Europe. It flows through Black Forest of Germany. This is where you will have Rhine River as well. दोनों पास पास ही originating. It flows through 10 countries. सबके नाम नहीं याद रखने, पढ़ना भी नहीं है. But just see that it is passing through 10 countries. So छोटी छोटी countries are there. It just meanders and passes through various countries here. Falls ultimately into Black Sea, Danube River. So it is lifeline of complete Europe, especially inner countries here, Danube. अगर एग्जाम में तुक्का मानना हो that which of the following river flows through, अगर बीच की कोई भी कंट्री दे दे, Danube पे तुक्का मानना है, ठीक है, because it is flowing to majority of the countries here. Some of the major cities, Paris Seine पे based है, Seine river. Rhine we have seen Amsterdam and Basel. Venice very much in Instagram reels. You have Po, जो हमने पढ़ी थी, Po river. Then Danube, since it is passing through various nations, it will have most of the countries or their capital based on them. Vienna, Budapest, Belgrade, all on Danube river. Danube है जो pronounce करना है, Danube river. इतनी कर लो बस. Seine river because Paris is based on it. Next you have Rhine, so you will have Amsterdam, Basel, both on it. Po river, Venice, Danube, you have majority of the countries that are lying in the interior. So Vienna, Budapest, Belgrade, all on Danube river. Done. Let's revise the rivers. So you will have one major river flowing like this, Po river, one river here, यहाँ पर है, Rhone. Then या बनी नहीं है क्या Rhine river? This is a major river passing through one of the industrialized nations, Rhine river. This river is Danube river falling into Black Sea. Then these are Nestor, Dnieper, and Don river. So you will have Don river falling into Sea of Azov. Don के साथ ही you will get another river, Volga. But this Volga falls into Caspian Sea. इसको we'll see later on. But this Don and Volga both are in Russia. You will have Russia here. So Don Volga दोनों रहेगी, and there is this Don Volga link project या canal that is there. This will connect ultimately your Caspian Sea to Sea of Azov, Black Sea, Mediterranean, and then the ocean. So they have this route as well from Caspian through Don Volga. इसीलिए this becomes very important, Don Volga canal या link project. So Don Volga can be connected here coming to Sea of Azov, Black, and all of it. ठीक है. Paris is based on Seine. Rhine पे you will have Amsterdam, Basel, both of them are based. Pope, Venice, Italy, and various cities will be based on Danube River. Done. Major rivers of Europe. Some of the places that are in news. So one is this Santorini Island. अलग से नहीं पढ़ा था यहाँ पर. It was in news. Greece. This belongs to Greece here. Ionian Islands. Again, Ionian Sea कहाँ थी? It was near to Italy. But Ionian Islands. यहाँ पे ये रहे. So here you have Ionian Sea. This is Italy, let's say, for example. Italy के near you will have Ionian Sea. Ionian Islands are here. These are Ionian Islands. So this island chain belongs to Greece. ये Greece है यहाँ पे. So even though Ionian Sea we have learned near Italy, Ionian Islands, this side belongs to Greece. So two things in news, Santorini Island and Ionian Islands, Greece. Then there are certain glaciers also in Alps region, they are famous. You will have Birch Glacier. Birch Glacier is in Switzerland. So fall of this, collapse of this glacier has triggered a landslide. And वहाँ थोड़ा devastation हुआ था. That is why this particular glacier was in news. Also there are certain glaciers that have been declared dead. So these are lost glaciers, not necessarily from Europe, but these are lost glaciers. They have been declared dead. Glacier पढ़ रहे थे तो मैंने यहीं डाल दिया. First glacier to be declared dead is from Iceland. You will have Ojokul Glacier. नाम पढ़ लो, because they might just list that which of these glaciers are declared dead. You have Ojokul Glacier, Sarin Glacier, that is in France, Pico, Humboldt Glacier, Venezuela. ये सब recent वाले ही हैं, 23, 24, 25. Yala Glacier, Nepal. And another glacier, Dagu Glacier, expected to be dead by 2030. Dead means they cannot now revive that particular glacier. ऐसा नहीं कि it has become completely devoid of ice. उसमें होगा, but it has been lost to that extent that now there is no revival of this particular glacier possible. So some of the dead glaciers, and these are recent dead glaciers. This is first one. इसके बाद भी और भी हुए होंगे, but these are the recent ones to be declared dead, and one is expected to be dead by 2030. Done? लिखो लिखो. आज बहुत फैक्चुअल रहेगा because this is what is mapping. Coming to the climate type, major bus try to superimpose. You will have Mediterranean type, above that you will have British type, above that here you will have taigas and steppes and all. You know all of it, that what kind of plants are grown. पढ़ा था detail में हमने. So based on that you will have various types of plants also. अपने आप से अब relate करते जाना कि if viticulture is there, it has to be somewhere near, जैसे citrus fruits are written, orange and all, it has to be near the Mediterranean. Coming to the various groupings that are there. Now groupings mein you will have first the Nordic countries. So Scandinavian will include your Norway, Sweden and Denmark. These groupings are important, hai na? Norway, Sweden and Denmark. These are your Scandinavian countries. Add to it Iceland and Finland. Add both of this, you will get Nordic countries. So Scandinavian is just these three: Norway, Sweden, Denmark. Scandinavian. Then include Finland and Iceland, you will get Nordic. This Greenland is part of Denmark only, इसलिए हम Greenland अलग से नहीं बोल रहे, ठीक है? Greenland is the territory of Denmark. Then Baltic states, these are three Baltic states. अलग से जो बोला जाता है, एस्टोनिया, लातविया, लिथुआना, बाल्टिक. Coming to Balkan states, here we have Balkan mountain ranges. Anything lying on this side is Balkan state. Here we have a part of Turkey as well. So till here you have Asia and then you have Europe. So it is being said that this European part of Turkey is also counted under Balkan state. This is debatable, but still European part of Turkey is also counted as Balkan region because region तो यही है पूरा. This is the Balkan region. Then Benelux countries are Benelux, Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg. Benelux countries. Then coming to British Island. Now British Island is, first thing is you have United Kingdom. Now this United Kingdom consists of England, जिसके साथ हमारे मैच होते हैं क्रिकेट में, that is just this part, England. This is not UK, this is England. Within England, near to England, you will have Wales, a separate entity, Scotland, another separate entity, and you will have Northern Ireland, Ireland. This is Ireland complete. Out of that, you will have Northern Ireland separate. All four combined to form United Kingdom. So first you will have England, then you will have British Isles. British Isles is include both these things that are there on the same island. So England, Scotland and Wales. These three included to form British Isles. Include Northern Ireland as well, you will find United Kingdom. Groupings. Interchangeably they are used वैसे. ब्रिटेन में ही हम सब अज्यूम कर लेते हैं. We have seen almost all of it. See, अब various countries are written. एक एक नहीं याद रह पाएगी. Automobiles के लिए देख लो, you will have some of the nations that are prominent, especially it has to be Germany that is there, that is very famous. Then in UK you will have Manchester, important for textiles, पता है यहीं से ले जाते थे सारा. So Manchester and Lancashire, these are famous for your textile manufacturing. इसको खुद से पढ़ लेना अगर किसी को पढ़ना है तो. Let's recall everything about Europe now. First, this is Baltic Sea. This is North Sea. This is Bay of Biscay. Then you will have Mediterranean region. We'll discuss this separately abhi. यहाँ पर you will have Gulf of Bothnia, Gulf of Finland. Which port? ठीक है. 3 nations here. You will have Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and this is Kaliningrad. This is a territory of Russia. ठीक है. Countries surrounding, you will have which country here? Sweden. This is Finland. This is Poland, Germany, Denmark. So these are the, यहाँ तक Germany तक, these are the Baltic surrounding countries. Then North Sea के surrounding you will have Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, France, UK. All of this surrounding North Sea. Coming here to the Mediterranean region, यहाँ पर you have Balearic Islands, Balearic Sea. Then these 3 islands, Corsica, Sardinia, Sicily. Here you will have a Mount Etna. ठीक है. This is Italy. So start with Ionian, Tyrrhenian, Adriatic, Ligurian. Going here you will have Aegean Sea. Then DMK, BB. So you will have Dardanelles, Marmara, Bosphorus, Black Sea, Kerch Strait, Sea of Azov. याद आ रही है चीजें? डन। यहाँ पर दिस आइलैंड इज क्रेट, दिस इज सिप्रस. यहाँ पर आयनियन आइलैंड्स आर देयर, दिस आर पार्ट ऑफ ग्रीस ओनली. वन मोर आइलैंड वी हैव रेड हियर, सेंटोरिनी आइलैंड, अगेन पार्ट ऑफ ग्रीस. अलग से पढ़ा था प्लेसेस इन न्यूज में, सेंटोरिनी आइलैंड. कंट्रीज सराउंडिंग दिस, स्पेन, फ्रांस, मोनाको, इटली, स्लोवेनिया, क्रोएशिया, बॉस्निया हर्जेगोविना, अल्बानिया, मॉन्टेनिग्रो, ग्रीस. याद नहीं रहेगा चलेगा, एक दो बार सुन लो इनको, ग्रीस से याद कर लो वापस. यू विल हैव टर्की, सीरिया, लेबनान, इजराइल. देन हियर यू विल गेट इजिप्ट, लीबिया, अल्जीरिया, ट्यूनीशिया, मोरक्को. चलो गुड, सब याद है. रिवर्स विल रिवाइज वन मोर टाइम. यहाँ पर पो रिवर, कि कौन सा बेस्ड है इस पे, वेनिस. वेनिस इज बेस्ड ऑन पो रिवर. देन यहाँ पर यू विल हैव रोन, यहाँ पर यू विल हैव राइन, यहाँ पर देर विल बी अ डेन्यूब रिवर फ्लोइंग. This Rhine is important for coal and iron and steel areas from Ruhr region of Germany. Done. Another river that flows here, Don. एक यहाँ जाएगी, Volga. Don Volga link canal will be there. Next you will have rivers flowing like this, Nestor and Dnieper. Done. और क्या पढ़ा है इसमें? Mountains. Mountains you will have Alps and Urals. See, Urals is what is assumed to be a boundary between Europe and Asia. So this is Urals. Next, you will have Pyrenees, Apennines, Balkans, Carpathians. And then here you will have Caucasus region. ज़्यादा उधर बना दिया, ये रहा. ठीक है, याद आ रही हैं चीज़ें? कौन सा माउंटेन? ऊपर वाला. चलो ये यहीं कर लिया था अपन ने पहली. Done. So we are done with Europe as well. ऑनलाइन चैट्स में न्यूमोनिक्स चल रहा है, बॉस की सस्ती मोमो, आई डोंट नो. चलो, कमिंग टू अफ्रीका नाउ. नाउ अफ्रीका से यू विल हैव all three parallels passing. So you will have Tropic of Cancer passing from here, equator from this region, and then Capricorn from niche, southern part of it. Because of this you will get diverse type of climates also, diverse type of vegetations also. Here and here you will get desert regions, here you will get rainforest as well. Between both of them you will get grasslands as well, savanna type, Sudan type of climate, all of this you will get. And in the tops you will start getting Mediterranean type of climate as well, here also, here also. पढ़ा था ना केप टाउन में, you get Mediterranean type of climate, so all of this will be there. यहाँ पे this region is called as Horn of Africa. Africa में what you are supposed to focus on is, this is a conflict region, this is a conflict region, this is a conflict region. So we'll focus separately on conflict areas in detail कि क्या क्या conflicts वाले cities है वहाँ पर, we'll focus on that. Horn of Africa composes of seed, Somalia, Eritrea, Ethiopia and Djibouti. These are 4 Horn of Africa countries, out of which is not bordering the sea, which is completely landlocked. You have Ethiopia completely landlocked. So Ethiopia is completely landlocked. Next 3 are there. major features that you will find here. One first major feature is Sahara Desert. Sahara के साथ you will get Libyan and Nubian desert here. Both are separated by Nile River. Libyan and Nubian desert. Sahara, Libyan, Nubian desert. थोड़ा ऊपर जाएंगे तो you will get Atlas mountains as well. अभी एक एक को थोड़ा देखेंगे अच्छे से. Coming down towards the equatorial region you will get Congo basin. यहाँ पर हाईलैंड्स में you will get Ethiopian and Adamawa mountains. Ethiopian highlands या यहाँ पर Adamawa highlands या Adamawa mountains you will get. Then one major feature will be Rift Valley and the associated lakes that are there. So Great African Rift Valley is there. Then coming down here you will get Katanga and Bai Plateau. Resource rich region. Congo River originates near this. So Congo Basin, you have the questions coming regularly from this area. We'll get Congo Basin here. Then coming down you will get Namib and Kalahari Desert. Namib and Kalahari Desert. And then here one more thing, Great Karoo. इसको भी देखेंगे. Atlas Mountains, बस एक broad picture बना लो, फिर इसको खोल के पढ़ते जाएंगे. Atlas Mountains on the top, then you will get deserts here, Sahara, Libyan, Nubian desert. Coming down desert से you will get highlands, Ethiopian highlands, Adamawa highlands. Congo Basin, Great African Rift Valley, Katanga and Bai Plateau, then desert again, Kalahari and Namib desert. अच्छा यहाँ पर we get 4 coast gigs: grain, ivory, gold and slave coast. So this is there. And वो ivory coast वाला question जो आया था, see how near it is lying to the equator. This is the equator. That is why it rains so much here. So you can have cocoa plantations here. Grain, ivory, gold and slave coast. यहाँ लिखा है. Atlas mountains, they separate Sahara from Mediterranean. So this is where separation comes. This is Mediterranean, this is Sahara. Atlas mountains. Ethiopian islands में we'll see a lake called as Lake Tana, that is the source of Blue Nile River. Lake Tana, source of Blue Nile. Abhi we'll see Nile is formed because of 2 headward tributaries. You will have Blue Nile and White Nile meeting here and forming the Nile River that is there. So we'll get Ethiopian islands from where you will have Lake Tana originating, which is the source of Blue Nile River. Katanga and Bai Plateau, these are very near, almost same सा यहाँ पर. You will get uranium near Katanga Plateau, and it is being said that this particular mine used to support, used to give uranium during the time of World War II. Almost 2/3 of the uranium was supplied from this mine that is here in Katanga. So uranium rich this region. Another famous mineral is copper. Both in Katanga and Bai Plateau you will get copper. Adamawa highlands में you will get bauxite. And this Karoo is just semi-arid region. याद रखना है तो ठीक है, नहीं तो छोड़ भी सकते हैं. Semi-arid. Tropics के पास में, इसलिए it will be relatively arid region. So Atlas separating Mediterranean and Sahara. Then you will have Sahara Desert. Coming down you will have Ethiopian highlands, from where you will have Blue Nile originating from Lake Tana. Then Katanga and Bai Plateau, uranium and copper. Adamawa highlands, Adamawa Plateau, bauxite, and here you will have semi-arid regions. Coming to desert specifically, Sahara Desert, we have read about tribes also. So याद करते जाओ. Sahara, Tuaregs of Sahara, remember. Then you will have Namib Desert. Namib and Kalahari, these are very near. Namib and Kalahari desert, यहाँ पर you will get a cold current. Cold current अभी oceanography नहीं पढ़ा है but पढ़ लेंगे. But this current is called Venezuela current. So Venezuela current brings desiccating effect to Namib desert. अब this tribes, you will have Bushmen and Hottentots, दोनों इस region में है. तो Hottentots and Bushmen इसको कालाहारी में भी पढ़ते हैं. Hottentots and Bushmen of Kalahari, पास पास है. Then Nubian desert, here we have Libyan and Nubian, and it is separated by Nile river. So these are Libyan and Nubian desert separated by Nile river. Done. एक और ट्राइब पड़ी थी, इनफैक्ट दो और ट्राइब्स पड़ी थी डेजर्ट पढ़ते टाइम. In desert region, I am asking, we have read about two more tribes in desert. Something of Arabia and something of Australia. याद करो. Bedouins of Arabia and Bindibu of Australia. Tribes, most probably they'll ask you tribes either of desert region or of equatorial region. तो ध्यान रख लिया करो desert की tribes का. Bedouins of Arabia, Bindibu of Australia, Bushmen and Hottentots of Kalahari, Tuaregs of Sahara. Coming to basin, you will have Congo basin, most prominent here. So Congo is the second largest tropical rainforest after Amazon. Next, it is also the lungs of Africa. It acts as a carbon sink as well. So it acts as a global carbon sink. Also, world's largest peatland. आया हुआ क्वेश्चन है ये भी, world's largest peatland वाला भी, Congo basin. Next, because it is lying on the equator, so much rain is there that we get good biodiversity in this region. Rainforest है, so it is a biodiversity hotspot as well. जैसा एंडीज की कंट्रीज पूछी थी, now they might ask कि Congo basin lies in how many countries. So again it is 6 countries in which Congo basin is lying. Just read the names of it. You will have two from the Congo itself, Democratic Republic of Congo and Republic of Congo. Then Cameroon, another country starting with C only. Then Central African Republic, another country starting with C only. तो दो तो कॉन्गो वाली हो गई, एक हो गई कैमरून, एक हो गई सेंट्रल अफ्रीकन रिपब्लिक. देन इक्वेटोरियल गिनी एंड गैबन. इक्वेटोरियल गिनी विल बी हियर एंड गैबन विल बी हियर. तो 2 with G ऐसे याद कर सकते हो, गिनी एंड गैबन. सॉरी. So it spans to 6 countries. यहाँ देख लो. It spans in this 6 countries. You will have Congo, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Gabon and Equatorial Guinea. These 6 nations. This is where you will have Congo basin. Done. Coming to rivers of Africa. Now rivers में major river will be Nile river. You will have 2 tributaries separately अभी पढ़ेंगे. You will have Blue Nile and White Nile. Blue Nile originates from Lake Tana, and you will have White Nile. They'll meet near Khartoum and then they form the Nile river. इसको भी देखेंगे. It is in news. This specifically this region is in news. Then here another major river is Congo river. It crosses equator twice. So Congo river originating near Katanga Plateau. यहाँ लिखा नहीं है, but you will have Congo river. Then relatively smaller rivers में you will have Zambezi river, Victoria Falls. Another major falls that is there, Zambezi river, originating near Katanga Plateau. ध्यान रखना which river is flowing on which side. So we will have Zambezi and Limpopo flowing towards the Indian Ocean side. And then you will have Orange River, Niger River, Congo River, all of this flowing towards the Atlantic side. Orange River, यहाँ पर you will have Drakensberg range. So they originate from there, and again gold deposits are very prominent here in this region, orange region. लिम्पोपो छूट गया क्या? लिम्पोपो, वेल्ड्स ऑफ अफ्रीका पढ़ा था. वेल्ड्स, टेम्परेट रेन फॉर टेम्परेट ग्रासलैंड्स. So Limpopo river is serving those grasslands. Welds crosses Tropic of Capricorn twice. Limpopo river. अब this is desert region, so any river that is flowing here will become like a lifeline. So Niger river acts as a lifeline of West Africa. Niger and its tributaries, तो यहाँ पर और 2-3 tributary है, major tributaries of Niger. So they'll act as lifeline of Africa. छोटी नदियाँ देख लो, इन दोनों को डिटेल में देखेंगे. We'll have Zambezi and Limpopo flowing towards the Indian Ocean side. You will have Orange and Niger, also Congo, flowing towards the Atlantic Ocean side. It flows through Capricorn twice. This flows through Equator twice. Zambezi, just remember Victoria Falls. Orange River, gold deposits. Niger River, West Africa, lifeline. We will see Nile and Congo River. So Nile River originates from, फिर से Lake Tana, and the second part of Nile, that is White Nile, it originates from Lake Victoria. So one originates from Tana, another originates from Victoria. They flow and they meet here near Khartoum. So they meet near Khartoum, and this is a conflict region. We will see Tuti Island here. उसको मैं separately conflict regions में पढ़ाऊंगा. It is based here on the confluence of these two. On the confluence of Nile River and Blue Nile and White Nile River, you will get Tuti Island. It is in this shape. ऐसे crescent shape का island है. From here you will have Blue Nile coming. From here you will have White Nile coming, and they are forming this island here, Tuti Island. Here on the mouth of Nile you will get petroleum. Again petroleum. Aswan Dam and GERD, Great Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. It is built here in the Ethiopia on Blue Nile. Port Said, ये कहाँ पे है? ये इसके पास में ही है, not exactly on the mouth of Nile River, but here near your Suez Canal. अभी Suez Canal भी देखेंगे, but on the mouth of your Suez Canal you will get this Port Said. Last year also there was this question on Sumed pipeline. याद आ रहा है? It was nothing but Suez and Mediterranean. उससे भी हो रहा था वो question. Suez and Mediterranean, Sumed pipeline, again from this region. So Nile River, बताते जाओ. Lake Tana, Lake Victoria, Blue Nile, White Nile meeting near Khartoum. An island will be formed, Tuti Island. They are going here, and on the mouths you will get petroleum. And यहाँ पर है Port Said, पास में ही है. Two dams, GERD and Aswan Dam. Next, coming to Congo River, originates from Katanga Plateau. Pygmy tribes पढ़ा था. Equatorial rainforest में you will get pygmy tribes in Congo basin. Amazon tribes का नाम क्या था? Amazon ही था. And in Malaysia, Indonesia types, Orang Asli tribes. Here also you will get petroleum on the mouth of Congo River. Now Great African Rift Valley, we'll see the lake system as well. So African Rift Valley is being formed because of tearing apart of this particular plate that is there. So from the eastern side you will get tearing apart of this plate, and because of this we will get a proper rift valley being formed and consequent development of various lakes in this region. अब ये lakes के बारे में थोड़ा सा पढ़ते हैं. First major thing to know is Lake Victoria, that is the biggest lake here. It is not the part of Rift Valley. It is a natural lake that is there. It is not part of Rift Valley. It lies here in the middle. Rift Valley passes from here and here. It is not part of Rift Valley. Lake Victoria. And from this Lake Victoria only you will have your equator passing. So Lake Victoria से ही equator निकल रहा है. Now various other lakes that you will find in this region. You will have Turkana, क्योगा, अल्बर्ट, याद करना पड़ेगा अब. लेक तुर्काना, लेक क्योगा, लेक अल्बर्ट, लेक तांगनिका एंड लेक मलावी. मलावी इज ऑल्सो नोन एज लेक न्यासा. तो बस ये 5 मेजर याद कर लो. छोटी छोटी और भी है, लेक नायवाशा, लेक कीवू एंड ऑल, बहुत सारी है छोटी छोटी. ये 5 मेजर: तुर्काना, क्योगा, अल्बर्ट, तांगनिका एंड मलावी. दिस इज विक्टोरिया. तो विक्टोरिया के आसपास हैं सारी. लेक तुर्काना, लेक क्योगा, लेक अल्बर्ट, लेक तांगनिका एंड लेक मलावी. This Nyasa is Malawi only. Here we will have Chad Basin, where you will get Chad River, Chad Lake. Separate है ये. Turkana, Kyoga, Albert, Tanganyika and Malawi. These 5 major lakes lying in and around Victoria. And equator will pass from here, तो इनमें से नहीं pass होगा. Last year का question है, that it passes from where? Done? We talked about Suez Canal अभी थोड़ी देर पहले. Suez Canal connects which sea is here? Red Sea to Mediterranean Sea. So Red Sea to Mediterranean Sea, it is connecting. Now within Suez Canal you will get 2 lakes also, Great Bitter Lake and Little Bitter Lake. तो Bitter Lake याद कर लो. Bitter Lake, Great या Little, it is here in the Suez Canal. Which lake was there in the Panama Canal? जी से था कुछ, Gatun, Lake Gatun, भूलो मत पीछे का. Lake Gatun was there in the Panama Canal. यहाँ पर you will have Bitter Lake here. Where was Salt Lake? USA. और Great Bear Lake, एक बार ऑर्डर बता दो कनाडा का. ग्रेट बियर, बियर स्लेव, अथाबास्का, रेंडियर, विनीपेग. नीचे यहाँ पर यूएस में होम्स, HOMES. ठीक है चलो. तो वैसे ही लेक्स, इफ वी आर डिस्कसिंग हियर, यू विल हैव बिटर लेक विद इन द Suez Canal, and here you will get Port Said. जो मैं बोल रहा था थोड़ी देर पहले, you will get Port Said on the mouths of this Suez Canal. It connects Gulf of Suez. तो Suez ध्यान रखना, it is on Red Sea side. Suez is not there. Suez is on Red Sea side. हो सकता है ना उधर है कि इधर है. It is on Red Sea side. अब Red Sea कर रहे हैं तो Red Sea भी पढ़ लेते हैं. Here on the Red Sea, this is where your Suez is and this is where your Suez Canal is. Now this lies in the Gulf of Suez. But here within Red Sea, you have another gulf called Gulf of Aqaba. So Gulf of Suez and Gulf of Aqaba. These two lie on the Red Sea side. This is where you have Red Sea. And Sharm el Sheikh declaration, yaad hai? This is where your Sharm el Sheikh is located. Egypt on the Sinai Peninsula. So this peninsula that is formed because of Gulf of Suez and Gulf of Aqaba is called as Sinai Peninsula. This is part of Egypt. हम इजिप्ट अफ्रीका ही पढ़ रहे हैं तो ये अफ्रीका का ही पार्ट है. सिनाई पेनिनसुला पार्ट ऑफ इजिप्ट ओनली. दिस इज फ्रॉम वेयर यू विल हैव वेस्ट एशिया. दिस इज इजिप्ट, Sinai Peninsula. Another peninsula that we have discussed earlier today, Yucatan Peninsula. It is part of Mexico. अभी दो तीन और पेनिनसुला आएंगे. तो Sinai Peninsula, Egypt. Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico. Done. Then we have complete Red Sea. Coming here on this side of Red Sea, you will have seed countries. Seed countries is Horn of Africa. This is Horn of Africa. यहाँ पर एरिट्रिया, जिबोटी एंड यमन, ये तीन है मेन प्रोमिनेंट. विच स्टेट इज दिस? दिस इज बाबल मंदेब. सो यू विल गेट बाबल मंदेब स्ट्रेट हियर, एंड दिस स्टेट इज कंट्रोल्ड बाय, here it is controlled by Djibouti and here it is controlled by Yemen. And since Yemen is there controlling it, that is why this becomes very risky here, because Yemen rogue nation almost. So Houthi rebels, yaad hai cheeze, international relations. So Yemen and Djibouti are controlling your Bab el Mandeb. ऐसा मैच द कॉलम दिया जा सकता है. मेजर स्टेट्स कंट्रोल्ड बाय योर बाबल मंदेब, पर्शियन गल्फ वाला स्टेट, फिर आपका जिब्राल्टर, ऐसे दो तीन स्टेट के नाम लिख देंगे एंड दे विल गिव यू मैच द कॉलम कंट्रीज कंट्रोलिंग दिस स्टेट. इसलिए ये इंपॉर्टेंट है, ध्यान रखते जाओ. इट इज बीइंग कंट्रोल्ड बाय योर यमन एंड जिबोटी. डन. So here on the Red Sea, on this side of Suez, you will have Gulf of Suez, Gulf of Aqaba, and here you will have Sinai Peninsula. Then complete Red Sea. Coming to the lower side, you will have Bab el Mandeb, controlled by Yemen and Djibouti. Bab el Mandeb. Done. Now talking about the conflict zones. Now this is very important part that we will be starting abhi. सूडान पे भी आई थिंक एक दो साल पहले देयर वाज अ क्वेश्चन, लास्ट ईयर भी देयर वाज दिस क्वेश्चन, जहाँ पे दे मेड अ मिस्टेक बाय राइटिंग लाइक दिस. याद आ रहा है एक, जहाँ पर हमने इससे क्वेश्चन सॉल्व कर लिया था, डी टैट ऐसे लिख दिया था, त्रिनेत्र में करवाया था अगर याद हो तो. ठीक है. नाउ दिस इज वेयर यू हैव सूडान. So it has an opening to Red Sea. Sudan is having an opening to Red Sea here. अब the conflict here is between, you will have Sudan forces and various rebel forces that are conflicting, especially in this region. So you will have Khartoum here. This is where your Blue Nile and White Nile are meeting, and here you will get Tuti Island. This Tuti Island is like this crescent shaped island. This is from where White Nile is coming, this is from where Blue Nile is coming, and Khartoum is the capital city. So imagine a rebel group occupying an island. It is like a challenge to the government there. So to occupy this island, यहाँ पे constant struggles होते रहते हैं. So Tuti Island is constantly in news at the confluence of these two. Crescent shaped island है ये. अगर याद रह जाए तो ठीक है. महास्नूबियन कम्युनिटी याद रखना उतना is not important, but where is this island located, that is important. It is lying on Khartoum, lying in Khartoum on these two Nile rivers. Next is Jazeera. It might be written as Al Jazeera. It is again an agricultural sector. यहाँ photo है, हाँ. Just below this you will have region called Al Jazeera. यहाँ दिख रहा है this region. So it is a key agricultural region in the battlefield sector. तो यहीं पे battles हो रही है और यहीं पर ये जजीरा रीजन है. तो सारा खाना जो सपोर्ट हो रहा है ना, बस इस रीजन के कारण सपोर्ट हो रहा है. इफ द रेबल्स आर एबल टू ऑक्यूपाई दिस पर्टिकुलर एरिया, दे विल ब्लॉक ऑल द फूड सप्लाई गोइंग टू द डोमेस्टिक पॉपुलेशन देयर. दैट इज वेरी प्रोमिनेंट रीजन हियर, जजीरा. अगेन कॉन्स्टेंटली इन न्यूज. कि बस रीजन्स ध्यान रख लो कि कहाँ कहाँ पर है. जजीरा या अल जजीरा इज इन सुडान. Next, talking about Darfur region, another major region in Sudan that is in constant in news. Darfur region, ethnic clashes. Near to Darfur, you will also have this Kordofan region. Now, this is becoming the new battleground. Kordofan, Khartoum, Darfur, Kordofan. It is near to Darfur only. One major city here is Al Fashar. Al Fashar city within the Darfur region. So Darfur में भी ये होता है North Darfur, South Darfur ऐसे करके. And one refugee camp is there, that is Zamzam camp. You can just note down this along with Sudan. ये 4-5 points. एक refugee camp का भी question था 2-3 साल पहले. बिदी बिदी refugee camp याद है, केन्या वाला. So that Zamzam camp is here. Sudan civil war से refugees are going here. Done? हाँ, tell me about the reasons. You will have Tuti Island. चलो start करते हैं. Tuti Island, Khartoum. Then you will have Jazeera region just below this, a key agricultural region. Then this region is Darfur. This region is Kordofan, a major city here, Al Fashar, and a camp here, Zamzam camp. ये सब सूडान से रिलेटेड है. ठीक है. Coming to the next conflict region, you will have Tigray region. 4-5 साल से consistently in news, you might have read about this as well. Now this Tigray region is having the border tensions here between Eritrea and Ethiopia. Now see, Ethiopia is landlocked. So because of which there is some struggle going around between the border areas यहाँ पर, Ethiopia and Eritrea. बस इन दोनों के बीच में, between the Ethiopia and Eritrea. यहाँ पर है टिग्रे रीजन. वो ये नहीं पूछेंगे किस किस के बीच में एग्जैक्टली क्या हो रहा है, किसकी आर्म्ड फोर्स किसको सपोर्ट कर रही है. दिस इज मेन एस्पेक्ट. यहाँ पे जस्ट सी फ्रॉम प्रीलिम्स पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, टिग्रे रीजन इज बिटवीन एरिट्रिया एंड इथियोपिया. Same way, near to this region, you will get Afar Triangle. Now, this Afar Triangle, also known as Afar Depression. This depression is because यहाँ पर 3 plates हैं and they are tearing apart. So, imagine from a point 3 rings are going apart. तो वो वाला region नीचे जाएगा. That is why we have this depression, this region called as Afar Depression. So, यहाँ पर you will have Arabian plate, African plate, and this the East African wala plate. They are going separate in separate directions. So as they are moving separate, a kind of depression is being created here called as Afar Depression or Afar Triangle region. This is where conflict is going on. यहाँ पर Tigray region है और ये Afar region है. Both the areas are constantly in news. Afar and Tigray. Done? किसकी आवाज आई? किसने सर बोला ना? Coming to the central part of it, you will have Congo, Uganda, and Rwanda. These 3 nations, and between them a conflict is going on, and it starts with the name M23. So M23 movement that is there. March 23 movement that is going around, and it is going in and around this Lake Kivu. This is the Lake Kivu. Abhi we have remembered this Lake Albert and नीचे Lake Tanganyika. इस बीच में छोटी छोटी लेक्स भी है. One of those lakes is Lake Kivu that is there. Now this side of your Congo. It is mineral rich. In order to get a hold of it, Rwanda is supporting various rebel groups in this region to get a hold of this region. This is relatively mineral rich. So you will have लिखा होगा कहीं तो Eastern Congo is mineral rich, and to get a hold of it, Rwanda's backed rebel groups are constantly active in those regions. And we have this Kivu province also here. So this is Lake Kivu. बस Lake Kivu का location याद रख लो. It is between your Congo and Rwanda. Congo and Rwanda. Lake Kivu. Let's say this is Lake Kivu. यहाँ पर दो cities है. You will have Goma city and Bukavu cities. One is having the control of north side of Kivu, other is having control of the southern side of Kivu. इसीलिए they become relatively strategic. एक वॉल्केनो भी लोकेटेड है, नाम मत याद रखो, बस ये इसलिए डाल दिया कि आप ये नोटिस करा करो. दिस इज ओंगो, साउंडिंग सिमिलर टू कॉन्गो ओनली, कॉन्गो में है. ऐसे मत याद रखना, बस ये देख लो कि ओंगो आ रहा है एंड में, साउंडिंग सिमिलर टू कॉन्गो, इट इज देयर इन कॉन्गो. सो यू हैव लेक कीवू, एंड ऊपर एक और याद रख लो, लेक एडवर्ड, बिकॉज दिस इज द कीवू रीजन. This complete is the Kivu province. Kivu province has Kivu Lake also and Edward Lake also. This Edward is between Uganda and Congo. This Kivu was between Rwanda and Congo. इसीलिए यहाँ पर ज़्यादा दिक्कत हो रही है, because this group is backed by Rwanda. So M23 movement backed by Rwanda in Kivu province, and we have Lake Kivu in this region, two cities Goma and Bukavu that are strategically important for the control of Lake Kivu there. This is where Lake Edward is. We have read about Victoria, Turkana, Kyoga, Albert, Tanganyika and Malawi. ये पढ़ा था. बीच में ये दो छोटी लेक्स हैं, वन इज लेक एडवर्ड एंड लेक कीवू, and they are involved in the conflict regions, इसलिए you can remember them as well, Edward and Kivu. Done. Coming to another conflict location. Now this conflict is internal conflict only. Coming to the western side, you will have Benin. Benin कहाँ पर है, जो हमने यहाँ पे पढ़ा था, GIGS. So this is where your Grain Coast and Slave Coast is located. Sorry, Gold and Slave Coast is located. So this is where you will have Benin. ऐसा लंबा सा बस नेशन है, and यहाँ पर मिलिट्री कूप्स हो रहे हैं. So recent attempt of coup is there, military coups. Benin. बस ध्यान रख लो लोकेशन ऑफ बेनिन की किधर है, इतना बस. इट इज टुवर्ड्स द वेस्टर्न साइड ऑफ इट. थोड़ा सा पहले रिवाइज कर लें. चलो आइलैंड्स खत्म करने के बाद विल रिवाइज. Africa में also we have various islands. Some of the islands lying here, some of the islands lying in the mid of the ocean, and some of the island nations lying on this side. Ab islands lying here are controlled by mostly the European countries. So you will have Madeira, controlled by Portugal. Canary, you will have one current named after this island, or I would say this island named after that current. This is cold current, that is Canary's current that is there. So this Canary island is there, it is controlled by Spain. Then this Cape Verde. Coming to this side, this is very interior of the oceans. अब ये कहाँ है, this is, ये यहाँ पे पास में बने हैं, ये बहुत बीच में है, somewhere here in the middle of your South America and your Africa. In the middle of this, you will have three important Extension Islands, St. Helena's and Tristan da Cunha. These three islands are there, Extension, St. Helena, Tristan da Cunha. And ये सारा British का है. Everything is controlled by British. This is a military base. St. Helena, this is where your Napoleon was. You might have read it in in your world history. St. Helena's Island, and this is the remotest location. This is thousands of miles away from any land that is there. नीचे जाओगे तो Antarctica आएगा. So it is being said that the nearest land to this is Antarctica, not this. ये इतना दूर है इनसे. So this is not here very much near. यहाँ पे जितना पास दिख रहा है ये बहुत दूर दूर है. Ascension Island, St. Helena's and Tristan da Cunha Island. Then Indian Ocean. Islands in the Indian Ocean region, you will have Seychelles, Comoros, Mauritius, and Reunion. And then one big nation, big island nation, that is Madagascar. एनर्जी लो क्यों हो गया है? बहुत ओवरलोड हो गया इंफॉर्मेशन का. रिकॉल करते हैं अभी. ब्रेक अभी से. डोंट वरी, विल रिवाइज. उसमें सब धीरे धीरे रिकॉल होने लगेगा. आइलैंड्स, यू विल हैव मदीरा, कैनरी एंड कैप वर्डे. रिलेटिवली ऊपर. कौन कंट्रोल कर रहा है नहीं याद रखोगे चलेगा, बस एक relative location that they are lying towards this side of Africa. Then Ascension, St. Helena's and Tristan da Cunha, relatively in the Atlantic Ocean, South Atlantic. And यहाँ पर you will have, इन सबके नाम सुने, ये तो आप टिक भी कर दोगे. Seychelles, Comoros, Mauritius, Reunion and Madagascar. Done. Talking about island, you have another island in news, that is Turtle Islands, and it is submerging because of climate change. So this is an island in Sierra Leone. This is a nation here. Turtle Islands, Nyangai region. अब normally this term ये किसके जैसा लग रहा है? It looks like, ये confusing हो सकता है. It looks like South East Asian terms. वहां ऐसे होता है न्यानगाई. ध्यान रखना, न्यानगाई प्रोविंस इधर है सिएरा लियोने में. न्यानगाई रीजन. Turtle Island submerging because of climate change. Noted. There are some more places in news. इसके बाद पक्का रिकॉल करेंगे. You will have Lake Victoria was here, from where your equator was passing. विक्टोरिया के पास में ही एक गल्फ है, विनम गल्फ. So this Vinam Gulf is having year-round cyanobacterial growth and harmful algal blooms. So this particular gulf is seeing year-round algal blooms. Cyanobacteria बहुत कलरफुल सा हो गया वहाँ पे. Algal blooms are there. Vinam Gulf. This is a gulf within Lake Victoria only. Vinam Gulf. Second is Aikime. This is first time ever India and Africa are having a naval exercise. They had a naval exercise पहली बार. This is the first time. That is why it becomes important, and it happened on a port of Tanzania, that is Dar es Salaam port. Dar es Salaam port, here you have Tanzania and this is Dar es Salaam port. एक यहाँ पे Zanzibar Island भी है उसी के ऊपर just. So Dar es Salaam port, this is where you have first time ever India and Africa naval exercise. Done. Then two volcanoes. One is Heli Gubbi. I hope सबने नाम सुना इसका. So the eruptions of it impacted even India, and it is being said कि और ऊपर तक चाइना तक भी impact हुआ है. Heligubbi volcano, so it spewed lots of ash and SO2 in the atmosphere. It lies in the Ethiopia. कहाँ है? हाँ, ये रहा, यहीं पर है Heligubbi volcano. One more mountain is there, Mount Fentale, again a volcano. It also led to massive methane plumes. This was SO2 and ash majorly, this was methane. Mount Fentale again in Ethiopia. Heligubbi and Mount Fentale, Fentale जो भी pronunciation है, Ethiopia. Done? लिखो लिखो. चलो लेट्स रिवाइज अफ्रीका वंस, फिर ये छोटा छोटा बाद में देख लेंगे. विल फर्स्ट रिवाइज, देन जो भी छोटी मोटी चीज बची है उसको करते हैं अफ्रीका में. So if this is Africa, tell me about the major features that we'll find here. First, Atlas Mountains, Sahara, then you will have Libyan Desert, one river will be here, then Nubian Desert. Tell me about this river as well. It will meet on Khartoum and you will get an island, Tuti Island. Tuti Island. You will have two tributaries here. One is white, other is blue. It originates from Lake Tana, Ethiopia. This originates from Lake Victoria. Done. Then this is Ethiopian Highlands. यहाँ पर you will have Adamawa Highlands. यहाँ पर you will have Plateau. कौन सा है? Katanga Plateau. Near to that you will have Bai Plateau. यहाँ पर which desert? Namib and Kalahari Desert. ठीक है. Now talking about this, from here you will see rivers originating. You will have Congo River and Zambezi River. Congo and Zambezi River. Zambezi flows this side. Another river here, Limpopo River. Another river here, Orange River. Another river on this side, Niger. एक यहाँ सेनेगल भी है, ठीक है छोड़ दो. Niger River. Done. Then Congo Basin. It passes through how many nations? 6 nations. Can you name them? 4 seas है. So Congo, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea. So 4 C and 2 Gs. ऐसे याद रख लेना. यहाँ पर this basin. Mouths of Congo and mouths of Nile both will have water. Sorry, petroleum में water बोल रहा हूँ. यहाँ पर we'll talk about the lake system here. So lakes, if this is the Rift Valley, you will have Victoria in the middle, then ऊपर Turkana, Kyoga, Albert, Edward, Kivu, Tanganyika, Malawi या न्यासा. So you will have this lakes. 2-3 बार पढ़ोगे याद होगी, लेकिन important है, जरूर से इसको ध्यान रखना. लेक सिस्टम यहाँ पर विक्टोरिया में, यहाँ पर you will have a gulf from where cyanobacteria are there. विनम गल्फ अभी देखा था, विनम. ठीक है. Now some conflict regions we have studied. Let's say this is Sudan. Here this is 2 rivers merging, Khartoum, Tuti Island. Then this region is Darfur. This region is Kordofan region. यहाँ पर this agricultural region is Al Jazeera या Jazeera region. यहाँ पर city is Al Fashar city, Al Fashar, and then a camp, Zamzam camp. Coming to this side, coming to the Horn of Africa, यहाँ पर tell me the टेल मी द nations. Eritrea, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Somalia. Now this is where you have a conflict region, that is Tigray region, and this is a depression, that is Afar. तो ये Afar triangle वाला region है, ठीक है. अब यहाँ पर we will have a conflict region as well. So here you will have Democratic Republic of Congo. Here you will have Rwanda and Uganda. Which two lakes? This lake is Kivu and ऊपर आएगी Edward Lake. So these are there. Done. और क्या पढ़ा था? Where is Benin? Benin is on this side. हाँ. और क्या पढ़ा है? Turtle Island. Where is Turtle Island? Sierra Leone. Where is it? Here. And Nyangoi region भी है यहाँ पे, ध्यान रखना. We have also read about various islands. Where are those? यहाँ पर Madeira, Canaries, Cape Verde. Here we have read about 3 islands. Ascension, military base है. Then St. Helena's, Napoleon वाला, and then Tristan da Cunha. यहाँ पर we have read about Seychelles, Comoros, Mauritius, Reunion, and Madagascar. So these islands are here. Seychelles, Comoros, Mauritius, Reunion, and this is Madagascar. These are all on Indian Ocean side in this order. Done? और क्या पढ़ा है कुछ? बताओ. Turtle Island हो गया. Turtle Island is here. Volcanoes. Volcanoes, Heligubbi and Mount Fental या Fentale, जो भी नाम है. These are 2 volcanoes that we have seen in Ethiopia. Done. और कुछ भूले तो नहीं? एक बार let's recall quickly. Suez Canal and Red Sea नहीं recall किया. We'll quickly recall. ये सारा देख लिया था हमने. Then we have seen all of these features that are there. काटंगा एंड बाईप्लेट्यू इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर यूरेनियम एज वेल एज कॉपर, दोनों चीजें यहाँ पे, ठीक है. अडमावा इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर बॉक्साइट. नेक्स्ट ट्राइब्स आल्सो, ट्वारेग्स ऑफ सहारा, हॉटेंटॉट्स एंड बुशमैन्स ऑफ कालाहारी, बस यही थी. बेदोइंस ऑफ अरेबिया एंड बिंदुबू ऑफ ऑस्ट्रेलिया. बेसिन्स में यू हैव कॉन्गो बेसिन इंपॉर्टेंट, यहाँ पे सुडान और चैड बेसिन भी बोल दिया जाता है. सुडान बेसिन इज बिकॉज ऑफ नाइल रिवर, चैड बेसिन इज बिकॉज ऑफ चाड रिवर है वहां पे और लेक चाड भी है वहां पे. देन इंपॉर्टेंट रिवर्स वी हैव सीन, नाइल रिवर देख लिया था, कॉन्गो रिवर डन. रिफ्ट वैली वी हैव सीन ऑल द लेक्स एज वेल, ये सारा कुछ कर लिया है. स्वेज कैनाल वी फॉरगॉट टू रिवाइज दिस. स्वेज कैनाल में हियर यू विल हैव पोर्ट सेद, हियर यू विल हैव गल्फ ऑफ स्वेज फ्रॉम वेयर स्वेज कैनाल इज स्टार्टिंग, एंड इन बिटवीन you will get Bitter Lake. Great Bitter Lake will be here in this Suez Canal. On this side of Suez Canal, this is Gulf of Suez, and here you will have Gulf of Aqaba. In between them will lie Sinai Peninsula, which is a part of Egypt. Then you will have complete Red Sea. This Red Sea, on the other side of Red Sea, you will have a strait called Bab el Mandeb, which is controlled by Yemen and Djibouti. So here it is controlled by Yemen and Djibouti. बाकी कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रीजन्स वी हैव डन, ठीक है. ऑल ऑफ इट इज डन. सही है, सब याद है आपको, फिर क्यों टेंशन ले रहे थे? सब तो रिकॉल कर लिया. बेनिन डन, ऑल ऑफ दिस डन, दिस इज ऑल्सो डन. हाँ, यही काम है, भूल गए थे. दिस इज फर्स्ट एवर नेवल एक्सरसाइज बिटवीन इंडिया एंड अफ्रीका. इट हैपेंड ऑन द पोर्ट Dar es Salaam, which is a port of Tanzania. इसी के ऊपर ध्यान रखना, you have an island Zanzibar, Zanzibar Island, Tanzania. Done. बस all of it. थोड़ा सा वापस से कमिंग बैक टू द क्लाइमेट, यू विल हैव इक्वेटोरियल टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट हियर, इक्वेटोरियल रीजन, इक्वेटर इज पासिंग, and here tropics are passing, so you will get desert type of climate. Rest you can relate. Just above the equator and between the desert you will have savanna type, yeah, tropical grassland. So savanna type of climate will be here on both sides, here दोनों. और दूर जाएंगे तो you will have Mediterranean type of climate. So here and here you will get Mediterranean type of climate. Desert के ऊपर यही आता है जब हम टेबल बनाते हैं. So you will have desert here and just here you will get Mediterranean. So this is that Mediterranean type of climate. Try to just overlap this इसके ऊपर, अपने आप आपको पता लग जाएगा कहाँ क्या होगा, रटना नहीं है कुछ. So agriculture, again you can relate everything with the climate that is there, that which type of agriculture will be there. Mineral reserves, एक एक नेशन में क्या क्या मिलता है इज नॉट इम्पोर्टेंट, जस्ट सी प्रोमिनेंटली कहाँ क्या क्या मिल रहा है. सो हियर गोल्ड इज देयर, यहाँ पे यूरेनियम, एंड हियर ऑल्सो यू विल गेट यूरेनियम. डायमंड, this Congo, Algeria, Angola, this is famous for diamond, as well as this is also famous for diamond. So diamond you will get here in this region. Coal petroleum, again in South Africa coal petroleum will be there. तो एक broad idea रखो कहाँ क्या क्या मिल रहा है. Africa is not that developed industrially because coal इधर है, iron उधर है. You are not getting coal and iron in the same region. If you are getting coal and iron in the same region, that region can develop very fast, as we have seen in Germany, as we have seen in US. यहाँ पे iron is found relatively in the higher sides, सारा export उधर हो जाएगा यूरोप में, and here you will get coal. So you are not getting them both in the nearby regions. Done. Diamond का याद रखना, diamond normally हम यहाँ पढ़ते हैं, but diamond is there here as well. In Congo and Angola and all these Botswana वगैरह, इन सब में diamond है, इन सब regions में you will get diamond. ठीक है, चलो. I think we have already recalled all of it. Done. So Africa is done too. Let's do Australia, then we will take a break. ज़्यादा बड़ा नहीं है, छोटा सा ही है. I know it is already overloaded with information अभी, तो रिवाइज करेंगे वापस से सारा. Before going on break, we'll revise everything जितना अभी तक पढ़ा है, उसके बाद ही ब्रेक लेंगे. हंसो मत, याद आ जाएगी चीजें. जितनी बार रिवाइज करोगे अपने आप, मैपिंग विल बी डन टुडे. ऑस्ट्रेलिया. First, looking at the major features that we have here and the water bodies that are there. So Australia is almost a desert. लगभग this much Australia is deserts. You will see Great Victoria Desert, Gibson Desert, Sandy Desert, Tanami Desert. So lots of desert region will be here. Very less population will live in this region. Almost 90% of the population you will find living in this side of Australia. So major deserts सारे इधर है. Major population या anything that we want to focus on will lie here in this side. Now one range is there. This is Great Dividing Range that we have. Where is Great Barrier Reef? On which side? This side. Here you will get Great Barrier Reef. ये coral sea है ना, इसके इधर. You will get Great Barrier Reef on that side. Now let's focus on seas, या water bodies that are there. So here you will get Timor Sea, Gulf of Carpentaria. This is a gulf within your Australia as well. Then Coral Sea. ये Timor Sea, यहाँ पर एक nation आएगा ऊपर, Timor Leste, just above this, उसके पास है ना. So Timor Sea, Gulf of Carpentaria and Coral Sea. Coming down you will have Tasman Sea. This territory is Tasmania. Australia का ही part है Tasmania. So this region is called as Tasman Sea. Great Australian Bight, and you have a strait called as Bass Strait separating mainland Australia from Tasmania. So Bass Strait separating mainland Australia from Tasmania. Major water bodies: Timor Sea, Gulf of Carpentaria, and Coral Sea. Coming down you will have Tasman Sea. ये याद रखो तो ठीक है, नहीं तो नाम में ग्रेट ऑस्ट्रेलियन बाइट है, समझ जाओगे. And you will have a Bass Strait going here. अब here this great Artesian basin is also there. इसको भी डिस्कस करते हैं separately. So you have all the deserts, ranges, mountain range, great dividing range. Here on this side you will have blue mountain range. India में भी there is this blue mountain. मैंने शायद बताया नहीं, लिखा तो था, बोला नहीं मैंने. नॉर्थ ईस्ट में लुशाई हिल्स, मिजोरम, that is also called as blue mountain ranges. Lushai Hills, Mizoram. So this blue mountain is here also. Then Australian Alps. अब नाम में ऑस्ट्रेलियन आ गया है तो यू कैन डायरेक्टली यहाँ से सी. छोटी छोटी डार्लिंग रेंज इज हियर. Remember in Australia you will get Darling Range also and Darling River also. So river lies on this side, range is here. You will get Murray Darling Basin here, and Darling Range is here. McDonnell Range somewhere in middle of Australia. Important is this Great Dividing Range. It is on this side. Darling Range is on this side. Darling River will be on this side of it. This Artesian basin that I was talking about, this region is called as Artesian basin, and it is a confined groundwater aquifer system. Australia does not have lots of river system. It is just one major river system that we will see, that is Murray-Darling Basin and their associated tributaries. बाकी ऑस्ट्रेलिया को पानी कहाँ से मिल रहा है? It is majorly the groundwater aquifer system that is there. So Artesian basin is a common term that can be used for any kind of groundwater aquifer that has been confined there. So here also we will have permeable sandstones within which water is confined. That is known as Artesian basin. अब यहाँ इसका नाम ही Artesian basin रख दिया, but it is a general term that is used for groundwater aquifers. Artesian basin. It is largest and the deepest Artesian basin in the world and is the biggest source of fresh water for Central Australia. जो यहाँ रह रहे हैं उनके लिए पानी का source is this. Artesian basin is a common term, although this region is also known as that, Artesian basin region. Done. Talking about water, you will have Murray-Darling Basin, and see this basin is confined to just this region. तो यहाँ ऊपर जो है पानी आ रहा है Artesian basin से ही. This Murray-Darling Basin is just confined to this region. कुछ याद नहीं करना है, बस ये देख लो दो नदियाँ, एक है डार्लिंग एक है मुरे, and they are going near to Adelaide के थोड़ा सा नीचे ही जा रहे हैं. Somewhere here they are going. Murray-Darling Basin going on the Indian Ocean side and not on the Pacific side there. उधर Pacific है. This is the Indian Ocean side. This. Now Australia has Tropic of Capricorn passing. So if I come down, I'll have temperate region also. So we'll start getting temperate grasslands, that is downs. Again, जितने temperate grasslands है वहाँ wheat लिख देना चुपचाप से. Prairies, pampas, steppes, downs, velds, हर जगह it will be good for agriculture. So wheat cultivation is prominent here. Second prominent thing that you will find here is animal husbandry. Animal husbandry. पढ़ा है ये भी. Animal husbandry will be very prominent. Dairy farming, dairy sector is well flourishing here in this region. Plus it is being supported by rivers. A huge system of river is also there. So temperate grasslands. Done. Climate, again you can relate. If this is the tropic that is passing on the tropics, you will have desert that is there. As you go away, डेजर्ट के बाद ऊपर क्या आता था, मेडिटेरियन. तो यहाँ पे सदर्न हेमिस्फीयर है तो नीचे मेडिटेरियन आएगा. सो यू विल सी मेडिटेरियन टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट, मेडिटेरियन टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट. मेडिटेरियन से थोड़ा अंदर जाते हैं तो स्टेपी टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट. सो यू विल स्टार्ट सीइंग ग्रासलैंड्स. तो यहाँ पर यू विल सी ग्रासलैंड्स थोड़े थोड़े से. सेम थिंग यू कैन रिलेट सब कुछ यहाँ पर. क्या क्या होगा देख लेना. बस एक ये शिप की वैरायटी याद कर लो, मरीनो शिप. जैसे बोनोबो, एल्क, इंद्री, ऐसे दे देते हैं ना. याद आ रहा है, क्वेश्चन था मैच द कॉलम. तो सेम वे मरीनो शिप इज अ हाई क्वालिटी वूल प्रोड्यूसिंग शिप दैट इज फाउंड इन ऑस्ट्रेलिया. मरीनो शिप, जैसे अपना पश्मीना होता है गोट वाला, ऐसे यू हैव मरीनो शिप देयर. डन. सम ऑफ द माइंस. अब यहाँ पर फोकस ऑन दीज थ्री. यू विल हैव यूरेनियम. वन ऑफ द टॉप 3 रिजर्व्स आर देयर. एक एक माइन का नाम नहीं याद रखना है, बस ये ध्यान रख लो. ऑस्ट्रेलिया हैज वन ऑफ द टॉप 3 रिजर्व्स ऑफ यूरेनियम. लिथियम, अगेन वन ऑफ द टॉप प्रोड्यूसर्स ऑफ लिथियम. एंड रेयर अर्थ. तीनों का अपना इंपॉर्टेंस है, यू नो ऑल ऑफ इट. रेयर अर्थ में इट इज सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर आफ्टर चाइना. ऑस्ट्रेलिया इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर दिस. ऑस्ट्रेलिया इज वेरी रिसोर्स रिच. ऑलमोस्ट एवरी काइंड ऑफ मिनरल इज फाउंड देयर. So you will have rare earths, lithium and uranium, all the three major. इसके अलावा जो prominent होते हैं वो सब भी मिलेंगे. You will have iron ore. Now iron and coal that is from Australia is one of the top qualities. Even China is not having that quality. India का तो coal is relatively lesser quality, so they import from Australia. So we import the better variety of coking coal from Australia. China imports iron ore as well as coal from Australia. Australia is very important for China as well for its industrial. एक ये माइन का नाम याद रख लेना. आयरन और माइन है पिलबारा. इनकी नहीं रखोगे चलेगा. एक दो माइंस में यहाँ बताऊंगा, गोल्ड की, आयरन की, इसको रखना है. पिलबारा माइंस फॉर आयरन और. बॉक्साइट, ऑस्ट्रेलिया इज हैविंग मैक्सिमम रिजर्व्स ऑफ बॉक्साइट. अगेन कोल इज वेरी हाई वेराइटी ऑफ कोल इज देयर इन ऑस्ट्रेलिया. बस इसको ध्यान में रखो. आयरन एंड कोल आर वेरी हाई वेराइटीज इन ऑस्ट्रेलिया. फॉर गोल्ड, again it is second highest producer after China, and these two mines, Coolgardie and Kalgoorlie and Coolgardie, almost a similar sounding. Kalgoorlie and Coolgardie mines, gold mines है. Australia second highest producer after China. Iron ore, one of the top producers. Top quality of iron and coal is being found. Bauxite, one of the maximum reserves. And uranium, lithium and rare earths, these are also found. I think I forgot mentioning about lithium in the lithium triangle. Where is lithium triangle? ABC. Lithium triangle ABC, Argentina, Bolivia, Chile. This is South America. Lithium triangle. Done. So let's recall. Australia is also done. Then we'll take a break. यहाँ पर you will have Great Dividing Range. यहाँ पर Darling Range, McDonald Range. We are not naming the desert. Simpson Desert, Great Sandy Desert, Australian Desert, सब यहीं पे है. Then Murray Darling Basin. यहाँ पर which type of climate will be there? Mediterranean type of climate. Which city? Perth and Adelaide are there. ठीक है. Adelaide. This is which sea? आराफुरा, तिमोर. आराफुरा भी है, थोड़ा सा ऊपर होगी ना, इधर इधर होगी. अच्छा, आराफुरा इधर है. दिस इज गल्फ ऑफ कारपेंटेरिया, दिस इज कोरल सी, यहीं पर आपके होंगे ग्रेट डिवाइडिंग रेंज। दिस इज विच स्टेट? बास स्टेट। दिस टेरिटरी इज तस्मानिया एंड दिस सी इज तस्मन सी। नाउ दिस तस्मन सी के इधर आपका आ जाएगा न्यूजीलैंड, so here you will have New Zealand also. Important minerals that you will find here and their mines. Iron की mine बताओ? Pilbara. Then you will have good quality coal also, bauxite also in prominence, and then gold, two mines, Kalguldi, Gulkardi. Similar sounding है, देख लेना, टिक करना है वहाँ पे. Then you will also have lithium, uranium and rare earths. All the three will be found here. और क्या कुछ रह गया इसमें? तो डेजर्ट, डेजर्ट तो आप कर लोगे, माउंटेन भी हो गया. प्लांट्स क्या क्या मिलेंगे वो आप, यू कैन जस्ट सुपर इम्पोज द क्लाइमेटिक रीजन्स एंड यू विल गेट. एक शीप का नाम था मेरिनो शिप, so good quality wool is there. Done, so we are done with all of this. अब एक बार बैठ के रिकॉल कर लो, उसके बाद फिर ब्रेक ले लेना. विल रिकॉल एवरीथिंग स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम नॉर्थ अमेरिका एंडिंग टिल हियर, टिल ऑस्ट्रेलिया, सब कुछ रिकॉल करेंगे. जितनी जल्दी रिकॉल कर लोगे ना उतना बेटर होगा, नहीं तो भूलते जाओगे चीजें. विल रिकॉल इट ऑन अ मैप, इट विल बी बेटर. Starting with the water bodies that we have. Now, here you will have Bering Sea, Bering Strait, Beaufort Sea, Baffin Sea. Then Labrador Sea. देख के मत बोलना कोई भी, मतलब नहीं है फिर रिकॉल करने का. देख के तो आप पढ़ रहे हो, मैं ही पढ़ दूंगा वापस से. अपने रिकॉल करो ना. दिस इज गल्फ ऑफ मैक्सिको, कैरेबियन सी, पनामा, ठीक है, कैलिफोर्निया, अलास्का. दिस इज डन. यहाँ पर दिस इज ग्रीनलैंड, दिस इज डेविस स्ट्रेट, यहाँ पर यू विल हैव फ्राम स्ट्रेट, ठीक है. टॉकिंग अबाउट लेक्स हियर, यहाँ पर बियर, स्लेव, आथाबास्का, reindeer, Winnipeg. Then here you will have 5 lakes, Holmes, Huron, Ontario, Michigan, Erie, and Superior. You will have a river, St. Lawrence River. Done. Another river here, Mackenzie River. ठीक है. Another river, Columbia and Snake. दो है, Columbia, उसकी tributary is Snake. This plateau is called Columbia Snake Plateau because of this. Then another river, Colorado River. Another, Rio Grande River. And then Mississippi, Missouri Basin. Mississippi, Missouri River. Done. This island is called Newfoundland. This bay is called Bay of Fundy. ठीक है. This Yucatan Peninsula, Yucatan Channel, Strait of Florida. ठीक है. This Panama Canal, a lake is situated on it, Lake Gatun. यहाँ पर एक आइलैंड इज देयर, बे ऑफ सैन फ्रांसिस्को के वहां पे, प्रिजन अल्काट्रास. Here also you will have a strait. Vancouver is the city that is there, a strait, Juan de Fuca Strait. ठीक है. यहाँ पर अब माउंटेन रेंजेस, रॉकीज, Appalachians, Alaska, कोस्ट, कैस्केड, यहाँ सब सिएरा माद्रे, सिएरा नेवारा, सॉरी सिएरा माद्रे, ऑल ऑफ इट. विच लेक? सॉल्ट लेक. यहाँ पर निकारागुआ, लेक निकारागुआ. और क्या रह गया? हडसन बे. दिस इज हडसन बे. डेजर्ट्स, डेजर्ट्स, हाँ डेजर्ट्स क्या क्या है? सोनोरन, मोहावे, ची हुआ हुआ डेजर्ट. ठीक है, और बताओ. यहाँ पर एक सिटी मैंने बोली थी इंपॉर्टेंट है. वैंकूवर इज दिस. कैलगरी, क्रूड ऑयल, कैलगरी सिटी. यहाँ पर अ सिटी इज बेस्ड ऑन दिस रिवर. मॉन्ट्रियल, मॉन्ट्रियल प्रोटोकॉल से याद रखना. देन देयर आर couple of important cities here. Detroit, Pittsburgh, iron and steel capital of the world, that is there. और क्या क्या था? Rocket launching station is Miami. On this Greenland, थुले बेस. तो थुले बेस. लाइटनिंग यहाँ नहीं है, किसी ने लाइटनिंग बोला था अभी. दिस इज बेस, मिलिट्री बेस. एक नॉर्थ मोस्ट आइलैंड है, उसका टिक कर दोगे नाम देख के? हाँ, बस ठीक है, उतना काफी है, नाम टिक कर देना. एंड देन देयर इज दिस fjord सिस्टम. स्कोर्स बे, सन, ऐसे कुछ नाम है, समथिंग लाइक दिस. देन और क्या क्या पढ़ा था? रिकॉल करते जाओ, और क्या छूट रहा है मुझसे भी. एग्रीकल्चर वगैरह हो गया, वो सब कर लेंगे. मेजर प्लेसेस, ऑलमोस्ट एवरीथिंग इज डन. ग्रासलैंड, दिस इज प्रेरीज. चलो डन. नॉर्थ अमेरिका डन. कमिंग टू साउथ अमेरिका. साउथ अमेरिका में यू विल हैव एंडीज माउंटेन्स, देन ब्राजीलियन हाईलैंड्स, प्लेटू ऑफ मैटोग्रासो. देन यहाँ पर डेजर्ट, पेटागोनिया डेजर्ट. दिस रीजन इज कॉल्ड एंट्रे रियोस. दिस रीजन इज कॉल्ड पंपास भी है, ग्रैंड चैको. Talking about grasslands, this grassland is called Llanos. This grassland, Campos. This rainforest, Selvas. फिर यहाँ पे काटिंगा और सरटाओ, ये ठीक है. देन अनदर फीचर्स यहाँ पर, यू विल हैव रिवर्स में वन मेजर रिवर Amazon. यहाँ पर यू विल हैव अ रिवर सिस्टम पराना पैराग्वे. ठीक है. अच्छा टेल मी, यहाँ से कहाँ पास होता है ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैप्रिकॉन? विच नेशंस? ब्राजील, चिली, अर्जेंटीना और पैराग्वे. ध्यान रखना, दिस इज पैराग्वे. एंड इक्वेटर कहाँ से है? ब्राजील, कोलंबिया एंड इक्वेडोर. ठीक है, डन. अच्छा यहाँ पर एक माउंटेन भी बताया था, वॉल्केनो, स्नो कैप्ड वॉल्केनो. फर्स्ट थिंग इज द कैपिटल ऑफ इक्वेटर एंड सेकंड थिंग इज कयाम्बे. स्टार्टिंग में बताया था एकदम. ठीक है, डन. वन लेक इज हियर प्रोमिनेंट, लेक टिटिकाका. देन दिस ट्राइंगल इज नोन एज लिथियम ट्राइंगल, दैट इज देयर. डन. और क्या है इसमें? कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन्स. विद इन दिस कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन यू विल हैव फर्स्ट मैराकाइबो. नाउ मैराकाइबो इज, पहले यहाँ पे फीचर बताओ लाइटनिंग वाला. कैटाटुम्बो, बिकॉज ऑफ लाइटनिंग. दिस कैटाटुम्बो इज अ रिवर, अ ट्रिब्यूटरी ऑल्सो. ठीक है. दिस लाइज इन द हार्ट ऑफ ऑयल प्रोड्यूसिंग एरियाज, सो इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर ऑयल हियर. वन रिवर इज देयर, ओरिनोको रिवर. अच्छा विच सी इज दिस? यहाँ पर जो सी होगी, इट इज कैरिबियन सी. एंड दिस गल्फ इज गल्फ ऑफ वेनेजुएला. ठीक है. ओरिनोको रिवर. Angel Falls will lie, एंजल फॉल्स वेनेजुएला में, यहाँ इस तरफ यू विल गेट एंजल फॉल्स, ठीक है। ओरिनोको रिवर के बारे में कुछ, highest one of the largest rivers by volume discharge, so it is navigable also and it is lying here in heart of oil producing areas. और क्या पढ़ा था? हाँ हाँ, mines. So here you will get a copper mine in Chile, Chiquimata mine, copper mine. Done. इतना ही था, कुछ और? चलो नेक्स्ट वी आर मूविंग टू यूरोप। इसमें बहुत सारा है याद करने का, किसी की आवाज आई पीछे से, बड़ा भी तो है। अगेन सेइंग वाटर बॉडीज में यू विल हैव, दिस इज बाल्टिक सी, गल्फ ऑफ बोथनिया, गल्फ ऑफ फिनलैंड, ठीक है। दिस इज नॉर्थ सी, बे ऑफ बिस्के, अभी इतना कर रहे हैं, इसके बाद वील मूव टू मेडिटेरेनियन। अब यहाँ पर दिस कील कैनाल इज देयर, दिस इज नॉर्वे, स्वीडन, फिनलैंड, रशिया, बाल्टिक स्टेट्स, Kaliningrad, Poland, Germany. So this will be surrounding Baltic, and surrounding North Sea will be Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Germany. ठीक, जर्मनी का ध्यान रखो, दोनों तरफ है ना, दिस साइड ऑल्सो, दिस साइड ऑल्सो। देन यू विल हैव Netherlands, Belgium, France and UK, all of it. Done. Mediterranean में, this is Strait of Gibraltar, this is which sea? Alborian Sea. मैंने याद नहीं कराई तो किसी ने नहीं करी ना। नेक्स्ट दिस इज बेलारिक आइलैंड्स एंड बेलारिक सी, जो मलोरका पूछा था वो यही है, मलोरका, ठीक है, बेलारिक आइलैंड्स का ही पार्ट है। नेक्स्ट कॉर्सिका, सार्डिनिया, सिसिली, यहाँ पर माउंट एटना इज देयर। डन। नाउ सराउंडिंग दिस यू विल हैव सीज, आयोनियन, टेरेनियन, एड्रियाटिक, लिगेरियन सी, this is there. Then here Aegean Sea, this is Dardanelles, Sea of Marmara, Bosphorus, Black Sea, Kerch Strait, Sea of Azov. Done. Nations, if you remember, you will have Spain, France, Monaco, Italy, Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia Herzegovina, Albania, Macedonia, sorry, Montenegro और Greece. This is Turkey, Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco. It is controlled by Spain on this side, UK on Spain's side. Done. और क्या है इसमें? You have an island in news, Santorini Island. You have another islands in news, Ionian Islands. This island is Crete. This is Cyprus. प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स विजिट के कारण ध्यान रखना इसको। और क्या रह गया? रिवर्स। So we'll see rivers flowing here. Which river? Po, Venice, ठीक है, Rhone, Rhine, Ruhr coalfields, industrialized nation. Which port? Amsterdam port is also situated here. Done. Here you will have Danube river flowing through how many countries? 10 nations, flowing into Black Sea. Then Dniester, Dnieper, Don, Volga canal. It will connect Caspian to Sea of Azov, or you can write Black Sea as well. It will connect this. याद आ रही है सब चीजें? Done. और क्या देखा था इसमें? माउंटेन रेंजेस, यहाँ पर यू विल हैव एल्प्स, यहाँ पर यूराल्स, देन पायरेनीज, एपेनाइन्स, कार्पेथियंस, बाल्कन्स, कोकासस रीजन। याद आ रही है ये सब चीजें? और क्या बच गया इसमें? हाँ, तो ये बाल्टिक नेशंस, बाल्कन नेशंस, बेनेलक्स कंट्रीज, यूके वाला पार्ट, ठीक है। स्कैंडिनेविया इज दिस थ्री, this is not part of Scandinavia, but if you include this as well as Ireland, you will have Nordic countries. Done. और क्या रह गया? वो तो ठीक है, पेरिस ऑन सीन रिवर। और बताओ, हो गया? इतना ही था? फिर क्यों टेंशन ले रहे थे? सब तो याद है, आपने ही तो बताया सब। दिस इज ऑल्सो डन। कमिंग टू अफ्रीका, कहाँ गया अफ्रीका को? विल डू इट ऑन ब्लैंक। अरे मान लेना हॉर्न ऑफ अफ्रीका है। क्या? हाँ, लीबियन, नूबियन, नाइल, लेक ताना, लेक विक्टोरिया, वाइट नाइल, आइलैंड, तूती आइलैंड। चलो आइए, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रीजन बाद में करेंगे। देन यू विल हैव अडामावा प्लेट्यू, काटंगा एंड बाई प्लेट्यू, ठीक है। रिफ्ट वैली हियर, यहाँ पर ग्रेट करू, याद रहेगा, ठीक है, नहीं तो चलेगा। रिवर्स में यू विल हैव कॉन्गो रिवर, जाम्बेजी, अगेन यहाँ से लिम्पोपो, ऑरेंज, नाइजर, एक सेनेगल है वो याद रखना है तो ठीक है। दिस इज डन। और क्या क्या है? हॉर्न कंट्रीज, सोमालिया, एरिट्रिया, इथोपिया, जिबोटी। You will have Afar depression, Afar triangle here, a region here between these two, Tigray region. Then within Sudan, you will have, this is Khartoum, let's say, Tuti Island, Darfur region, Kordofan region, a, a city here, Al Fashar city, a camp, Zamzam camp, an agricultural area, Al Jazeera, Al Jazeera, Jazeera। ये सब है ना, टिक कर दोगे आप, वहां देखते ही आपको याद आ जाएगा, हाँ ऐसा पढ़ा था। So this is done. Then coming to this region, another conflict region, you will have Congo, Uganda and Rwanda. Three are there. ठीक है। यहाँ पर you will have a lake, Lake Kivu. This is Kivu. Edward is here. Now this is controlled by, मतलब disputed by M23. तो M23 seen in news, ऐसे क्वेश्चंस आ सकते हैं, ठीक है। तो M23 is here. देन गोमा सिटी है, अगर याद रखना है तो ठीक है, नहीं तो गोमा छोड़ सकते हैं। एंड व्हाट एल्स? बेनिन, बेनिन का ध्यान रखना, इस साइड है। और क्या रह गया? आइलैंड्स, आइलैंड्स में यू विल हैव, यहाँ पे बताओ, टर्टल आइलैंड सबमर्जिंग बिकॉज ऑफ क्लाइमेट चेंज, सो टर्टल। देन यू विल हैव थ्री आइलैंड्स हियर, मदीरा, कैनरीज, केप वर्डे, थ्री आइलैंड्स हियर। एसेंशन आइलैंड्स, यू, ये तीनों यूके के हैं, सेंट हेलिनास एंड क्रिस्टन दी कूना। एंड देन SCMR, जैसे ICMR होता है ऐसे मैंने SCMR से याद रखा हुआ है। सेशल्स, कोमोरोस, मॉरिशियस, रियूनियन एंड बड़ा वाला इज मेडागास्कर। मेडागास्कर तो बहुत बड़ा है। नेक्स्ट, यहाँ पर सम वॉल्केनोज आर देयर। माउंट हेलीगुब्बी तो है, दूसरा बताओ। फेंटाले, प्लीज। हाँ। एक्सरसाइज हैपेंड ऑन विच कोस्ट, विच पोर्ट? Darussalam port. It is in Tanzania. Just near to it, there is another island, Zanzibar Island. Tell me where is Tanzania? यहाँ पे है तंजानिया, ठीक है, केनिया के भी नीचे। ध्यान रखना, दिस इज व्हाट रीजन? थोड़ा सा मेसअप हो गया, यहाँ पे सिनाई पेनिनसुला है, इमेजिन कर लो। तो हियर यू विल हैव गल्फ ऑफ स्वेज, गल्फ ऑफ अकाबा, विच पोर्ट? पोर्ट सेद, विच लेक? ग्रेट बिटर लेक। डन। एंड यहाँ पर यू विल हैव बाबल मंदेब, दिस इज विच नेशन? यमन, दिस इज जिबूटी। जिबूटी है ना, ध्यान रखना। डन। और क्या रह गया? गल्फ ऑफ, ये रेड सी तो है, ये रेड सी तो चल रही है। ये ग्रेट बिटर लेक हो गया। डन। अफ्रीका, कुछ और याद आ रहा है? टेल मी द मेजर मिनरल्स डू यू दैट यू फाइंड हियर। यहाँ पे क्या क्या है? यूरेनियम एंड कॉपर। यहाँ पे क्या है एडमावा पे? बॉक्साइट। दिस रीजन डायमंड। दिस रीजन आयरन बहुत ऊपर है, यहाँ पर कोल। डन। नाउ ऑस्ट्रेलिया, वन लास्ट, छोटा सा है तो ये तो सब बता दोगे अभी। ग्रेट डिवाइडिंग रेंज, मुरे डार्लिंग बेसिन, मैकडोनल्ड रेंज, डार्लिंग रेंज, आराफुरा है, गल्फ ऑफ कारपेंटेरिया, कोरल, ठीक है। और क्या? दिस इज तस्मान सी। तस्मान सी सेपरेट्स ऑस्ट्रेलिया एंड न्यूजीलैंड यहाँ पर। और क्या? दिस इज पर्थ, दिस इज एडिलेड। डन। दिस इज आर्टेशियन बेसिन, ग्राउंड वाटर एक्विफर रीजन, आर्टेशियन बेसिन रीजन। नेक्स्ट, डेजर्ट्स तो एक एक का नाम नहीं याद रखेंगे। लेक, माइंस, माइंस बता दो। आयरन में पिलवारा, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में पिलवारा माइंस। गोल्ड में कालकुंडी गुलकार्डी, टू माइंस। देन इट इज ऑल्सो फेमस फॉर कोल, बॉक्साइट, लिथियम, यूरेनियम एंड रेयर अर्थ। दिस डजंट मीन कि और कुछ नहीं मिलता है, इट इज द मेजर थिंग्स दैट यू नीड टू फोकस ऑन, कि ऑल ऑफ दीज थिंग्स आर ऑल्सो हियर इन ऑस्ट्रेलिया। डन। कुछ बच गया? सब तो याद है, हार्डली टुक 10 मिनट्स, पूरा आपने रिवाइज कर लिया। हाँ, चलो विल टेक अ ब्रेक नाउ। कितनी देर का दें? टिल 3। Hello, hello. Settle down fast. We'll start now. Call your friends जो रह गए, फिर हम start करते हैं. When will I conduct next Trinetra session? That's a good question. See, earlier I asked about Trinetra session and most of you are like, sir, boot camp चल रहा है, so we are not getting time. So once the boot camp is done, we'll resume the Trinetra sessions. I have papers to discuss. PYQ will discuss in Trinetra. ये Trinetra की बात कर रहे हैं. Also, I'll start giving you subject wise sessions. So uska recordings I'll give subject wise. Subject wise questions also I'll give. I have framed a lot of questions and I am still framing the questions. So जैसे जैसे जो subject is done, I'll start giving you the sessions as well for Trinetra. During the break, most of you came to me asking regarding CSAT as well. So I'll just take 2 minutes and I'll discuss what you can do next for the CSAT part as well. कि CSAT में अभी you are like कि सर कौन सा टॉपिक पढ़े कौन सा छोड़े, which topic should I choose, which topic should I be like completely living, ऐसे करके. What I usually tell is divide entire LR and quant into 3 areas: your strength, average नहीं moderate लिखते हैं, and then you will have your weakness. Now tell me which area will fetch you maximum marks in exam. Fetch you maximum marks. It is your strength that will provide you marks because this is where you will attempt most questions. And which areas will give you most negative marks in exam? It is never weakness. These are the questions that you will leave in exam. You will not attempt these questions in exam because these are your weakness. आप डरोगे exam में करने में. You will not attempt these topics usually. You will not attempt. Now this moderate are those areas which you will attempt also, and because यहाँ पर now see what strength क्या होती है. Strength are you know the concept also. When you solve you get majority of the questions right as well. Moderate is you know the concept but when you solve you get half of them right and half of them wrong. And weakness is you have a problem within concept only. Solve to chhod hi do. So this is the weakness area. When you get majority of the questions right, you tend to attempt such questions at the first in the paper. This is where you will get lots of confidence and lots of marks in the paper. When you don't know funda, you will start leaving such topics in the exam. देखते ही पलट दोगे कि यार ये तो speed distance time है, ये नहीं होगा, आगे चलो. So these are those areas. This is where you know the funda as well. And इसमें आप time लगाते हो. ये this will waste your time क्योंकि इसमें आप भिड़ते रहोगे क्वेश्चन से कि इसको तो मैं कर सकता हूँ क्योंकि मुझे आता है, बट आधे क्वेश्चन इसमें गलत होंगे आधे सही होंगे. तो दिस इज वेयर यू विल स्टार्ट लूजिंग मार्क्स. अब व्हाट यू आर सपोज टू डू इज डिवाइड कंप्लीट सिलेबस. आप एक एक टॉपिक को उठाओ, लेट्स से परसेंटेज. सो इज इट योर स्ट्रेंथ, इज इट योर मॉडरेट, इज इट योर वीकनेस, ऐसे करके यू कैन कीप जॉटिंग डाउन वेरियस पॉइंट्स हियर सिलेबस वाइज. कुछ ज्यादा ही moderate and weakness. So keep jotting down, let's say percentage, you're saying average is here, number system let's say is moderate, calendars let's say is strong, clocks let's say is weak. Now what you're supposed to do, you have made the list, complete list, entire syllabus ki. Strength is where you need to keep fortification. Fortification is like कि इसका क्वेश्चन गलत नहीं होना चाहिए कोई भी. So you need to fortify these topics. Fortify is इसमें किसी भी तरह का टॉपिक दे आर किसी भी तरह का क्वेश्चन दे आर आस्किंग फ्रॉम एनी ऑफ दीज टॉपिक्स, you will have to attempt it, you will have to do it. This is what I am saying fortification. Moderate में this is where you need maximum practice. So right now when you are like कि सर मैं कौन सा टॉपिक में प्रैक्टिस करूँ, कैसे करूँ, कहाँ से करूँ, these are the areas where you should be practicing because you know the funda but you lack practice here. That is why you are making most of the mistakes here. So this is where you need maximum practice. ये strong practice से ही हुए हैं, आपको बचपन से नहीं आते थे, ये प्रैक्टिस कर करके स्ट्रांग हुए हैं. तो इनको भी you need to move this from this. So this will come with practice. इन सारे टॉपिक्स की प्रैक्टिस करो. प्रैक्टिस के लिए वी हैव जो भी CSAT 500 इज कमिंग अप, मोस्ट ऑफ यू आर ऑलरेडी पार्ट ऑफ इट. CSAT मैजिक भी है, देखा है आपने CSAT मैजिक वाला? इट इज अ डॉक्यूमेंट दैट वी आर गिविंग. इसमें यू हैव क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम ऑल UPSC एग्जाम्स, नॉट जस्ट CSC, EPFO, CAPF, CDS, जितनी भी UPSC एग्जाम्स होती है दैट, प्लस ऑल स्टेट एग्जाम्स. जितनी स्टेट एग्जाम्स है, जम्मू कश्मीर से लगा के तमिलनाडु PCS तक भी, इधर गुजरात PCS से पूरा उधर तक चले जाओ, ऑलमोस्ट एवरी स्टेट इज कवर्ड हियर. सबके क्वेश्चंस सेग्रीगेटेड टॉपिक वाइज आर देयर यहाँ पर, along with detailed solution. एक एक का पूरा हैंड रिटन सोल्यूशन, हैंड रिटन नहीं बट टाइप्ड सोल्यूशन इज देयर. सो यू कैन प्रैक्टिस दोस क्वेश्चंस. CSAT मैजिक में कहाँ से करना है प्रैक्टिस? प्रैक्टिस विद दीज टू. ये हम क्लास में करेंगे और ये आप खुद से करोगे along with those PDF. एंड इन टॉपिक्स का क्या होगा वीकनेस के? फॉर ऑल दीज टॉपिक्स छोड़ना नहीं है, जस्ट वर्क ऑन एकदम बेसिक क्वेश्चंस. अगर इन टॉपिक से लल्लू पल्लू क्वेश्चन आ गया, कोई बेसिक क्वेश्चन इज देयर, यू हैव टू अटेम्प्ट ओनली द बेसिक. टफ क्वेश्चन है, आई विल आस्क यू टू लीव द टफ क्वेश्चन, बिकॉज अगर इन टॉपिक्स में कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं है, यू विल एंड अप स्कोरिंग नेगेटिव मार्क्स ओनली. सो लीव एनी ऑफ द टफ क्वेश्चन दैट इज कमिंग फ्रॉम दिस. बट अगर कोई बेसिक क्वेश्चन आ रहा है, UPSC विल हैव लाइक 10-12 बेसिक क्वेश्चन देगा वो. सो दे कैन गिव बेसिक क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम दिस एरियाज एज वेल. अगर यहाँ से कोई बेसिक क्वेश्चन आ रहा है तब यू कैन अटेम्प्ट इट, एल्स लीव इट. सो बहुत बेसिक्स वाले क्वेश्चन इसमें से ट्राई कर सकते हो. टफ क्वेश्चन छोड़ दो इन टॉपिक्स के. इसके प्रैक्टिस बहुत ज़्यादा करनी है और इसमें तो फोर्टिफाई करना है. हर तरह के हर टाइप के क्वेश्चंस इसके करते जाओ. इज दिस क्लियर? अभी आप 4-5 अलग अलग बंदे यहाँ पे आके पूछ रहे थे. आई थिंक एवरीथिंग इज समड अप हियर. डन? चलो वील स्टार्ट द सेशन नाउ, वील रिज्यूम इट. एशिया. अब एशिया इज नॉट होमोजीनियस. एशिया इज अ वास्ट कॉन्टिनेंट. बहुत सारे अलग अलग रीजन से, दे हैव वेरियस डिफरेंट डिफरेंट फीचर्स. तो व्हाट वील डू इज विल डिवाइड छोटा छोटा regions into separate entities. यहाँ पर let's say we'll read West Asia and Middle East, then we'll go to Central Asia, then here you will have Southeast Asia, then we'll see this China, Japan, Russia वाला region. So we'll read all of this separately, एक 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 करके. So first we'll start with West Asia and Middle East वाला region. Now here we have done till this Sinai Peninsula. याद आ रहा है? This is Sinai Peninsula, Gulf of Suez, Gulf of Aqaba. उसके इधर इधर. Here we have done DM की BB. याद आ रहा है? So this is that region. We'll start here from Turkey. यहाँ पर ऊपर Caucasus region है आपका. So anything on this side we are doing अभी right now. अब this is what is West Asia पूरा. Major mountain ranges. This is Turkey. You will have a plateau here called Anatolia Plateau. Anatolia Plateau in Turkey. पहले एक बार यहाँ देखते हैं, पूरे एशिया का देखते हैं एक बार, फिर देन वील गो टू सेक्शन सेक्शन. सो मेजर यू विल हैव टर्की, एनाटोलिया प्लेट्यू, देन यहाँ पर दो माउंटेन रेंजेस है वो हम डिस्कस करेंगे अभी. दिस इज ईरान. यू हैव अनदर माउंटेन रेंज Elbrus and Zagros, major. Then यहाँ पर you will have Pamir Knot, from where various mountain ranges will emerge. यहाँ पर you will have Himalayas, Trans-Himalayan ranges, then various mountain ranges in China, Kunlun Shan, Tian Shan, all of it. Then Hindu Kush mountains, Kirthar Suleiman ranges, and all of it. You will have Pamir Knot in this mountainous region completely. Then here, what type of region is this? This. यहाँ पर you will have Siberian region. यहाँ पर if I come here, this is पूरा Himalayan region है ना, this is mountainous. This side of region, China type climate, so rainfall both sides. थोड़ा सा ऊपर जाएंगे तो Laurentian type of climate will be there, Laurentian region. Here you will get steppy type of climate. So all of this region will have relatively ग्रासलैंड वाला रीजन, रिलेटिव ग्रासलैंड्स. ऐसा नहीं है कि पेड़ होंगे ही नहीं वहां पर, रिलेटिवली मोर ग्रासलैंड्स विल बी देयर. दिस इज ऑल डेजर्ट दैट इज देयर, डेजर्ट वाला रीजन. So here we are on Turkey. Turkey में you will have Pontus and Taurus, two mountain ranges, Pontus, Taurus. Same in Iran also you will have plateau of Iran surrounded by Elbrus and Zagros. These are very important because of US attack on Iran. So geography of Iran is very important. Here you will have Iran, plateau of Iran, Elbrus and Zagros mountains. It is surrounded by this. यहाँ पे जो रीजन आता है इसको क्या बोलते हैं? पाकिस्तान में वन रीजन इज हियर, Balochistan. So Balochistan is a relatively desert type of region. Now understand, this is where your Iran is. यहाँ पर you have mountains, यहाँ you have mountains, and here you have deserts. इसीलिए it is like a fortress here. A natural fortress is there. Desert region, mountainous region, mountainous region. If we talk about deserts, you will have Daste Kavir, Daste Lut. This term is there for desert. Daste Kavir, Daste Lut, this is Iran. Then coming to Syria, Syrian desert, Arabia, यहाँ पे Al Nafed, Rab Al Khali, all of these names are for desert regions. Syrian desert, Rab Al Khali. So this part of Arabia is almost empty. You will find cities lying on this coast or major cities on this coast. यहाँ बहुत ज़्यादा desert region है. So you might find some oil fields here, but you will not find various big settlements in this region. This is where you have Daste Kavir, Daste Lut, Elbrus, Zagros, and यहाँ पे Taurus and Pontic mountain ranges. Which mountain range will be here? Caucasus mountain range. Done. Now, major water body if I talk about apart from mountains is the Persian Gulf that is there. Persian Gulf में first thing to notice, the region is surrounded by which countries? तो बड़े बड़े नाम याद रहेंगे. ईरान you will remember, Iraq you will remember, Saudi and UAE. This ओमान इधर है. अभी हम पहले इनको देख लेते हैं. ओमान भी यहाँ से देखेंगे तो you have Oman as well. So Iran, Iraq, Saudi and Oman. Then smaller names में Iran, Iraq, sorry, Kuwait, smaller islands, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar and UAE. चार बड़े ईरान, इराक, सऊदी, ओमान. चार छोटे कुवैत, बहरीन, यूएई एंड कौन सा भूल गया मैं? कतर. तो कतर. चार बड़े और चार छोटे याद रखना. पर्शियन गल्फ. A Persian Gulf is from where this complete area is oil rich. So from where lots of oil transport happens. Up this oil transport passes through a strait that is another strategically important strait called as Strait of Hormuz. As we have seen the major states and which are the countries controlling them, which countries will control Strait of Hormuz? Remember, it is Oman. ये UAE है, but this another peninsula called as Musandam Peninsula is controlled by Oman, and here you will have Iran. So Oman, क्या हो रहा है? You will have Oman and Iran controlling Strait of Hormuz here. These two. Done. This peninsula is Musandam Peninsula. Earlier today we have read about two more peninsulas. Yucatan Peninsula, which country? Mexico. And Sinai Peninsula, which country? Egypt. This is Musandam Peninsula. एक दो और पढ़ेंगे अभी, but remember this. It connects Gulf to Gulf of Oman, Persian Gulf to Gulf of Oman. This is where you have Gulf of Oman. And Iran's major port, Bandar Abbas, is situated on the very tip of this Hormuz of Strait, Bandar Abbas port. Now there are two major rivers that fall into this gulf. You have Euphrates and Tigris. And they don't fall directly. This again is like Ganga and Yamuna of this region. By Ganga and Yamuna, complete lifeline and civilization is based on this. So this part is where you have Mesopotamian civilization in the ancient times. Based on this, Euphrates and Tigris, ये वही region है, Persia वाला, Iraq वाला. So this is Iraq, where they are flowing, and they combine to form Shat al-Arab. So they fall into Persian Gulf by this name, Shat al-Arab. Euphrates and Tigris, two major rivers flowing here in this region, यहाँ पे, on the very tip of Persian Gulf. Euphrates and Tigris, these two rivers combine to form Shat al-Arab. लिख लिया? Name the countries. Countries का नाम बताओ surrounding Persian Gulf. Major four: Iran, Iraq, Saudi, Oman. चार छोटी: कुवैत, कतर, बहरीन, यूएई. चार बड़ी चार छोटी, ऐसे करके याद कर लो. Done. Two major rivers, Euphrates and Tigris. So Euphrates originate from Armenian highlands and this originates from Lake Hazar. बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं याद रखने की ज़रूरत है. Mosul and Baghdad, they lie on Euphrates. तो कभी cities का आ जाए कि major cities में Mosul, Baghdad दे दे, तो Euphrates. They are lying on Euphrates. They combine to form Shat al-Arab. And Persia, dates, खजूर पता है ना? So they are famous for date palm cultivation. And Mesopotamia, this civilization was based in and around these two rivers, Euphrates and Tigris. याद रखने की जरूरत नहीं है कि from where they are originating. Just have a basic idea that यहाँ पर अर्मेनिया है, ऊपर अर्मेनियन हाईलैंड्स भी होंगे, वहां कहीं से it is originating. Combined to form Shat al-Arab, famous for date palm, Mesopotamian civilization. Now Red Sea, यहाँ पर हमने देखा था अनदर स्ट्रेट दैट वाज बाबल मंदेब. ये याद रखना, मेनी ए टाइम्स कंफ्यूजिंग क्वेश्चंस आर आस्क्ड, वो इसको और इसको इंटरचेंज करके दे देंगे. दैट बाबल मंदेब इज कंट्रोल्ड बाय ओमान एंड ईरान. और वहां आप कंफ्यूज कि बाबल मंदेब ऊपर था कि नीचे था, तो ये दोनों में बहुत ज्यादा कंफ्यूजन हो जाता है अगर ढंग से नहीं पढ़ा हो तो. So remember, Bab al-Mandeb was here, and this is Strait of Hormuz. यहाँ पर we'll see Gulf of Aqaba. Red Sea में we have seen Gulf of Aqaba. Here we'll have Aqaba port. This Aqaba port is of Jordan. This Aqaba port you will find here. समझ लेना यहीं पे है पोर्ट, ये जो है जॉर्डन का पोर्ट है. So we'll see this Jordan River. I'll take this region separately कि यहाँ क्या क्या है, इसको we'll read it in separate conflict zones. अभी just I am focusing on this particular river that is here. So यहाँ पर you can see there is this Mount Hermon from where this originates. First it flows into Sea of Galilee, and from there it flows into Dead Sea. So Mount Hermon से it originates, flows into Sea of Galilee, and that into Dead Sea. Dead Sea is famous for its salinity. Salinity is very high. It is that high that people cannot drown in them. आप float करोगे. अब this is kind of a seasonal flow that is there, because यहाँ पर देखो बहुत ज़्यादा पानी का source नहीं है. You do not have any glacier from where this is coming from. It is kind of a seasonal flow only, and joins Sea of Galilee to Dead Sea. It is joining Sea of Galilee to Dead Sea region. This is which river? Jordan. Sea of Galilee to Dead Sea important इसलिए because this region is consistently in news. And अभी हम देखेंगे this is known as West Bank. But if you look at Israel, this is not on west side. Then why is it named as West Bank? It is because of Jordan River. If this is Jordan River, this will be on the west of Jordan, this will be on the east of Jordan. So on the west bank of Jordan River, that is why this region is named as West Bank. Based on Jordan River, not based on the geography of Israel. It is named after this river only. West Bank of Jordan River. This is why that territory is called as West Bank. Abhi we will take up this region separately. Pura. So this is where you have Jordan River. Also it is said that your East African Rift Valley system that extends till here, and this Jordan River also flows into your Rift Valley that is created by that rift system only. So यहाँ पर this is Jordan River that is there flowing into another rift that has been created by that system only. Exactly जाने की जरूरत नहीं है कैसे it has been created, but it is said that this is flowing in that rift only. तो ये Jordan Rift Valley. Dead Sea is the lowest point on land surface. Second most saline lake in the world after Lake Van. Lake Van is in Turkey. तो आई थिंक इसका 400 है और इसका 350 है, समथिंग अराउंड दिस. 400 पीपीटी एंड 350 पीपीटी. कुछ लोगों का ग्लूकोज क्रैश होने लग गया है अभी से. याद आ रहा है लास्ट क्लास में बताया था ग्लूकोज क्रैश. हाँ, कुछ लोगों का होने लग गया है. दिस Sea of Galilee is interchangeably named as Lake Tiberias, Lake Kinneret, and Lake of Gennesaret. जो भी है, pronunciation is not important, but इसके interchangeably ये नाम भी यूज किए जाते हैं. It is all about Sea of Galilee. इन्हीं का नाम है ये. Lake Tiberias also this only. Important है because it is lying in a conflict region. Sea of Galilee and Dead Sea, both. They are joined by Jordan River. Jordan River is not going to the sea. It is just falling into Dead Sea here. Note down कर लो ये Lake Tiberias. Now, Sea of Galilee is fresh water or salt water? Sea है तो salt water. Lake भी तो है, Lake Tiberias भी तो है वही. इट इज फ्रेश वाटर, रिलेटिवली फ्रेशर वाटर है ये, बट डेड सी इज सॉल्टी. डन, नोटेड. सॉरी, नॉर्थ ऑफ गलीली ऑफ इजराइल. तो यहाँ पर ये हुला वैली होगा वेयर इट इज फ्लोइंग, क्योंकि वो ऊपर से स्टार्ट हो रही है ना, इट इज स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम हियर. We are talking about lakes. Lake Van. So Lake Van is in Turkey. This is the most saline lake in the world. Lake Van. Lake Van. ये 400 के आसपास है ना, कहीं 420 वगैरह लिखा होगा. लेक वैन इन टर्की. लेक उर्मिया इन ईरान, it is fresh water. So another lake that we will study in this region is Lake Van, Lake Urmia, and Daryai Namak. Daryai Namak नाम से समझ में आ रहा है, it is salty. So just focus on Lake Urmia. This Lake Urmia is fresh water. A main thing about Lake Urmia is it is continuously shrinking. It is a fresh water and it is shrinking. So this is from 1972 and this is from 2014. You can clearly see that it has shrunk a lot. The same shrink is happening in Lake in Aral Sea also. UPSC has previously asked that question on that. So here Lake Urmia in Iran is also facing this shrinkage. 1998 and 2014 you can see it has shrunk a lot. Lake Urmia shrunk by 90%. See, any water body if it is there na, it will attract migratory birds. Even in Delhi, I used to go to Sanjay Van. तो Sanjay Van में भी एक lake है. So whenever अगर आप winters में जाओगे तो migratory birds are coming there also. So कितना भी छोटा lake हो, it attracts migratory birds. If this is shrunk by almost 90%, can I say कि वो जो migratory birds हैं, they'll also be impacted. So it will cause an impact on migratory birds as well. उनका route में भी impact आएगा. And birds are relatively choosier. They used to stop in that particular location year on year. वो वहीं रुकेंगे. मतलब if they are following a particular pathway and in this pathway a particular place is coming, they'll stop at that point only. वो उनके मैग्नेटिक कंपास में ही पता नहीं क्या फिटेड होता है, वो उसी लोकेशन पे बार बार जाते हैं, सेम लोकेशन. See, why does normally lakes or rivers why are these shrinking? One major reason is these are fed by some or the other river, छोटी बड़ी नदियां से. And if you start creating some projects on them, some irrigation projects, so with that you start diverting water. Now this water that used to reach here is not reaching there anymore. It is being diverted for some or the irrigation purpose या किसी और purpose के लिए it is being diverted. So fresh water that used to reach in this lake is not reaching properly. हर उसमें जो dry हो रहा होगा, be it Aral Sea, be it this, be it any other sea, the main reason is diversification of the water that is being used, या that was supposed to go in that particular river, उसका diversification अगर कर दिया, then it starts shrinking. And that is what is happening here as well. So this is what is Aral Sea. साथ में discuss कर रहा हूँ अभी मैं. Aral Sea lies between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, UK. इन दोनों के बीच में you will have Aral Sea. This is where you have Aral Sea. It was used to be fed by Sardarya and Amu Darya. We'll discuss this separately in Central Asia as well. You will have two rivers, Sardarya and Amu Darya. They used to feed Aral Sea, but eventually one of them ceased to even come to Aral Sea because of irrigation projects. वो आना ही बंद हो गई एक river. So now this particular sea, or I should say a bigger lake, is not fed by rivers directly. इसीलिए it starts shrinking. So you will see Aral Sea also started shrinking. This is 1997. This is 2020. See the extent to which it has shrunk. इस पे क्वेश्चन आ चुका है अरल सी पे. it has also shrunk by almost 90%. This Sardaria, because of irrigation projects that is there, it is not falling into Aral Sea. And it is giving rise to a desert also here. This region, it is giving rise to a desert called as Aralkum Desert. Aral Sea, Aralkum Desert. You can relate directly. Done. So अभी कौन कौन सी लेक्स देखी थी? लेक वैन, टर्की, लेक उर्मिया, ईरान, इट इज फ्रेश वाटर. दरियाई नमक, सॉल्ट वाटर. लेक टिबेरियास, इज इन लेक टिबेरियास इज द नेम ऑफ सी ऑफ गलीली ओनली. ठीक है, याद आ रहा है, ध्यान रखना उसको. Now one more region that is there is Caspian Sea. हम वेस्ट एशिया से थोड़ा बाहर निकल के एक साथ वो तीनों रीजन डिस्कस कर रहे हैं. अरल सी, Lake Urmia and Caspian Sea, all the three are shrinking. So here you have Caspian Sea. Caspian Sea mein one major river that we discussed. Here you have which river falling? Don. Here you have Volga. So this Volga river is falling into Caspian Sea. Up Caspian Sea surrounding countries are, they go by the acronym Tariq. You will have T से तुर्कमेनिस्तान, A से अजरबैजान, रशिया, ईरान, कजाकिस्तान, नॉट किर्गिस्तान. तो रशिया और ईरान तो याद रहेगा. You have Russia here because Volga is falling. Here you have Iran, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan. इसका ध्यान रखना. They go by the acronym Tariq. Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, Russia, Iran and Kazakhstan. Caspian Sea. Now discussing about important states, Dardanelles, Bosphorus, we have already seen, Gulf of Suez, Gulf of Aqaba, Bab al-Mandeb, Strait of Hormuz. सब हम पढ़ चुके हैं. Done. Important ports. Ports are very important in this region because majority of the oil passes from here. यहाँ पर name a port that is situated here, Port Said. Suez Canal के mouth पे. Here you will have Beirut Port, Lebanon, Beirut. Port Haifa, Israel. Aqaba, Jordan. Jeddah, major city in Saudi Arabia. Aden, Yemen. Another important port near the mouth of Bab al-Mandeb. यहाँ पर entrance of Red Sea. Aden port, Gulf of Aden भी है यहाँ पर. Basra. This Basra is very near to Shatt al-Arab river. It is almost on the mouth of Shatt al-Arab. Shatt al-Arab is Euphrates and Tigris. So Basra is located there. Dammam port, again Saudi यहाँ पर. Bandar Abbas, we have seen, Iran. Muscat, Oman. Major ports. लताकिया, ये छूट गया. कौन सी कंट्री है? सीरिया. बेरूत इज इन लेबनान. इजराइल में आएंगे तो हाइफा. जॉर्डन में आए तो अकाबा. हियर यू हैव जेडा इन सऊदी, एडन इन यमन, मस्कट इन ओमान, बंदर अब्बास, Basra and Dammam. These are the ports that you have. Basra is in Iraq. Oil reserves. So this area is full of oil reserves. एक एक का याद नहीं करना, बहुत सारी है क्योंकि. Just see name of this Gawar oil field, largest oil field है ये. More than half of the world oil reserves and 40% of the natural gas is in this region. That is why it is important and that is why it is in continuous conflict. तो एक का नाम याद रख लो बस गवार का, बाकी सब यही है, मेजॉरिटी सबका नहीं रख पाओगे. Coming to the conflict zones, major conflict zone is here in Syria and Israel wala region. Keep jotting down these names along with the countries where they are. You will have Swaida. It might be written as Al Swaida region as well. Swaida or Al Swaida region. Here you have a community called as Druze community, and it is constantly in clashes with Bedouin militia, Bedouins of Arabia. So that Bedouin militia is here as well. Druze community and Bedouin militia. Swaida region. Here it is Swaida. Southern Syria. Al Swaida या Swaida region. Southern Syria. This volcano is also named similar to this community, Jabal al-Druz volcano. Here again lying in southern Syria. ये volcano भी है Jabal al-Druz southern Syria में. Again you will have Horan Plateau. Horan Plateau भी यही है, somewhere around this region. यहाँ दिया नहीं है क्या? Somewhere in this region you will have, and it is important for guerrilla warfare. वहाँ पर continuous warfare हो रहे हैं because of this militia in this Horan Plateau region. ठीक है. Al Swaida region, Druze community and Bedouin militia. Druze community, Bedouin militia. Druze से just remember this volcano, Jabal al-Druz and Horan Plateau. हंस क्यों रहे हो? Done. Coming to the second conflict zone, that is Israel. अब यहाँ पर बहुत ध्यान से पढ़ने की जरूरत है. Israel में first thing we have three bigger areas: Golan Heights, West Bank and Gaza Strip. Golan Heights, West Bank and Gaza Strip. These three areas you need to focus. West Bank is because of this Jordan River, West Bank of Jordan River. Out of this, most important one for you for this year would be Gaza. This will be most important this year. We'll see how why. तो एक relative idea लग रहा है. This is Golan Heights. We read about Sea of Galilee. Sea of Galilee is here. Israel and Golan Heights के वहीं पर बीच में you have Sea of Galilee. Next यहाँ से you will have Jordan River flowing into Dead Sea. This is where we have Dead Sea lying on the west bank. यहाँ पर, यहाँ इस region में Dead Sea. अच्छा, which country is here? Jordan. This is Jordan. मैं हाथ रखना नहीं चाह रहा था बट वहीं Jordan लिखा था. So you will have Jordan. Then tell me, Golan Heights is surrounded by which countries? Golan Heights is surrounded by which nations? You will have Israel, Syria, Lebanon and Jordan. चारों हैं. So here you will have Lebanon, here you will have Syria. ये रहा. और यहाँ से border है Syria और Jordan की, तो here you will have Jordan as well. So Syria, Jordan, Lebanon and Israel. All four countries will be surrounding this Golan Heights. ठीक है, यहाँ पर अभी विल ऑल्सो सी येलो लाइन एंड ब्लू लाइन. सो हियर यू विल हैव ब्लू लाइन, विल आई विल डिस्कस सेपरेटली, बट यहाँ ब्लू लाइन भी है. अब कमिंग टू दिस कंप्लीट इजराइल वाला रीजन विच इज पैलेस्टीन. हाँ, so this is complete Palestinian territories and it has been recognized by 157 nations, and just to focus, lately it has been recognized by major powers as well: Australia, France, UK, Portugal, Canada. And why are they recognizing now? It is to put pressure on Israel and in a way to put pressure on USA कि जो तुम कर रहे हो हम भी ये सब यहाँ कर सकते हैं. फिर they are starting to recognize Palestine after what Trump is doing. So they have recognized Palestine. 157 nations have recognized. India ne? Has India recognized? Yes, India has also recognized it. Next is Gaza Strip. We'll read Gaza Strip separately as well. So here you will have Gaza Strip. Up within this Gaza Strip, there are several corridors. So let's say this was, I am zooming into this Gaza Strip wala area. We are zooming into Gaza Strip right now. Within this Gaza Strip, you will find various crossings. So first we'll, sorry, पहले corridors पढ़ रहे हैं फिर crossings. So corridors में let's say you have this particular corridor developed. This is called as Philadelphia corridor. Philadelphia नहीं है, it is Philadelphia corridor. Philadelphia corridor. See what happens is this Gaza Strip is, this strip is not having any kind of free access to the outside world. यहाँ पर they have made a corridor, यहाँ they have made a corridor, यहाँ they have made a corridor, they have made several corridors, and within those corridors they have made some openings that anything that is going within Gaza can only pass through this crossing. Anything that is going to Gaza that can only pass through this crossing. So these corridors are there, and within corridors they'll have crossings as well. जैसे यहाँ पर this is the corridor that is there, and this corridor you will have Rafah crossing. So you have Philadelphia corridor, and within the Philadelphia corridor you have Rafah crossing that is there. So they might just give Netzerim corridor, recently seen in news, is in which nation? Yeah, it connects kahan se kahan. So they might give such corridors directly, constantly in news year round. Philadelphia is between your Gaza and Egypt. It is there, very narrow corridor. And this Rafah crossing is only direct exit to Egypt. From Gaza, if you want to go to Egypt, either they'll have to go via Israel, or else they have just this opening, that is Rafah crossing, that is there. ये पूरा यहाँ से यहाँ तक रास्ता नहीं है. It is a corridor that they have blocked here. Same way, next you have Netzerim corridor. So here, this is where you have Netzerim corridor. So they have various corridors made. This is Philadelphia corridor, Netzerim corridor, यहाँ पे another corridor, यहाँ पे Morag axis या Morag corridor is there. So they are based, जैसे यहाँ पे रफा है तो रफा क्रॉसिंग, यहाँ मोराग है तो मोराग एक्सिस, यहाँ पर you have Netzerim, so they are naming it as Netzerim corridor. So they are named after the city only that is there. So Netzerim corridor, it is that corridor that splits this into two, northern Gaza, southern Gaza. It splits Gaza into two, northern and southern. ऐसे you will have Morag axis. This is being lately developed, another corridor here. Ultimately, see what Israel is trying to do is, Israel is trying to close down here. पहले यहाँ तक कंट्रोल करा, फिर इतना इतना कॉरिडोर बना दिया. अब they will control this area completely and this area. So they are shrinking the area of Gaza. Then they'll again make a corridor. They'll control this area and let's say this area. So ऐसे करके they are continuously shrinking the corridor. अभी we'll also see yellow line. तो गाजा बहुत छोटा रह गया है अब. They have almost controlled 60% of Gaza as well. So this is how they keep on continuously developing corridors. Ab they have developed this, now they have developed this, eventually they'll take complete control of this region. तो अब गाजा का complete contact टूट जाएगा यहाँ से. Same way they have developed this and this, they'll take the control of this also, just to block the contact from any side. So corridors, Philadelphia, Netzerim and Murag axis या Murag corridor. Crossings, one is Rafah crossing, second is Kerem Shalom crossing. So here you will see Kerem Shalom crossing. One more crossing is there. इनके पास नाम याद कर लो. This I have seen somewhere in Gaza context. Good morning. So some crossings are also there. Rafah crossing, Kerem Shalom and Erez crossing. Erez crossing यहाँ ऊपर है. This is Erez and here you will have Erez crossing. This is the Erez city. So if you are getting corridors या crossings, mostly it is in context of West Asia or Gaza. लेकिन एक दो crossing will read in Pakistan Afghanistan context as well. तो ध्यान रखना, mix मत करना बस. Mostly you will find crossings and corridors in the context of Gaza here. This is Morag axis, Morag. Done. See, यहाँ से they are only allowing pedestrian to cross. पैदल जाओ, जो काम है वापस आ जाओ. They are taking complete control and they have taken control in such a way that now this yellow line, ये तो ये था, this yellow line, अरे कहाँ है? This is the yellow line. So this was Gaza. From here till here, this is what is Gaza. But now this is yellow line and it is being said that this is the new border between Gaza and Israel, because this is where Israel has taken control by continuously shrinking the Gaza Strip. So Trump has now meditated and he is like, this is the new line of Gaza. This is where Israeli people are in dominance now. This is where Israeli military is in dominance. So they are continuously making corridors and shrinking this Gaza Strip. So 2-4 साल और फिर नहीं पढ़ना पड़ेगा. It will be completely with Israel. Yeah. So viewed as new border by Israeli leadership, it is a buffer zone inside Gaza Strip. So yellow line is not Gaza with something else. It is completely inside Gaza only. This is Gaza Strip and within that only you have yellow line, and this yellow line is, you have Gaza here, and now this is being ruled by Israeli military. Similar to yellow line, you have a blue line as well. Now blue line is on the northern side of it, where Israel and Lebanon are there. So Israel and Lebanon, this is where you have Golan Heights. यहाँ पर another territory is there that is called Sheba Farms, and this is where you have blue line. ये पूरी blue line है between Israel and Lebanon. Blue line Israel and Lebanon, yellow line between Gaza. इस ब्लू लाइन पे क्वेश्चन आ चुका है यूपीएससी की दूसरी एग्जाम में. ब्लू लाइन, विल रिवाइज गाजा वंस पहले, देन विल मूव फॉरवर्ड. सो जाओगे नहीं तो सब बिना देखे विल रिवाइज. So this is the conflict zone that we have. Golan Heights, West Bank, Gaza Strip. अब within Gaza Strip, let's say this is Gaza. यहाँ पर you will have various corridors. Name the corridors. Philadelphia corridor, Netzerim corridor, Morag axis. These are 3 corridors that are there, 3 crossings. Rafah crossing, Kerem Shalom. ये दोनों is on southern side. Erez crossing is on the northern side. Then we have seen yellow line. Yellow line is within Gaza only, the area that has been controlled by Israel. अब उससे border अंदर shift कर दिया उन्होंने. And blue line is on the top. You will have Lebanon and Israel. Sheba Farms भी पड़ा है, ध्यान रखना, north of Sheba Farms it is. Done. coming to the next conflict zone, you will have Iran. So Iran mein we have seen mountain ranges first. Tell me which two mountain ranges? Elbrus and Zagros. These are two mountain ranges that we have seen in Iran. अब ईरान में there was this operation Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was what US did in Iran. So bombing of three major sites, three major nuclear sites in Iran. First is Fordo. So Fordo is here. Next is Natanz and Isfahan. इनके नाम इंपॉर्टेंट है, ऑर्डर मत याद करो. Just remember Fordo, Natanz, Isfahan, all of these are nuclear sites in Iran. This is where bombing happened. But there are other nuclear sites as well. You will have Kondab and Bushehr. Bushehr nuclear power plant. So here on the coast you will have Bushehr. Fordo, Natanz, Isfahan. Here bombings happened. But there were other sites as well, which is Kondab, Ark, ये भी लिखा जाता है Ark, and then Bushehr. These are all nuclear sites. Fordo, Natanz, Isfahan, Bushehr and Kondab or Ark. 5 nuclear sites. Then talking about nuclear, there are uranium mines as well within Iran. इसीलिए US is like they are enriching uranium because they have nuclear mines. They are getting continuous supply from their own mines as well. So Sagand mine, Gachin mine and Yazd mine. These three mines also you are supposed to remember. They are within Iran only, uranium mines. Sagand, Gachin and Yazd. 3 uranium mines within Iran. Done? Just एक बार मन में नाम बोल के देख लो. 3 bombing sites, Fordo, Natanz, Isfahan. There are 2 more nuclear sites, Kondab या Ark, Bushehr. Then 3 mines, Sagand, Gachin, Yazd. These are 3 more mines that are there, uranium mines. There are some more places, thoda bahut in news. One is Kurdistan region. This is the region occupied by Kurd ethnics. So Kurd, again they'll occupy 4 territories: Iran, Iraq, Turkey and Syria. This is Kurdistan. Iran, Iraq, Turkey and Syria. Iran, Iraq, Turkey, Syria, Kurdistan. Then there is this corridor. कॉरिडोर पढ़ रहे थे तो एक और याद रख लो, Zangezur corridor. It connects Baku to Turkey. Baku is in Azerbaijan, capital. So here you have Azerbaijan and here you will have Turkey. So you will have Zangezur corridor that is there. Connects Baku, which is in Azerbaijan, to Turkey. So not all corridors are within Gaza. कहीं और के भी पूछे जा सकते हैं. And I'm assuming as UPSC is asking international conflict zone wala question, soon there will be either question on crossings or on corridors. Done? यहाँ पर एक conflict region था between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Nagorno Karabakh region. मैं शायद यहाँ डालना भूल गया, but you can write this Nagorno Karabakh region, dispute between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Nagorno Karabakh region. 2-3 साल पहले न्यूज में था ये, lately it is not in news. Nagorno Karabakh region, Armenia and Azerbaijan. Done? Let's recall West Asia complete, then we'll move ahead. Which is this peninsula? Sinai, Gulf of Aqaba, Red Sea, Bab al Mandeb. This will be Gulf of, बताया नहीं तो याद नहीं. ओमान कहाँ से आया? ओमान वहाँ है. एडन, Gulf of Eden. Now this will be Oman, Gulf of Oman, Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz controlled by Oman and Iran. Peninsula, Musandam Peninsula is there. Name the countries: Iran, Iraq, Saudi, Oman, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE. छोटा छोटा है. Done. Two major rivers, Euphrates and Tigris. Done. Which port? Port पूछा, शतल अरब नहीं. बसरा पोर्ट हियर. नेम द पोर्ट्स यहाँ पे: हाइफा पोर्ट, बेरूट पोर्ट, लटाकिया पोर्ट. कमिंग हियर, अकाबा पोर्ट, जेदा पोर्ट, एडन, मस्कट. और क्या क्या पढ़े थे यहाँ पे? बंदर अब्बास. अच्छा, विच पोर्ट इज हियर? हाँ, चाबहार. और यहाँ पे ग्वादर इज हियर. दिस इज ग्वादर, दिस इज कराची, दिस इज माउथ्स ऑफ इंडस नियर टू दिस. और क्या पढ़ा है? विद इन इजराइल यहाँ पर यू विल हैव सी ऑफ गलीली connected with Dead Sea by which river? Jordan River, Dead Sea, that is there. Sea of Galilee is also called Lake Tiberias. Lake Tiberias. Now you will have Golan Heights, West Bank and Gaza Strip. So this is Gaza. Here corridor, Philadelphia corridor, Rafah crossing, Morag axis, Netzerim corridor, Erez crossing is here. Then you will have this line, yellow line that is there. यहाँ पर again you will have blue line that is there. याद आ रही है सारी चीजें? Done. Next, we have also read about a lake here. This is Lake 1. Another lake here, Urmia. यहाँ का दरियाई नमक है. Urmia is freshwater lake continuously shrinking. Same way, this is also a Caspian Sea. Again, यहाँ पर you will get Aral Sea. Aral Sea is also shrinking. Two major rivers flow into this, Sardarya and Amudarya. Because of irrigation projects on Sardarya, Amudarya, it is shrinking. और क्या पढ़ा है? Name 3 sites on which bombing happened. Fordo, Natanz, Isfahan. 3 sites. 2 more sites are there. One is a nuclear power plant here. Bushehr, शहर है एंड में. This is Kondab region या Arc. 3 mines also we read. Sagand mines, Gachin, Yazd mine. These 3 mines also we have read. Uranium mines. याद आ रही हैं चीजें? नेक्स्ट क्या बच गया अब? हाँ, जांगेजूर कॉरिडोर. दिस इज अजरबैजान, दिस इज योर टर्की. यहाँ पर यू विल हैव जांगेजूर, जो भी स्पेलिंग है, कॉरिडोर. विच रीजन डिस्प्यूटेड? नागोर्नो काराबाग रीजन. डन. और क्या पड़ा है इंपॉर्टेंट? I think almost everything is covered. Kurdistan. Kurdistan is Iran, Iraq, Syria and Turkey region. डन। करें आगे। मूविंग टू सेंट्रल एशिया। Now within Central Asia only we will see Afghanistan या Pakistan border as well. Separately नहीं पढ़ रहे हैं, within this only. Although this is Central Asia, this is not part of Central Asia. So Central Asia major countries you will have Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. मुझे याद नहीं रहती थी. These 5 nations I remembered them in alphabetic order like this. तो clockwise is alphabetic order. Alphabetic order में सबसे पहले it has to be Kazakhstan, then Kyrgyzstan, then Tajikistan. TA will come first, and then you will have TU, Turkmenistan, and then you will have Uzbekistan. So this is an alphabetic order clockwise. Starting from Kazakhstan, you will have the clockwise order. ये तो जमा लोगे अपने आप. कजाकिस्तान से स्टार्ट करना, क्लॉकवाइज में घूम जाना अपने आप. यू विल गेट द रिलेटिव लोकेशंस ऑफ ऑल द कंट्रीज. अल्फाबेटिक. अगर 2 के है तो जस्ट सी द सेकंड अल्फाबेट. अगर 2 टी है तो सी द सेकंड अल्फाबेट. प्लेस देम इन अल्फाबेटिक ऑर्डर इफ यू आर कंफ्यूज्ड. अब वन थिंग टू रिमेंबर हियर, especially for this region and secondly for South Asia, UPSC has once asked capitals and especially their order, north to south, east to west order of capitals. तो ये आपको रटना पड़ेगा या थोड़ा सा याद करना पड़ेगा. नॉर्थ टू साउथ या ईस्ट टू वेस्ट ऑर्डर ऑफ कैपिटल्स. नॉर्थ में यू विल हैव कजाकिस्तान, बहुत ऊपर है उसकी कैपिटल, दैट इज नूर सुल्तान. सो आई एम राइटिंग नॉर्थ टू साउथ. You will have Nur Sultan. Second, coming down, it is Bishkek. Capitals ये हैं Bishkek, Tashkent, Dushanbe, Ashgabat. So Nur Sultan, then Bishkek, Tashkent, Dushanbe and Ashgabat. ये एक बार चेक करना विच इज हायर, दुशानबे और अशगाबाद, बिकॉज ये हो सकता है मैप में ऊपर नीचे हो. एक बार एक्चुअल में चेक करो आप नेट पे. विच इज हायर, इज इट दुशानबे और इज इट अशगाबाद. पता लगा उनने ऊपर नीचे बना दिया, हम गलत याद कर लिए. चेक द रिलेटिव ऑर्डर, चेक देयर लैटिट्यूड्स, समझ आ जाएगा उससे. लैटिट्यूड ऑफ दुशानबे एंड लैटिट्यूड ऑफ अशगाबाद. सेम सीक्वेंस है, ठीक है. ये मैंने अपनी मेमोरी से ही लिखा था. नूर सुल्तान बहुत ऊपर है. देन यू विल हैव बिश्केक, ताशकंद, दुशानबे एंड अशगाबाद. आगे चलें. अब मेजर फीचर्स दैट यू विल फाइंड हियर, दिस इज वेयर यू हैव पामिर नॉट. पामिर्स लिखा है ना. This is where you will have Pamir Knot, and from here you will have various mountain ranges emerging. So here Tian Shan, बाकी तो इंडिया की तरफ आ रही है, बट यहाँ पर you will have Tian Shan and here you will have Altai mountains. So Tian Shan and Altai mountains this side. Here ज़्यादा mountains नहीं है बीच में. Major mountains near to Pamirs only, Tian Shan and Altai mountains. But this region has desert. You will have Taklamakan desert here. Then यहाँ पर you will have Kizilkum desert and Karakum desert. This is Kizilkum and Karakum desert will be here. So Kizilkum, Karakum and Taklamakan desert, they lie in this region. Kizilkum Karakum and Taklamakan desert. This is where your desert regions are there. Turan plains, this is where your Turan plains are there. Majority deserts but steppe also. This is where steppe wala zone is. Steppe type of climate. याद आ रहा है Central Asia, steppes of Central Asia. Turan lowlands. Aral Sea is in between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Caspian Sea is between which countries? Tariq. T से तुर्कमेनिस्तान, अजरबैजान, रशिया, ईरान, कजाकिस्तान. Tariq countries. Up here it is fed by Amu Darya and Sar Darya, two rivers, two major rivers, Amu Darya, Sar Darya. यहाँ देखते हैं अलग से. Historically it is known as Oxus River, vital for irrigation. Sar Darya, again it is also important for irrigation because जहाँ नदी होगी वहीं पर you will have population based. Another important lake that you will find here is Lake Balkash. यहाँ पर seeing in this map you will have Lake Balkash here, and it is very unique. Unique in the sense that यहाँ पर can you see this river flowing here? This river, because it is a river that is coming here, it decreases the salinity in this region, but upper part is relatively saline. So it is not completely saline lake, it has a salinity gradient. नीचे नीचे अलग होगा, ऊपर ऊपर salinity अलग होगी. So this lake is unique and it is part fresh and part saline. Partly it is fresh, so where you have this river coming, this is the western part. This western part is fresh and this part is saline. So it is kind of a unique lake that is there, Lake Balkash. Western part is relatively fresher, eastern part is significantly saline. A distinct salinity gradient is seen, Lake Balkash. It is not just one river, बाकी rivers भी होगी यहाँ पे that are causing this salinity gradient. Lake Balkash. Done? लिखो जल्दी लिखो. Aral Sea we have discussed. It is being shrinking in size. ये पूरा डिस्कस कर चुके हैं हम. अरल सी. Same way Caspian Sea also. Important river that is falling is Volga river. ये देखो डॉन और वोल्गा कितनी पास पास में है. नियर दिस वोल्गोग्रेड ओनली वी आर ट्राइंग टू बिल्ड दिस, मतलब नॉट वी, दे आर ट्राइंग टू बिल्ड डॉन वोल्गा लिंक कैनाल यहाँ पर नियर वोल्गोग्रेड. Coming to a conflict zone, one major conflict zone is between Afghanistan and Pakistan here. Again, two crossings are there. Firstly, this is Durand line. Durand line is the boundary between Afghanistan and Pakistan, although Taliban does not recognize this. So this is why there is constant struggle going around this Durand line. Taliban is not recognizing this areas as, yeah, this particular line as the international border that is there. Durand line. अब यहाँ पर you will have Torkham crossing. This Torkham, पहले ये region देखो. This Torkham is lying here in this region. Now this region has ऊपर NWFP, Northwest Frontier Province. Here you will have Waziristan region, and यहाँ पर it is the tribal belt, and Taliban claims all the areas. Taliban claims all these areas कि ये सब उसका part होना चाहिए. So Northwestern Frontier Province, tribal areas, and this Waziristan region, all of this is claimed by Taliban. That is why there is a constant struggle in this Torkham crossing. यहाँ पर you will have Torkham crossing. There continuous struggle is there, and this is from where your GT road also passed. GT road is ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड built by शेरशाह सूरी, ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड। वो तो शेरशाह सूरी को ज्यादा टाइम नहीं मिला इंडिया में, नहीं तो मुगल्स नहीं होते बाद वाले, कुछ अलग होती इंडिया का, इतना भी हमने पढ़ा है हिस्ट्री। हाँ, तो वजीरिस्तान रीजन एंड केपी के रीजन also called as northwest frontier province, it is claimed by Taliban। अनदर क्रॉसिंग, बस अगर नाम याद आ जाए तो चमन क्रॉसिंग, नियर टू कंधार, दिस इज नियर टू काबुल। काबुल के पास यहाँ पे यू विल हैव जलालाबाद एंड यहाँ पर पेशावर, तो नियर टू दैट यू विल हैव तोरखम क्रॉसिंग, नियर टू कंधार यू विल हैव चमन क्रॉसिंग। डन। और भी हैं बट दीज टू आर प्रोमिनेंटली इन न्यूज। सो क्रॉसिंग्स दैट वी हैव सीन, रफा क्रॉसिंग, Kerem Shalom, Erez क्रॉसिंग, एंड देन दीज टू क्रॉसिंग तोरखम एंड चमन, वो तीनों गाजा में थी, ये दोनों यहाँ पर है, अफगानिस्तान पाकिस्तान। कॉरिडोर्स दैट वी हैव सीन, फिलाडेल्फी, मोराग एक्सिस, नेटजेरिम कॉरिडोर, ऑल थ्री इन गाजा, वन मोर कॉरिडोर, Zanzibar, Zanzibar corridor, that is Azerbaijan and Turkey। यूपीएससी देने दे, मैं ही दे दूंगा अगले इसमें क्वेश्चन टेस्ट में। अब सेंट्रल एशियन कंट्रीज आर वेरी रिच इन रिसोर्सेज, पूरा सेंट्रल एशिया। सी कजाकिस्तान prominent is uranium that is there, and notable fact is one of the largest uranium producer, Kazakhstan, uranium। उज्बेकिस्तान अगेन यू विल हैव यूरेनियम एंड गोल्ड, सी पास पास में, ऐसा नहीं है कि समवन केम एंड पुट यूरेनियम अंडर कजाकिस्तान, उज्बेकिस्तान भी पास में तो वहां भी मिल जाएगा। ये आइडिया आप लगा सकते हो एग्जाम में, अगर एक नेशन में मिल रहा है तो इट इज पॉसिबल कि आसपास भी मिल रहा होगा। फॉर एग्जाम्पल गोल्ड इन स्विट्जरलैंड, एक क्वेश्चन था याद आ रहा है, स्विट्जरलैंड इज हैविंग सेकंड हाईएस्ट गोल्ड रिजर्व्स इन द वर्ल्ड। स्विट्जरलैंड इतना सा है, अगर उसमें सेकंड हाईएस्ट है तो आसपास में यू हैव जर्मनी, फ्रांस, इटली, सब कुछ है उसके पास में, उन सब की लैंड के नीचे भी तो गोल्ड होना चाहिए। तो दिस ऐसे बेसिक आइडियाज आप लगा सकते हो वहां पे। तो इफ यूरेनियम इज हियर इन कजाकिस्तान, प्रोबेबली इट इज somewhere near to Kazakhstan as well. Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan are neighboring. Here also you have uranium. Also gold. So one of the world's top gold producers, large uranium and gas reserves are also there. This everything is part of USSR only. पहले erstwhile USSR. तो ऑयल गैस रिजर्व्स रशिया में भी बहुत थे, यहाँ भी थे, रशिया के नेबरिंग ही है ऑल ऑफ दिस, so you will have gas reserves as well. Russia is also one of the leading in gas. Turkmenistan, again talking about gas, you will have natural gas found in Turkmenistan as well, fourth largest natural gas reserve। टी, ये liable to change also है ना, मैंने जब चेक किया होगा या जिस डॉक्यूमेंट से चेक किया होगा, हो सकता है किसी और कंट्री में नया मिल गया हो तो फिफ्थ हो गया, बट with this we are getting an idea that Turkmenistan is having one of the larger sources of gas as well। Kyrgyzstan, again gold, so you will find gold in this region as well। Kumtur gold mine, one of the largest, largest नहीं बोला है। Then again you will have gold, silver, antimony। So major thing that we have seen here is uranium, natural gas and gold, three things are prominent, all three are in demand, gold also, uranium also, natural gas also। Central Asia, recalling this, tell me the order of capitals। Nur Sultan, Bishkek, Tashkent, Dushanbe, Ashgabat। This is the north to south order of the capitals that we have। अब यहाँ पर prominent, this is the Aral Sea, this is Caspian Sea that we have। यहाँ पर two rivers are flowing, Amudarya and Sardarya. Here you will have a lake, Lake Balkash. And Lake Balkash is such that it is having a unique salinity gradient. Western side is relatively fresh, upper side, yeah, eastern side is relatively saline. Done. Next, we have seen crossings here. You will have two major crossings, Torkham, Chaman. Chaman crossing and Torkham crossing here. This is where GT road passes, Grand Trunk Road. This is between Kabul and पेशावर, याद कर लो, या जलालाबाद एंड पेशावर. डन. और क्या पढ़ा था इंपॉर्टेंट? Durand line is this, which is not recognized by Taliban. Name the mountain. यहाँ पर and यहाँ पर. This is Pamir. Tian Shan and Altai mountains. Desert, you will find a desert here, Taklamakan desert. And यहाँ पर Kizilkum, Aralkum deserts and all. Done. Relatively, this region will have steppe type of climate. Steppes, temperate grasslands. Coming to Southeast Asia. Which parallels will pass? You will have equator passing from Indonesia. But tell me which islands of Indonesia will equator pass? सब रट के बैठे हैं. सुमात्रा, बोर्नियो, सुलावेसी या सेलेबस आइलैंड. एंड हियर यू विल हैव न्यू गिनी वगैरह. यहाँ से इट विल पास. इट इज नॉट पासिंग वाया जावा आइलैंड. सो जावा से नहीं पास कर रहा है, ध्यान रखना. इट इज पासिंग थ्रू सुमात्रा एंड बोर्नियो. दिस इज इक्वेटर. एंड योर ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैंसर विल पास वाया, इट विल पास वाया ताइवान एंड म्यांमार. बाकी सब इसके बीच में है. दैट मीन्स दिस कंप्लीट रीजन इज लाइंग between your equator and tropic of cancer. Does this give you a fair idea that what type of climate will be here? यहाँ पर near to the equators you will have tropical rainforest. So rainforest of Malaysia, Indonesia will be very prominent here. What type of climate you will find here? China थोड़ा सा ऊपर हो जाता है. Here you can find monsoonal type of climate because tropics is where India is also there. So India type of climate you will start finding here as well. और ऊपर जाएंगे तो you will get China type of climate. Done. Let's see major seas. So this is from where we'll start. Andaman Sea and Gulf of Thailand you have. Andaman Sea and Gulf of Thailand, they are connected via the proposal to connect this via a canal called as Kra Canal. Kra. This is Isthmus of Kra. Then here you will have South China Sea, Philippine Sea, Celeb Sea, Celeb Island है यहाँ. Sulawesi या Celeb Island is there. So Celeb Sea. Java Island, so Java Sea. This is Java. So near to Java you will have Java Sea. This is Sumatra, this is Borneo, this is Sulawesi. Sulawesi or Celebes. That is what is their sea named after. This is Arafura Sea. नीचे क्या आएगा? ऑस्ट्रेलिया आ जाएगा, तिमोर सी. So we are in this region. नीचे का हम पढ़ चुके हैं. Getting a fair idea what are the seas here? Andaman Sea, Gulf of Thailand, South China Sea, very disputed zone. 9- line will pass from here. Philippine Sea on this side of Philippines. Celeb Sea near Sulawesi Island. Sulawesi is only called as Celebes. Then you will have Java Sea near the island of Java. Tell me which state is here? State of Malacca. अब यहाँ पर बहुत सारे छोटे छोटे स्टेट है. सुंडा सी के वहाँ पे सुंडा स्टेट, जावा स्टेट, सबको नहीं याद करना है. We'll go country by country. So first is Myanmar that we have. Myanmar में यहाँ पर this is the Purvanchal ranges that we have. We'll have Naga Hills here. पढ़ा था Naga Hills forming a natural boundary between India and Myanmar. This is why you have insurgency prominent in this region. Because of this hill ranges, patrolling becomes difficult. Geography, yeah, terrain is a factor here. So Naga Hills, Chin Hills are also there. Then you have Arakan Yoma. This is Chin Hills, Arakan Yoma. So this is complete ranges that we have, and it goes till Andaman. ये पूरा पड़ा था Arakan Yoma. So this is what we have. Naga Hills, Chin Hills, Arakan Yoma. And it is an extension and it goes to Andaman. Shan Plateau. Shan is a word normally used for any upland. तो शान प्लेट्यू ने यूज कर लिया. चाइना यूजेस इट फॉर माउंटेन्स. तियान शान, कुनलुन शान, अल्ताई शान. दिस शान इज फॉर हाईलैंड या माउंटेन that is there. So Shan Plateau is here in Myanmar. Shan Plateau. Three major rivers that we'll study here. In fact, two major. One is Irrawaddy, other is Salween River. Chinwin is a tributary of Irrawaddy only. यहाँ बना होगा. So you will have Chinwin River. This is a tributary of Irrawaddy. Irrawaddy dolphins. Mein you might have heard about Irrawaddy rivers. It is found here only. So Chinwin, a tributary of Irrawaddy. This is where your Irrawaddy falls. And this particular gulf, ये वाला gulf, is called as Gulf of Martaba या Gulf of Martaban. मोटम्मा भी बोलते हैं. दोनों तीनों नाम है. Gulf of Motamma, Gulf of Martaba या Gulf of Martaban. This is where your Salween River will fall. Irrawaddy थोड़ा सा इधर है. Mouths of Irrawaddy. So three rivers major are Irrawaddy and Salween. Third river is Chinwin, which is a tributary of Irrawaddy only. Largest here is your Salween River. It falls into the Gulf of Motamma या Martaban, कुछ भी बोल सकते हो. Now this region is famous for teak plantations. Burma teak या Myanmar teak is very high quality, very highly prized teak. Burma या Myanmar teak. It lies on almost the same latitude as your central India. So teak is very prominent in central India. Same way teak will be prominent in Burma region. Almost same type of climatic conditions. So very good quality teak. Again, on the mouths of Irrawaddy, we can have petroleum reserves being found there. Lead, silver, छोटे मोटे trace elements can also be there, but teak is very famous. Myanmar also called as rice bowl. This Irrawaddy river का सारा region, this is called as rice bowl. Again, rice requires water. Coast पे water भी होगा, rainfall भी होगी because of Arakan Yoma mountains. Plus, this region will have Irrawaddy flowing. Water availability is high. Quickly recall Myanmar hills में you have Naga, Chin Hills, Arakan Yoma, एक शान प्लेट्यू था. Next, coming to three rivers, Irrawaddy and Chinwin, then Salween River. Salween falls into Gulf of Martaba या Motamma. ठीक है. The vegetation is prominent in teak, very important. Teak and rice, वहाँ का agriculture में prominence है. Done. Coming to next, that is Thailand. This Shan Plateau, we read about Shan Plateau ना यहाँ पे. Myanmar में here we read about Shan Plateau. What happens is because of this mountain ranges, eventually this area receives very less rainfall because mountains है यहाँ पे, ज़्यादातर यहाँ गिर जाएगी rain. So Shan Plateau becomes relatively rain shadow region. अब rain shadow है तो water availability is less, so You cannot have rice in that area. Millets are relatively grown in Shan Plateau. Plus Plateau is an upland. थोड़ा ज़्यादा सूखा होगा ऊपर जाएंगे तो. Similar to Shan Plateau, you have Korat Plateau here. बस इनके नाम पढ़ लो. Korat Plateau, Shan Plateau. Major river that flows here. Yeah, we should say lifeline of Thailand. You have Chao Phraya River. This is where you can see Chao Phraya River. And it flows into Gulf of Thailand. South China Sea नहीं है, Gulf of Thailand है यहाँ पर. It flows into Gulf of Thailand, Chao Phraya River. Again, almost on same latitude, you will have rice and teak. Same, Myanmar के जैसे. You will have rice and teak plantation. River is there, water availability is there. You will have rice plantation. And almost the latitude is same, so climate, everything will be same here. You will have teak plantation. So major river, Chao Phraya River. आगे चलें. Coming to the next country, you have Cambodia. अब यहाँ पर major river that we have is Mekong River, and Mekong River, it originates somewhere here in Tibet. The deltas, यहाँ पर it flows here. Somewhere here it flows, and it is used to be called as Kochi, China. Kochi, you know, in India, where Kochi is almost on the boundary. So this is also similar to that only. So they used to call it as Kochi of China. Kochi in India, similar port they used to call as Kochi of China. So Kochi, China, they used to call this. Deltas of Mekong, this region, is used to be called as Kochi, China. Now it forms a boundary between Thailand, first thing Myanmar, Laos, and then Laos and Thailand. This is the river that passes from China plus all Southeast Asian countries. All मतलब ये ऊपर वाली म्यांमार, मलेशिया और इंडोनेशिया मत ले लेना, ये वाली सारी. So you will have Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos and Vietnam, all of it plus China. So it passes through China plus 6, China plus 5, sorry. It forms boundary between Myanmar and Laos as well. So somewhere here it will form a border between Myanmar and Laos, and then Laos and Thailand as well. So here also it will flow, making the border. यहाँ पर इसमें थोड़ा सा shifted है, but it forms the border. China plus 5, China and all other 5 nations it is flowing. चाहे थोड़ा सा जाए लेकिन जाती है. Again famous for Vietnam. Vietnam ये पूरा है, so it is ending in Vietnam only. This is Vietnam, this is complete Vietnam. तो वो यहाँ तक जा रही है, तो दिस इज वियतनाम, कंबोडिया, लाओस, सब में जाएगी. Again famous for rice cultivation. Mekong, lifeline of your Southeast Asia. It is passing through all the nations. So major rivers that we have seen अभी तक, Irrawaddy and Chidwin, Salwin. Mekong के पहले Chao Phraya River. Chao Phraya is in Thailand. ठीक है. Coming to Philippines. अच्छा इसमें एक बार just remember the order of capitals as well. Order of capitals, north to south. You will have Hanoi, then Vientiane, capital of Laos. Vientiane, Bangkok and Phnom Penh. Hanoi, Vientiane, Bangkok and Phnom Penh. इसी का ऑर्डर शायद एक बार यूपीएससी पूछ चुका है. Order of the capitals of Southeast Asian nations. Hanoi, Vietnam, Hanoi, Vientiane, Bangkok and Phnom Penh. याद कर लेना, ऑर्डर इज इंपॉर्टेंट. Tell me the west to east order of these capitals. These four capitals, west to east order. Bangkok, इसलिए बस नॉर्थ टू साउथ मत करो, इसका ईस्ट टू वेस्ट भी लिखो, लिखते जाओ अपने उस पर, ईस्ट टू वेस्ट ऑर्डर एज वेल. So you will have Bangkok, Vientiane, Phnom Penh, and then Hanoi. East to west order, sorry, west to east order as well. Done? ये रहा Phnom Penh, PHNOMPENH. नाम नहीं वहाँ स्पेल करना, वहां पे ना तो लिखना होगा ना बोलना होगा, टिक करना है वहां पे बस. Done? Coming to Philippines side, now Philippines capital is Manila. अब यहाँ पे बहुत सारे आइलैंड्स है. This is formed because of constant tectonic plate interactions. तो ये सारे आइलैंड्स उसी की वजह से बने हैं. And it is one of the most tectonically active regions. Apart from Japan also, it is also tectonically active and it faces continuous eruption of volcanoes and second thing earthquakes. दोनों चीज यहाँ पे आती है. And another major thing it faces is cyclones. Earthquakes और volcanoes तो हो गए, cyclones. So it is also impacted by cyclones here in this region. अब बस एक आइलैंड का नाम याद रख लो, लुजोन. This is where the capital is based. Biggest island है यहाँ का, Luzon. Manila is based on that. Philippines. एक एक नहीं याद रख सकते हो तुम. Coming to other nations, we have Malaysia and Singapore. Now where is Singapore located? वो रहा सामने, ऐसे मत बताओ. On the tip of Malaysia, एकदम छोटा सा, it is just a city, but it is also a nation here. So just on this tip we have Singapore located. So this is Malaysia and this is also Malaysia. So Malaysia is this side also. This is which? This is which nation? It is Thailand. This is Isthmus of Kra. And on this isthmus only, here you have Malaysia. For Malaysia, you have this part as well as this second part. Now this second part has Malaysia, Indonesia, and one more nation, Brunei. So this island has three nations in it. A part of Indonesia is also there, a part of Malaysia is also there, and another nation called Brunei is also there. So Malaysia is this as well as this. Now this island is called as ये वाला. This is Borneo. ठीक है. Talking about Singapore, Singapore lies, if this is Malaysia, just at the tip of it you will have Johor Strait, and separated by Johor Strait is one small island, that is Singapore. So Singapore city state कुछ भी बोल दो. This is Malaysia and यहाँ पर एक स्ट्रेट है जोहोर, and this is where your Singapore is. एकदम यहाँ टिप पे, मैप में दिखेगा अभी नहीं. Only on this tip you have Singapore. Highest population density in the world. एक ही आइलैंड है, उसी पे सब कुछ है यहाँ पर. And it is separated by Johor Strait. This is Johor Strait. याद रह जाएगा Johor Strait. Malaysia and Singapore. This is very less populated. This is the most populated area. This is very less populated. Done? Indonesia. This is from where your equator will pass. You will have Sumatra and Borneo, only these two. This side of it is called as Kalimantan. लिखा होगा, लिखा. Kalimantan. Indonesian portion of Borneo is called as Kalimantan. So this is Borneo. Borneo has Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia, all three of them lying, and this part of Indonesia is called as Kalimantan. A major part of Indonesia lies in the southern hemisphere. So out of all these countries that we have read, it is Indonesia that lies majority in the southern hemisphere. यहाँ पर बस ये दोनों islands हैं ऊपर, बाकी सब जो है नीचे नीचे की तरफ है. तो majority is lying down. Equator passes through Borneo and Sumatra and not through Java. तो ये दिया जा सकता है. It is not passing through Java. It passes through Sulawesi but not through Java. Done. ये उसी का डिटेल्ड मैप है दैट फ्रॉम वेयर इक्वेटर इज पासिंग. नहीं घुसते हैं इसमें ज़्यादा. Other places that was in news, this was one prominent eruption that was happening, Mount Ibu, and within a month itself it erupted 1,000 times. जैसे माउंट आबू है ना इंडिया में, ऐसे ईबू है, इट इज इन इंडोनेशिया. तो माउंट ईबू हियर, it is an island of, it is located on an island of Indonesia. Within a month, I think in January it erupted. So within January 2025 it erupted over 1,000 times. Mount Ibu. I don't know what they call as eruption. थोड़ी सी गैस निकल गई, उसको भी eruption बोल दिया. या बहुत ज़्यादा होता तो it would have been very prominently in news. चलो, conflict zone in this area. Again, you can expect a question from here. It is a UNESCO heritage site as well that is in conflict. Now this conflict zone lies between Thailand and Cambodia. So on the border of Thailand and Cambodia, you have this Pre Vihar temple. Pre Vihar temple and Prasat Tamyun Tham temple. So this is the border. Here you have Pre Vihar temple and you have the second temple here. Both of this are disputed between Thailand and Cambodia. One of them claims कि ये मेरा है, but it is lying in the other's territory. The second one claims कि ये मेरा है, but it is lying in the other's territory. So these are two disputed areas, and because of which a constant clash is happening in this region. यहीं पर बीच में. And this region is where you have Dangarek ranges. तो यहाँ पे local clans and military clashes are happening continuously. Dangarek mountain ranges on the border of Thailand and Cambodia. Because of these two prominent temples, the clash is happening. And this is a plateau region that is there, Chongbok Plateau. So within this clash, they are trying to take the control of this plateau, because plateau is the highland. They say we tried to take the control of Siachen Glacier because it is the highland. From there it is easier to control and look around. So same way this Chongbok plateau is highland. So जब भी clash होगा, so they are trying to take the control of this plateau as well, Chongbok Plateau. Just relate all of this lying on the border between Thailand and Cambodia. टेम्पल्स के नाम आप देख के टिक कर दोगे, बस ये चोंगबॉक प्लेटू का नाम ध्यान रखना. डन. लिख लो. We'll recall this quickly and then we'll move ahead. Done. So before South China Sea, let's recall what we have done in Southeast Asia. हाँ, यहाँ सब लिखा है. Tell me. This is Myanmar. Here we have seen Naga Hills, Chin, Arakanyoma. Then two rivers, Irrawaddy and Chindwin. Another river, Salween, flows into which? Gulf of Motamma. Then this is Thailand. यहाँ पर you have Shan Plateau, Korat Plateau. Which river? Chao Phraya River. Chao Phraya River flowing into Gulf of Thailand. This is Gulf of Thailand that you have. Then you will have another major river flowing from here, forming border between almost all, flowing through almost all the nations. You will have Mekong River, China plus 6. Here it is there, and it is called Kochi, China. That is there. Give me the order of capitals of this four nation. Hanoi on the top, Vientiane next, Bangkok and Phnom Penh. North to south order of the capitals. और क्या देखा था यहाँ पे? Coming here on this isthmus of Kra, you have Malaysia. These two are the Malaysia wala territories. This is where you have Singapore, separated from Malaysia by Johor Strait. This is Strait of Malacca. This is island of Sumatra. This is Java. This is Borneo, but this region is called as Kalimantan region. This is which nation? Brunei. ठीक है. This is which island? Sulawesi Island. This is which sea? Celeb Sea, named after Sulawesi only. This is which sea? Arafura नीचे आ जाएगी. Here you will have Java Sea. This is Philippines. This is which island? Luzon Island, where Manila is based. और क्या देखा था? Conflict zone. Conflict zone is between Thailand and Cambodia. On this border you will have two temples, Priya Vihar and उसका नाम आपको देख के याद आ जाएगा that this is the temple that was there. Another plateau was here, Chongbong Plateau and Dangrek Range, mountain ranges between them. So this is where struggle ya clashes is going on. Conflict zone. Another conflict zone that is prominently in news always is South China Sea. So we have this 9-dash line that China claims that anything that is inside this 9-dash line is China's territory. And in order to press its claim, it keeps on claiming the islands that are there. So any newly formed island, China starts claiming there. Three major island groups that we have here is Paracel, Carboloc Shoal and Spratly Islands. This is in this order, PSS. Now Paracel Islands, this is disputed between China, Vietnam and Taiwan. These three nations are involved in Paracel. Coming to the next, add Philippines as well. Coming to the next, add Malaysia as well. So you will have three nations in Paracel. It is China, Vietnam and Taiwan. When you are moving to Scarborough Shoal, you will have these three plus Philippines. When we are moving to Spratly Islands, these four plus Malaysia. Although Malaysia के साथ it is Brunei as well. So Malaysia, Brunei साथ साथ में you are supposed to add. अगर याद नहीं रहे कि which are the disputing parties between this, you can keep this order PSS, Paracel, Scarborough and Spratly. Again in alphabetic order. P, then Scarborough में SC will come first, then SP will come. Vertical order. Alphabetic. First three, China तो हमेशा ही रहेगा, then Taiwan and Vietnam. As you are coming down, add Philippines also. As you are coming down, add Malaysia and Brunei as well. So these are the disputed areas that are there. Done. Up within this also, within Spratly group of islands, we have smaller islands that are coming in news these days. So you will have two islands, बस इनका location याद रख लो, that they are here near Spratleys. Thitu, Subi Reef, Sandy Cay Reef, and Whitsun Reef. So one is the island that is there, Thitu Island, and then you will have three reefs: Subi, Sandy Cay, and Whitsun Reef. यहाँ पर in this Spratly group of islands, you will have this one island, Thitu Island, and three reefs: Subi Reef, Sandy Cay, and Whitsun Reef. Subi, Sandy Cay, and Whitsun. Three reefs and one island, Thitu Island. What was that military base in Greenland? What was the name of that? Thule. Thule military base. ठीक है. So done these four. There is this Gulf of Tonkin as well. इसको भी ध्यान रखना. Gulf of Tonkin. It is also a dispute between China and Vietnam. So this is Vietnam, and this is where you have Gulf of Tonkin. Gulf of Tonkin. ध्यान रहेगा. This is Gulf of Thailand. This is Gulf of Martaba या Mortabban. Gulf of Martaban, Gulf of Thailand, Gulf of Tonkin. Tonkin, and this is South China Sea. Done. Climate. Climate, I think you can now relate equatorial type of climate, monsoonal type of climate. Philippines being the highest disaster risk country. ये कर लोगे खुद से ही. Climate now you can directly relate. Major agriculture. So in this climate type where rainfall is more, you will find coffee, spices, rubber, oil palm, coconut, sugar. ये सब यहाँ पे मिलेगा. This is opium poppies, गांजा. वो भी मिलेगा उधर. थाईलैंड. ठीक है. तो पैडी, कोकोआ, कॉफी, स्पाइसेस, ऑल ऑफ इट. हाँ. ओपियम ट्राइंगल एक तो है. उसके अलावा the name has been changed. You have the crescent also and the triangle also. They used to call it as golden triangle and golden crescent. Now the name has been changed to that triangle and that crescent. ठीक है. अगर अभी तो नहीं आएगा, but मेंस में अगर लिखो तो don't mention golden now. It is that triangle, that crescent. Coming to resources, दो तीन मेजर देख लो. उसमें important is tin and nickel. I think nickel last time भी पूछा था. निकल इंडोनेशिया, ये पिछले साल भी आया हुआ था. सेम स्लाइड्स में पढ़ाया था. लास्ट ईयर भी आ गया था. निकल. So Indonesia, one of the largest producers of nickel. Tin, nearly 50% of the tin is produced in Indonesia, Malaysia region. So tin and nickel very important in this region. tin निकाल दिया. tin and nickel के अलावा क्रूड ऑयल एंड नेचुरल गैस ये तो है ही. रखाइन फील्ड्स, म्यांमार. सुना होगा नाम कई बार. तो रखाइन ऑयल फील्ड्स, म्यांमार. tin and nickel you are supposed to remember. Very prominent in Malaysia, Indonesia. Tin and nickel. Done. So we are almost done. Recall तो कर लिया है. Will now move to China, Japan and Russia. बस इतना ही बचा है. The mapping will be completely done. China, Japan and Russia. Coming to China, what type of climate? China type of climate will be here. And this region will be high altitude region, mountainous region. So relatively arid region this will be. ये पूरा तिब्बत, Tibetan Plateau and all. This region will be, this is a plain region, this is also a plain region. So almost 80% of the population of China you will find living here and here in this region. This is devoid of population. Desert area, mountainous area, hard to live conditions. Okay. Let's see various regions that are there. So first start with Tibetan Plateau. अब यहाँ पर you will get various mountains. यहाँ देखो, this is Kunlun Shan. Here you will have Tian Shan, Altai Mountains. This is, we have read about them in Central Asia. Tian Shan and Altai Mountains. So they are linking with China. So Kunlun Shan, Tian Shan, Altai Mountains, Altun Shan. This Shan is used for mountainous regions. So all of this is mountain and this is Himalayas. Between Himalayas and this other mountains, you have a raised plateau. That is plateau of Tibet. Majority of glaciers वगैरह सब कुछ इसी region में है. Devoid of your agriculture. Now between this, यहाँ पर Kunlun Shan, Altun Shan, we have seen Altai Shan, Tian Shan. Between this, you will start having certain basins. Zungarian Basin between these two mountains, Tarim Basin between this mountain, Kedam Basin between this mountains, and Sichuan Basin. So 4 major basins are there in China. Here you will have Manchuria Plains. यहाँ मैं basins की बात कर रहा हूँ. These basins are there within, between the mountains. 4 major basins: Zungarian, Tarim Basin, Kedam Basin, and Sichuan Basin. अब सबका अपना अपना importance है. Zungarian Basin is in news because of Uyghur population, Uyghur Muslims. सुना है? So because of that it is there, Uyghur Muslim population. Because it is lying between the mountains. अब यहाँ देखो, ना तो यहाँ से हवा पहुंचेगी ना तो यहाँ से. So relatively drier region it is. This is relatively drier region. Less water will be there. So you will not have good forest there. वहाँ पे बस grasses हो सकती है. And here you will have Central Asia. So Central Asian steppes, you might get some steppy type of grasslands here because water availability is less. Zungarian Basin on the top. Coming next, you will have Tarim Basin. Now this is where you will have Taklamakan Desert. पास में Taklamakan Desert. Since it is a desert region devoid of population, thus China is doing nuclear testing in this area. So Lop Nur Lake is here, which is a nuclear testing site of China. Lop Nur, nuclear testing site of China, Lop Nur Lake. Now this Kedam Basin. Kedam Basin has Qinghai in it. Qinghai यहाँ spelling होगी this. Very important for lithium. You know the importance of lithium. There will be lots of factories in and around this. So industrial area keeps on developing here in this region because of mines here in this. यहाँ पर देखो, it is located in Qinghai province, largest producer, China. यहाँ पर आपका lithium मिलेगा. Plus बाकी elements are also there. So this is from where industrial region in China starts. यहाँ नहीं है ऊपर industries, but this is where your industrial region starts. And one of the most important river also flows from here. We'll see later on. But उसके around China की various population, majority of the population is there. कौन सी river है? Yangtze river. We'll see. Done? Sichuan Basin. एक सेकेंड, सिचुआन बेसिन नहीं लिखा. I think my slides are misplaced. Sichuan Basin is the region where this is the most agricultural prominence wala area for China. Your Chinese economy runs from here. Agriculture prominence, rice के लिए बहुत important है. Manchuria, this Chinese North Chinese plain and Sichuan Basin, ये तीनों important है for Chinese agriculture, mainly because this is drained by Yangtze river. एक सेकेंड यहाँ होना चाहिए. This is Yangtze river that is flowing in that area. This was your Sichuan basin. आते हैं अभी इस पे. So Sichuan basin is located here in this region. Very important. 4 basins we have seen. Zungarian basin in the upper reaches, close to steppe grasslands. Taklamakan के पास में है Tarim, nuclear testing site of China. Then Kedam basin, lithium के लिए important, plus एक oil and natural gas का भी है, petroleum का, यहाँ पर Kedam basin में. The Sichuan basin, agriculturally rich area, it is drained by your Yangtze river. China type of climate, this you can relate. China के ऊपर जाएंगे तो Laurentian type. Coming to important rivers, you will have 2 rivers, Huanghe river and Yangtze river. First let's see Yangtze. Half of the China's agro produce, this is where you will have Sichuan basin, rice bowl of China. So Sichuan basin is the rice bowl of China. राइस ही खाते हैं वो लोग ज़्यादा. And 35% of Chinese population living in and around Yangtze. 35% population is huge. We have discussed about this Three Gorges Dam. So they are making Three Gorges Dam here on this river. They have made, they have made this Three Gorges Dam. ये Yangtze river का ही दूसरा snapshot है. This is Yangtze river. अब focus where it is falling. It is falling not in South China Sea but in East China Sea. तो दोनों रिवर्स का ध्यान रखना. दिस इज फॉलिंग इन ईस्ट चाइना सी. सेकेंड वील सी हुआंगवे रिवर, ऑल्सो नोन एज येलो रिवर. इट फॉल्स इनटू येलो सी. यहाँ पर दिस इज ईस्ट चाइना सी. दिस इज येलो रिवर फॉलिंग हियर इन येलो सी. हुआंगहे रिवर. इट इज फ्लड प्रोन रिवर बट इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर वीट. यहाँ कहीं लिखा होगा, हाँ, वीट कल्टिवेशन. So one is important for rice producing areas. This is important for wheat producing areas. ऊपर. Done. Mineral resources चाइना में सब मिलता है. Almost everything is there in China, but monopoly, complete monopoly is in rare earth, almost complete. Tungsten, largest reserves and producer, largest producer है in gold, in coal, in antimony, in all of this it is the largest producer. But the coal in China is of relatively lesser grade. Both coal and iron are relatively lesser grade. It is dependent on Australia and Brazil for the imports. Especially Australia, पास में है इसलिए. So it is especially dependent on Australia, China for coal and iron both. But coal, he has coal in abundance, but the quality of coal is slightly inferior. Done. बाकी सब लिस्ट डाउन नहीं करा है, सब कुछ मिलेगा चाइना में, आप जो बोलोगे वो. जो डिस्कवर नहीं हुआ वो भी मिल जाएगा उधर. चलो, लेट्स रिकॉल व्हाट वी हैव रेड अबाउट चाइना. गलत इमेज डाल दी क्या? हाँ, दिस इज देयर. यहाँ पर माउंटेन्स फर्स्ट, अल्ताई माउंटेन्स, कुनलुन-शान, टियान-शान, अल्तुन-शान. Here you have Himalayas. Here you will have Tibetan Plateau. It is there. Then 4 basins. यहाँ पर Zungarian basin, Tarim basin, Kedam basin, and Sichuan basin. This is relatively drier, but it is linked to steppe Uyghur population. This is linked to Taklamakan Desert and nuclear testing site of China. Kedam Basin, रिसोर्स रिच रीजन, लिथियम भी है यहाँ पर, बाकी मिनरल्स भी हैं. दिस इज एग्रीकल्चर रीजन, राइस प्रोड्यूसिंग एरिया, ड्रेन्ड बाय यांगत्से रिवर विच फॉल्स इनटू विच सी, ईस्ट चाइना सी, इट फॉल्स इनटू ईस्ट चाइना सी हियर. एंड यहाँ पर यू हैव अनदर रिवर फेमस फॉर राइस, वांगेई रिवर, wheat cultivation. तो चाइना में यू हैव this area as well called as Manchurian plain. ध्यान रखना, plain, Manchurian plain, very prominent. Manchurian plain, good agricultural producing area. This is Gobi desert. ये भूल गए अपन, Gobi desert बताना. China and Mongolia, inner Mongolia. Done. Coming to Japan. So second last, after that we have Russia. बंद करना है. Now Japan we have seen it is formed because of interaction of three plates. कौन कौन सी है? Pacific, फिर पढ़ने लग गए Pacific बोल के. You will have Eurasian plate, Philippine plate and Pacific plate. Which plate will subduct? Oceanic plate, which is older, will subduct. So Pacific plate is the oldest, it will subduct under both the plates, and this plate being oceanic will subduct under the Eurasian plate. So on the confluence of it you will have Japan located. Now what we have seen, if a plate subducts, on which side of the plate you will start seeing islands? Can I say on non-subducting side of the plate you will see volcanic islands? So if this plate is subducting, you will have a trench here, and on the non-subducting side of it you will see islands. So Japan is located on this side and you will get trenches here. क्योंकि जब ये सबडक्ट कर रही है तो लावा विल अराइज फ्रॉम दिस साइड एंड यू विल स्टार्ट सीइंग आइलैंड्स ऑन दिस साइड. इस साइड नहीं बनेगा. आर यू एबल टू लिंक विद जियोमॉर्फोलॉजी? दिस विल सबडक्ट, lava will start rising from this side. If lava is arising from this side, that means island will form on this side. अगर क्वेश्चन आ जाए तो ध्यान रखना, अगर जापान यहाँ है तो trenches will be on this side of Japan because this plate is subducting. Lava will originate from this side. So trenches will always lie on this side of Japan. Is this clear? बीच में नहीं होगी, कंफ्यूज मत होना कभी भी. बीच में you won't have trenches. यहाँ पे also you can see almost same. You will get this as a trench that is there, this line that is there, and this line, it acts as a trench that we are having near Japan. This is the island of Japan that we have. Now Japan is not a single island, we have a group of islands. Just major island chains, you have 4 major: Hokkaido, Honshu, Shikoku and Kyushu. These are 4 major islands of Japan: Hokkaido, Honshu, Shikoku and Kyushu. And you have an island chain that is disputed, Ryukyu Islands. Ryukyu is disputed between China नहीं है, Korea and Japan. So it is disputed between Korea and Japan, Ryukyu Islands. अब do we need to study rivers या agriculture here? अरे लैंड इन ये रिवर कहाँ रहेगी? So very small rivers will be there, very small river system, you don't need to worry about that. Agriculture, again there is no land, so very minimal agriculture will be there. They will have their diet based on majorly based on seafood. whale भी मार मार के खा जाएंगे. ठीक है, whaling is very prominent in Japan. So no large river system. Climate of Japan, now it is located in at a place where it will receive rainfall from this side also, and when cold winds are coming, because of Sea of Japan, they'll also receive rainfall from this side as well. And because of abundant rainfall in both the seasons, in summer as well as in winter season, it receives rainfall. So water is relatively available. If water is available, so they can have crops such as rice, because water is available throughout the year. It is not like they have extensive water system that is there, but आ जाता है पानी बारिश के कारण. So they have cultivation of rice as well, very prominent. China में, in Japan also you will see rice as one of the major staple items that is there. Japan temperate monsoon, China type, they call this as a China type of climate as well. फिशिंग इंडस्ट्री, ऑल्दो ओशनोग्राफी नहीं किया है, बट उसमें भी वील सी फिशिंग इंडस्ट्री वेरी प्रिवलेंट हियर. देयर आर टू करंट्स. So on this side of Japan you will have a current, and on this side, so Oyashio and Kuroshio currents will be there. One is hot, one is cold current, and wherever you have hot and cold currents meeting, you will have good fishing grounds created. So very prominent fishing ground is there. And second thing, just see the coastlines of Japan. They are inundated. One is this, let's say ऐसा होता. One is this coastline. Second coastline is this. अगर आप इसका और इसका area if you calculate ना, इसका area would be more than double than this area. Because of this inundation, area increases a lot. And because of increase in India का coastline length has increased. You might have studied. Because टेक्निकलिटीज में जाए तो मेजरिंग टेक्नोलॉजी हैज इम्प्रूव. तो अर्लियर अगर यहाँ से यहाँ लेट्स से वी आर मेजरिंग दिस लाइन, अगर दिस लाइन वाज लाइक दिस, if the technology is not good you will assume this line to be straight, but as you keep on zooming you will start seeing the bifurcations here. अब आप इसका length calculate करोगे. When you calculate the length of this coastline it will be relatively more compared to this line. पहले सबको straight line मान के they used to calculate. Now they have inundations in their coastlines. So same inundations are found here in Japan. That is why it becomes a very good fishing ground. हर जगह से मछली पकड़ सकते हो. So meeting of this current, indented coastlines that are there, shallow continental shelf. If continental shelf is shallow, can I say fish will be in relatively upper waters only, easy to catch. So again fishing industry is in very prominence there, and this is a huge concern. International Whaling Commission has ordered complete ban on killing, yet killing is very prominent. They use whale meat even for various festivals also. So whale meat is very prominent there. Killing, एक product भी नहीं बनता है यहाँ से, एक 1 cent is also prepared. whale की उल्टी से बनता है relative. ambergris, ambergris from whale vomit, and it is very highly priced, very highly priced. हाँ, mineral resources you will have coal and iron both, चाहे थोड़ा है लेकिन है वहां पर, and because of which China, Japan's industry is also flourishing. Iron and steel of Japan is one major industry that is there. Iron and steel industry. Chalo, Japan is also done. We are left with one last thing, that is Russia. हाँ वो भी हो जाएगा, फिर ऊपर ऊपर ही तो है पास में जापान में. बट जापान के साथ द थिंग इज यू विल हैव winter rains here as well because of this. So if you are having winter rains, we start calling this as China's influence, China type of climate. Winter rain is also there, same seen in China, that rain is from both the types of climate. So यहाँ भी rain मिल जाएगी, because when Siberian winds are crossing this sea of Japan, you will have winter rains as well. This is Sea of Japan on this side of Japan, ठीक है, Sea of Japan. Coming to Russia, first we'll focus on the seas that are surrounding Russia. focusing here on the Arctic side of it. First, starting with Baltic Sea. So we have seen this. घूम के पूरा वापस यहीं आ गए. Baltic Sea. Here also you will have Kaliningrad, a territory of Russia. यहाँ पर है green color. Baltic Sea. यहाँ पर you will have a port named Saint Petersburg. We have seen this. Coming on this side, सबको याद नहीं करना है. Just read the names that these ports are linked with Arctic ports. These are mostly frozen. That is why, see, all of these ports are frozen. यहाँ पर you have a cold current. Again, because of the influence of cold current, this port is not that relatively operational. So Russia is just reduced to either this port or this port. That is why we are seeing annexation of this territory. So that उसकी मजबूरी है ना. यहाँ पर it is oil and gas resource. From where it will export? Oil and gas resources in this region. Imagine if Russia has to export all of these resources to Europe, but they cannot use this or this port. They'll have to go from this route and then all together पूरा घूम के आना पड़ेगा. That is why this and this are very important for Russia's economy. इसीलिए Russia is annexing this region, because all of these ports will be freeze during winter, and this is very far off from the major producing areas. Here you will have White Sea. एक दो बार नाम पढ़ते हैं, रटना नहीं है. Barents Sea, Kara Sea, Laptev Sea, East Siberian Sea, Chukchi Sea, Bering Strait and Bering Sea. We have seen Bering Sea and Bering Strait. So Baltic Sea, White, Barents Sea, Kara Sea, Laptev, East Siberian Sea, Chukchi Sea, Bering Strait and Bering Sea, and here you will have Sea of Okhotsk. This is another peninsula, that is Kamchatka Peninsula. See, आपका डाउट, कामचाटका में यहाँ की विंड्स नहीं जा सकती, बट यहाँ पर दिस इज दैट आइलैंड, यहाँ पर ये विंड्स जा सकती है, इसीलिए अलग हो जाएगा थोड़ा सा. डन. अब यहाँ से दिस Barents Sea, ports in the Barents Sea are relatively operational because of a current flowing from here. कौन सा current आएगा? See, this is UK, this is Norway. You have North Atlantic drift coming all the way till Barents Sea, and ये थोड़ा सा घुमा हुआ है ना, ऐसे curved में है मैप. So you will have North Atlantic drift coming from here, and it will keep this sea, the ports in this sea, relatively operational. So you will have this Murmansk port यहाँ पर. लिख देता हूँ. This becomes relatively operational because of your North Atlantic drift here in this region. Are you able to imagine? ये पूरा curve है अभी. Done. So this is that Murmansk port. Ice-free port. It is in Barents Sea because of North Atlantic drift. Next, St. Petersburg. It is in Baltic Sea. But understand, Baltic Sea के बाद में भी there is a Gulf of, बताओ, Gulf of, कहाँ पर है पोर्ट? Which Gulf? It is Gulf of Finland. तो ये और अंदर हो गया, तो it is not that deep. So problem with this port is its depth is less. If depth is less, again bigger ships cannot enter. तो मजबूरी समझो रशिया की. Ports are not operational. ये सारे बंद हो गए. यहाँ पर it is not that deep. So Russia has to go through the Black Sea वाला route. Rostov, this is a port here in Black Sea region. Rostov port. Vladivostok, here in Sea of Japan it is there. It is operational relatively throughout the year, but very less resource area it is and very less population it is. Majority सब यहीं पर है. That is why these ports are more important. Done. Murmansk is in Barents Sea. St. Petersburg, Baltic Sea, Rostov, Black Sea, and Vladivostok in Sea of Japan. Done. Now mountains. One major mountain chains that you are supposed to see is Urals. बस इसको याद रख लो. और भी हैं बट उनके नाम इतने गंदे ना तो आप प्रोनाउंस करोगे ना आप याद रखोगे. So just focus on Urals mountains. Relatively here, this side is, you will have Europe where you will have majority population, and this side will be Siberia. Relatively desert regions, very colder region, very less population in this region. Although we will have population where rivers are flowing. So ऐसा नहीं है कि it is devoid of population. You will see agriculture also in this region. You will see population also in this region because of rivers. क्या क्या याद रखना है? One is Urals. Second is Valdai Hills. I'll tell you why you are supposed to remember Valdai Hills. A major river originates from here. Can you guess the river? देखते हैं अभी. अभी बस नाम पढ़ लो एक बार. Valdai Hills, Ural Mountains. One is this Kola Peninsula. This is where your Murmansk port is. This is where your ocean drilling projects are going on. याद है पहला लेक्चर पहली क्लास में we have seen drilling through the ocean, direct source of knowing the interiors of the earth. Out of that, one is drilling. That drilling is happening here in Kola Peninsula. So another peninsula to remember, Kola Peninsula, it is here in Arctic region, controlled by Russia. Kola Peninsula. Urals का extension is this Nova Zelma. याद नहीं रखना है, बस बता रहा हूँ. This is the extension. Then this is Siberian plains and all. One another thing that you have is Lake Baikal. Now this Lake Baikal is by volume. It is very deep. So even though by surface area it not look like the largest lake, but it is very deep, and since it is very deep, it becomes the largest to hold water, largest river, freshwater lake. Sakhalin Island. Tell me why is it in news, या why you might have heard about this. Vladivostok तो ठीक है. Sakhalin oil fields, ONGC Videsh Limited. India is focusing on Far East as well, and in this Far East comes this Sakhalin Island also, where ONGC Videsh Limited is also trying to explore. Sakhalin Islands. Kamchatka Peninsula, this again another peninsula that lies here in the Bering Sea. थोड़ा सा डिटेल में देखते हैं अब. You will have Urals, one of the oldest mountain ranges. बस इतना ध्यान रख लो. Urals are separating both the continents. Next you have Kola Peninsula. Copper reserves are there in this Kola Peninsula as well. Copper reserves. Kola Peninsula. West Siberian plain. This is drained by various rivers. Some originating from Lake Baikal side, some originating from this Ural mountains. So this is swampy region, relatively marshy region. So swamps and marshes are there, but not major population is living here. It is famous for natural gas. So this plain is famous for natural gas. यहाँ पे बहुत सारी गैस मिलेगी. Extension of this gas और यहाँ पे पेट्रोल. Yamal Peninsula. Petrol and gas. Then Central Siberian Plateau again highland, and Siberia. So very less populated region is this. ध्यान क्या क्या रखना है? You have Ural mountains, Kola Peninsula, copper reserves. Here you will have natural gas, near to Urals, and here you will have petroleum reserves. Rivers की बात करें, rivers में just remember Volga. So you will have Don river like this. This is Don going into, tell me which sea is this? This is Azov. This is Don river, and here you will have Volga going into Caspian Sea. So Don and Volga, remember these two. It drains into Azov Sea. It is connected with Don Volga Canal, and Volga, the Valdai Hills that I told you is for Volga rivers. It originates from Valdai Hills. बाकी नहीं करोगे चलेगा, ओ बिरतेश यंसाई नहीं. इट इज ओरिजिनेटिंग फ्रॉम बेकाल, इसलिए बस बोल दिया था याद करने का, किसी को पढ़ना है तो पढ़ सकता है. दीज टू रिवर्स आर ओरिजिनेटिंग फ्रॉम लेक बेकाल, बट मोस्ट प्रोमिनेंट इज डॉन एंड वोल्गा टू रिमेंबर. Now a conflict zone. Conflict zone is Ukraine Russia conflict that is happening. Ab it is in news because of Operation Spiderweb lately. And this is an operation done by Ukraine on Russia. So drone attacks किए Ukraine ने. So drone strikes launched by Ukraine over Russia. And major air bases पे it has striked. And it has striked almost to this deep. यहाँ तक जाके, ऐसा नहीं कि बस बाउंड्री पे मार दिया. हाँ हाँ, कंटेनर में लेके गए थे. सो यू हैव दिस, ऑल ऑफ दिस एयर बेसेस. अब यहाँ पर एक टर्म इज कॉमन, ओब्लास्ट. ओब्लास्ट, इट इज लाइक अ स्टेट दैट इज देयर. बस नाम पढ़ लो एक बार, जस्ट इन केस दे गिव दैट लोकेशन बेस्ड मैपिंग आ गई. सो यू विल हैव मुरमांस्क रीजन, वी हैव सीन देयर दे हैव ओलेना एयर बेस. मुरमांस्क रीजन ओलेना एयर बेस्ड. देन इवानोवो ओब्लास्ट, इवानोवो. देन रियांजन, ये यहीं पर है इस जगह पे ही. देन इर्तुक्स, बेलाया एयरबेस. एक एक दो दो बार नाम आंखों से पढ़ लो, जस्ट इन केस आ जाए तो यू कैन सी. द विजुअल मेमोरी शुड बी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग वहां पर कि हाँ ऐसा मैंने देखा था. कहाँ देखा था इतना वो नहीं कि क्लास में देखा था, बुक में देखा था, कहाँ देखा था, रशिया के मैप में कहीं रशिया के पास देखा था. ये ऐसे पढ़ना है. यू कैन नॉट हैव एवरीथिंग इन योर माइंड, समथिंग शुड बी रेड फ्रॉम द आईज एज वेल. तो मैप्स में हमेशा आंखों से याद रखा करो कि हाँ मैंने यहाँ कहीं देखा था, पहाड़ के पास दिखा हुआ था. एंड टुडे यू हैव मार्क्ड वेरियस थिंग्स इन द एटलस ना, उसको बस पलटा लेना. अभी से प्री तक 8-10 बार बस उसको घुमा लेना. कभी भी बैठे हो कुछ और पढ़ने का मन नहीं कर रहा, यू कैन जस्ट कीप इन फ्रंट. कुछ रटना मत, बस आंखों से देखते जाना कि हाँ ये मार्क किया था, ये मार्क किया था मैंने, प्लेटी ऑफ मार्टोग्रासो यहाँ पे मार्क किया था. ऐसे बहुत सारी हेल्प होगी उससे. कम से कम 2-3 क्वेश्चन एक्स्ट्रा सही होंगे जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ यू आर नोइंग द लोकेशंस प्रॉपर्ली कि यहाँ था वहां था. एंड 3 क्वेश्चन गलत से सही करना इज हाउ मेनी मार्क्स? 8 मार्क्स. इट्स नॉट 6 मार्क्स. गलत से सही करा है तो जो नेगेटिव हो रहे थे वो भी नहीं होंगे. तो 8 नंबर, ऐसे 6 हो गए तो 16 नंबर बहुत होते हैं. आप में से कईयों का निकल चुका होता अगर 16 जोड़ दिए पिछले मार्क्स में तो. चलो एनीवेज, कमिंग बैक हियर on the Ukraine side, again these are the territories occupied by Russia. तो क्रीमिया तो पता ही है, Kherson region, यहाँ पर you will have a nuclear power plant as well, the Zaporizhia region. Then Donetsk and Luhansk, these are relatively industrial regions that are there. So these 4 regions are in news that were recently annexed by Russia. And Crimea was annexed way back in 2014. यहाँ पर an important port is there, Sevastopol port. Here, Sevastopol. अबे श्रीवास्त It is not Srivastava port. It is Sevastopol. हाँ, अखंड भारत. सेवास्तोपोल, यहाँ पर, हियर ऑन क्रीमिया. डन. क्लाइमेट, एग्रीकल्चर, नाउ यू कैन रिलेट. साइबेरियन टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट रहेगा. कोस्ट में जाओगे तो लॉरेंशियन टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट यू विल फाइंड. इधर जाओगे नीचे नीचे की तरफ तो स्टेपीज विल आल्सो कम इन. so all of this now you can relate. कहाँ कैसा होगा. there is this trans siberian railway line connecting St. Petersburg to Vladivostok. it is there. पूरा ट्रांस कॉन्टिनेंटल, पूरा इस कॉन्टिनेंट से उस कॉन्टिनेंट. दिस इज यूरोप टू एशिया. ट्रांस कॉन्टिनेंटल लाइन, सेंट पीटर्सबर्ग टू व्लादिवोस्टोक, लगभग 9000 किलोमीटर लॉन्गेस्ट. हाँ, मैंने जाके देखा है. हाँ? ऐसे क्वेश्चन पूछोगे मेरा स्टैंड अप चालू हो जाएगा, मैं रोस्ट करने लग जाऊंगा. चलो. मिनरल रिसोर्सेस इन रशिया. दिमाग में आ रहा था, बोल नहीं सकता मैं. चलो. यूराल्स, साइबेरिया, these are the major regions that we have. But see, Russia इतना बड़ा है, it has so much of the land resource, all it will have almost everything that has been found. तो यहाँ भी बहुत सारी resources मिलेगी. Most prominent of this is your natural gas and oil, petroleum, crude oil. These two are most prominent resources that are there in Russia. But it has coal also, iron also, सब कुछ. And nickel, this mine is very important, Norilsk mine. तो निकल के लिए वी हैव सीन रशिया ऑल्सो, वी हैव सीन इंडोनेशिया ऑल्सो, एंड इनिशियली वी हैव सीन कनाडा ऑल्सो. वहां भी निकल था. तो रशिया कनाडा ऑलमोस्ट सेम उसमें है. और एक इंडोनेशिया में भी वी हैव सीन निकल दैट इज देयर. natural gas, largest reserves in the world. Petroleum also huge reserve. Coal also one of the largest. So it will be there, this major minerals. डन. हाँ, ज्यादा रेयर अर्थ नहीं है. रेयर अर्थ चाइना हैज द मोनोपोली. चलो, लेट्स रिकॉल रशिया. वी आर डन विथ रशिया एज वेल. दिस इज बाल्टिक सी, व्हाइट सी, बैरेंट सी, कारा सी, लैप्टेव सी, ईस्ट साइबेरियन सी. लैप्टेव शायद इधर है. ईस्ट साइबेरियन, चुक्ची सी, बेरिंग सी, बेरिंग स्ट्रेट, सी ऑफ ओकोस्ट. डन. देन नेम दिस पेनिनसुला. दिस इज कोला पेनिनसुला. एंड यहाँ पर यू विल हैव अ पोर्ट, मुरमांस्क पोर्ट. विच पोर्ट इज हियर? सेंट पीटर्सबर्ग. यहाँ पर रोस्टोव पोर्ट. एंड यहाँ पर व्लादिवोस्टोक पोर्ट is there. A river originates from here, Valdai Hills, falls into Caspian Sea. Don यहाँ से यहाँ ऐसे जाएगी. And you can, there is a canal या link project that is there. Next, mountains. Ural mountains are there. On this side of mountain you will have West Siberian plains where natural gas is there. Russia is the largest producer of this. And a peninsula is there, Yamal Peninsula, where you have this peninsula, petroleum. This peninsula has copper. ठीक है, कोला पेनिनसुला. अ लेक इज हियर, लेक बैकाल. यहां से भी रिवर्स ओरिजिनेट होती है. ठीक है. और क्या पढ़ा था? conflict zones. There were some air bases being targeted. One was this Murmansk air base, और दो तीन यहाँ थे, उनके एक दो बार नाम देख लेना अपने से. ठीक है. ओलेना एयर बेस, यहाँ भी एक एयर बेस था एंड ऑल. नेक्स्ट, here you have 4 territories been occupied lately. One was Crimea, that was way back 10 years ago. Then remaining 3 territories, Donetsk, Luhansk, जेफर्जिया जो भी नाम है उसका, एंड हेरसन. दिस फोर, these are industrial regions, this is nuclear power plant यहाँ पर. And famous for Russia, you will have natural gas, oil, nickel. इन तीन का ध्यान रखना. There is a cold wind blowing from here. बोरा, हर जगह बोरा घुसा दो आप. ब्लिजर्ड्स या बुरान? बुरान. भूल मत जाओ, पहली क्लास में था ये सारा कुछ. डन. इसको क्यों छोड़े? अच्छा, व्हाट इज द बेसिक डिफरेंस बिटवीन आर्कटिक एंड अंटार्कटिक? Land and penguin. You will find penguins in, you will find emperor penguins in Antarctica. अब अच्छा, जिसको नहीं पता, Arctic does not have land. Arctic is a floating mass of ice. It is floating completely on water. Arctic does not have land. Antarctic is land and ice sheets on there on the land. So what will happen? Agar just considering an ideal situation, one case is Arctic ice completely melts. Second situation is Antarctic ice completely melts. दोनों isolation में. Tell me by melting of which? I'm not considering any other factor. I'm just considering melting of ice. So tell me by melting of ice in Arctic versus melting of ice in Antarctic, which will lead to more rise in sea level? हाँ, लेट से दोनों में अमाउंट ऑफ आइस इज ऑल्सो सेम. बड़ा छोटा भी छोड़ दो, amount of ice that is melting is also same. It has to be Antarctic. Let's say this is a glass of water. Originally it was this much amount. When you are putting ice in it, water level rises to this, and this ice is floating over water. अब tell me, when this ice melts, will the level rise or not? अरे बचपन में करा होगा ये तो. When you have a glass of water and ice is there, when this ice melts, will the level rise or not? It will not rise. It will not rise unless I consider change of temperatures and expansion of water. वो सब नहीं consider कर रहा हूँ. I'm just considering this ice, this solid is turning into liquid. If solid is just turning into liquid, this level will not rise because level has already risen. Level has already risen because of this ice. जितना बढ़ना था बढ़ चुका उसके कारण. So if this ice that is floating, if this melts, you will not see a major rise in the sea level. If Arctic melts, you will not see a major rise in sea level just because of melting. Although there will be a rise because when melting happens, temperature increases, there will be expansion of water as well. So there will be host of other phenomena because of which sea level will rise. But just because of melting, sea level will not rise. Whereas in case of Antarctica, let's say this is the glass of water, this is the level in, and ice is not on water. Ice is, let's say, kept here separately on land, and when this melts, it will go into water and it will lead to increase in the water level as it melts. So when Antarctica melts, you will see sudden rise in the sea level. इसीलिए melting of Antarctica will have sudden impact on the level of water that is there in the ocean. Arctic में direct impact नहीं होगा, but Arctic will impact ocean temperatures, ocean सारा gradients will be impacted, because of which you will see the impact. Impact दोनों होगा, but melting के कारण नहीं हो रहा है यहाँ पे, because it is already floating on water and it is lying on land. ठीक है. Now Antarctica, there are various seas that are in and around Antarctica. छोटी बड़ी बहुत सारी sea है. We are not supposed to read all of it. पढ़ना है पढ़ लो, but याद नहीं रख पाओगे इतना सारा. Already we have seen. Two major things that you are supposed to see is Amundsen Sea, which are relatively in news. One is Amundsen Sea, second is Weddell Sea. These two seas are relatively in news, and one you might have repeatedly seen Larsen A ice shelf, Larsen B ice shelf, Larsen C ice shelf. So Larsen ice shelves you might have seen in news. This Larsen ice shelf is here. This is Larsen ice shelf and it is close to Weddell Sea. So this is why this is in continuous news. Larsen ice shelf. Relatively in news continuously. Larsen C, Larsen A, B, C तीनों ice shelves. अब दिस लार्सन आइस शेल्फ, अब यहाँ से अंटार्कटिका है, यहाँ से आइडिया नहीं लग रहा कि ये किस साइड है. तो इट इज ऑन विच साइड? इट इज ऑन साउथ अमेरिका. एज यू गो अबव फ्रॉम हियर यू विल गेट साउथ अमेरिका. तो यहाँ पर दिस इज द लार्सन आइस शेल्फ दैट इज हियर. This is the Larsen ice shelf and it is below Chile. So between this and this you will have Drake passage that is there. पढ़ा था ना, मतलब मैंने नहीं पढ़ाया बट श्रीकिंग 60s, फ्रीकिंग 50s ये सब पढ़ा होगा आप लोग. वेस्ट विंड ड्रिफ्ट, ड्रेक पैसेज, वन ऑफ द हार्डेस्ट पैसेज because it is relatively narrower. So everything is passing from here at great speeds. So this is the Drake passage. This is where you have Larsen ice shelf just below Chile. बस यही ध्यान रख लो. दिस इज चिली. यहाँ पर you have Larsen ice shelf. This is which sea? Weddell Sea. And relatively here you will have Amundsen Sea. Done. इतना ही ध्यान रखो, बहुत ज्यादा नहीं तो खिचड़ी होगा. चलो वी आर डन विद अंटार्कटिका. अब कुछ छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं. हाँ क्या हुआ? वो इंडिया के साथ पढ़ेंगे. अब वी हैव सीन वेरियस सीज एंड अलग अलग सेपरेटली वी हैव सीन स्टेट्स एज वेल. एक दो पेज में बस मेजर स्टेट्स पढ़ लेते हैं. डेजर्ट आप कर चुके हो, वॉल्केनिक जोन्स पता है आपको, तो बस एक स्टेट्स वाला वापस से वील रिकॉल. बेरिंग स्ट्रेट यू नो, इट सेपरेट्स रशिया एंड अलास्का या एशिया एंड नॉर्थ अमेरिका. पनामा canal you know about it. Tell me the lake that is there. Gatun Lake. Yucatan Channel, you will have Yucatan Peninsula in between यहाँ पर. So it connects Gulf of Mexico and Caribbean Sea. Next you will have Strait of Florida connecting Mexico and Gulf of Mexico and Atlantic Ocean. Here we have seen Davis Strait between बेफिन एंड लेब्राडोर सी. ऐसे ये हडसन स्ट्रेट भी है. यहाँ पे सी ऑफ हडसन था, तो यहाँ पे जो कनेक्ट कर रहा है दैट इज हडसन स्ट्रेट. देन डेनमार्क स्ट्रेट इज बिटवीन ग्रीनलैंड एंड आइसलैंड. दिस इज ग्रीनलैंड इज डेनमार्क ओनली, so they have named it as Denmark Strait. Between Greenland and Iceland you have this. यहाँ पे Danish Straits है within Baltic Sea itself. Dover Strait. This Dover Strait is between UK and France. तो UK ऐसा है एंड फ्रांस यहाँ पर है, और ये बीच में जो है इंग्लिश चैनल जो हम बोल रहे हैं, दिस इज वेयर यू हैव डोवर स्ट्रेट ऑल्सो. स्ट्रेट ऑफ डोवर या डोवर स्ट्रेट. वेयर इज दिस इंग्लिश नॉर्थ चैनल? दिस नॉर्थ चैनल इज बिटवीन योर ब्रिटिश आइल्स एंड आयरलैंड वाला रीजन. देखा था ना, दो सेपरेट है, एक ऐसे है और एक यहाँ पर है. दिस इज ब्रिटिश आइल्स, दिस इज आयरलैंड रीजन. So this is where your north channel is. North channel. Strait of Gibraltar, you know this. Now you will have Messina and Bonifacio, two straits. यहाँ पर we have read about 3 islands. You will have Corsica, Sardinia and Sicily. So between Corsica and Sardinia, you have Bonifacio. And Sicily. So between Italy, you have Italy here, you have Sicily here. Here you will have Strait of Messina. मैंने वहां नहीं पढ़ाया क्योंकि सब मेसअप हो जाता, क्योंकि हम मेसनिया स्ट्रेट है, ऐसे करके याद कर लो, मेसनिया, स्ट्रेट ऑफ मेसनिया. Then Bosphorus, Dardanelles, you remember this. Coming here you have Suez, Bab el Mandeb, Strait of Hormuz. ये सब याद रहेगा. Next you are left with Mozambique channel here. Mozambique. Palk Strait between India and Sri Lanka. Done. Malacca Strait. This is Malaysia. This is Indonesia. You will have Strait of Malacca. Sunda Strait between Java and Sumatra. Here you will have Sumatra. Here you will have Java. Malacca Strait हो गया. This Burian Pass is within your islands of Philippines itself. Then you will have Taiwan Strait between China and Taiwan. It is Taiwan Strait. Korea Strait, Korea and Japan वाला चीज. यहाँ पर you will have Korea Strait. It is connecting. This is Sea of Japan and this is which sea? Yellow Sea. So Korea Strait will be connecting your Sea of Japan and Yellow Sea. यहाँ पढ़ा था ना Yellow River Falls, Huanghe River, Yellow River. This is East China Sea and यहाँ पर South China Sea है आपका. Tsugaru Strait again यहाँ ऊपर ऊपर छोटे islands के बीच में है. Next, Bass Strait we have seen, Australia and Tasmania. Cook Strait, here we have three islands, three major islands. तो यहाँ पर between your islands of New Zealand we'll have Cook Strait and Foveaux Strait. Three major islands of North, Middle and Southern Island, New Zealand. Here also you have Drake Passage, Strait of Magellan and Beagle Channel. So यहाँ पर there are various small islands that are there. So major we have Drake Passage and between this you will have Straits of Magellan and Beagle Channel. यहाँ पर sorry, blue is for I don't know, I took the image from Google. मुझे तो states के लिए चाहिए था. Probably these are natural because these are human made. Suez Canal, Panama Canal. Gibraltar is not human made, so maybe these are natural states. Done. चलो we are almost done. ये तो सारा आपने कर लिया है. Desert, multiple times we have done deserts, volcanic zones, earthquake zones, all of it. This thank you is for just mapping. Abhi we'll continue with other things. हाँ, break के बाद ठीक है, we'll take a break. चलो we'll take a break. अभी this is not ending. Online people will move on to a different link. So I'll be sending you a different link on the group. So post break I'll continue on the different link that is there. चलो do comment on the video. Online people, आप लोग तो करते नहीं हो, वो मुझे पता है. Online people do comment on the video. I'll end the link here and then I'll send you the new link. Thank you everyone. I am sending you the new link. Break कितना 30 minutes? 30 तो ज़्यादा हो जाएगा, फिर लेट खींचेगा. कल समाधान है तो अरे we'll have a break till, यार फिर ज्योग्राफी खींचते जाएगा और एक्स्ट्रा क्लासेस लग जाएगी ज्योग्राफी की. 20 minutes max. 6 5 10 कर दिया. चलो 6:10 PM. Break till 6:10, then we'll continue. I'll change the link and I'll send. Comment on it and then I'll start in 2 minutes. पॉइंट आउट करके कमेंट पढ़ू क्या? अच्छा चलो रैप अप देन विल स्टार्ट. Now we are continuing with oceanography. We have been doing it since lecture 1. We have been waiting for it since lecture 1. आज मौका आ रहा है. अब थोड़ा सा we'll go fast because we have already done थोड़ा सा इसके आगे का चीज. So I'll go relatively quickly here with oceanography and other things. In oceanography थोड़ा बेसिक चीज थोड़ा सा तेजी से करेंगे, ठीक है? We'll have in the ocean bottoms you will get first thing continental margins within which you will have continental shelf, slope and rise. These three things. Then mid-oceanic ridge. Now you very well know what is mid-oceanic ridges and all these features. And then deep ocean plains. So you will get deep ocean plains where various features can also be there. Abyssal plains pe guyards and volcanic islands and all of it is there. Talking about ocean basins. फर्स्ट यहाँ पर ये तीन फीचर होंगे, कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ, स्लोप एंड राइज. टॉकिंग अबाउट कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ, इट इज द शैलोएस्ट पार्ट, gentle sloping, majority of biodiversity, life, fish catch, nutrients, minerals you will find here in this region. तो यहाँ पर shallowest part, depth, shallow का मतलब ऐसा नहीं है बहुत छोटा सा है, up to 200 meters depth will be there in this part. Photic zone, what does photic means? Light will go. If light is going, you will have animals and plant life flourishing there. So majority of kelp forest या underwater forest will be here in continental shelf zone. Sediments, अब यहाँ पर you will get terrigenous deposits as well, deposits that river are bringing. So majority of the deposits will be here in this continental shelf वाला region. Next comes your slope part. अच्छा, shelf में what are the resources? You will have petroleum, सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी. सल्फर स्पेशली आज सुबह भी देखा था, गल्फ ऑफ मैक्सिको इज रिच इन सल्फर. प्लेसर डिपॉजिट्स, वी हैव सीन प्लेसर डिपॉजिट्स इन जियोमॉर्फोलॉजी. वी गेट वेरियस गोल्ड, मोनाजाइट सैंड, all of this zircon, they lie in the placer deposits. So here in the sands of Alaska gold मिलता है, but ऐसे नहीं कि उठा लिया और gold मिल गया. It will be in very minute quantities. They'll छानते रहेंगे, they'll keep on concentrating it, फिर they'll melt it and then they'll make a coin or a bar out of it. So it will be in very minute quantities, but you will find this gold. Calcium, least soluble in ocean water and can be easily extracted. So calcium will be there. Fishes, pearls, all of these things will be found in the ocean basins, especially in the continental shelf wala zone. Most important of them is petroleum. देखो कहाँ कहाँ मिल रहा है, बॉम्बे हाई, गल्फ ऑफ कैम्बे, पर्शियन गल्फ वी हैव सीन टुडे. नॉर्थ सी, कहाँ है नॉर्थ सी? यूके के ऊपर, आज सब याद करा था. बैरेंट सी, वेयर इज इट? रशिया. व्हाइट सी, बैरेंट सी, कारा सी, लेप्टिव सी, चुक्ची सी, ईस्ट साइबेरियन सी. याद आ रहा है, लाइन से पूरा पढ़ा था. गल्फ ऑफ मैक्सिको, युकांटन चैनल, युकांटन पेनिनसुला, स्टेट ऑफ फ्लोरिडा, नॉर्वेजियन सी, नॉर्वे के साइड में. अब सारा लिंक होगा फटाफट से यहाँ पर. डन. कमिंग टू कॉन्टिनेंटल स्लोप, नाउ दिस इज द स्लोपिंग पार्ट. एकदम से द स्लोप कीप्स ऑन इंक्रीजिंग हियर, sloping part of the ocean. Now can you see if anything is coming down, coming from here in this slope, it will not stay, it will flow down. So यहाँ पर you will not find much resources here. Only thing that you might find is some underwater canyon that is there. So a river is coming and it is coming to a great, like it is coming by a great force, it might form some kind of underwater canyon. तो कुछ features मिल सकते हैं इस type के canyons and all. So यहाँ पर very steep slope, this is where your continent is ending. You might have canyons and trenches found here. So यहाँ पर in this region you will have trench as well, नीचे की तरफ. landslides and all. यहाँ पर जैसे rivers like Ganga, Indus, Mississippi, all of this have created underwater canyons. As they bring deposits, ऐसे काट काट के यहाँ तक they have created canyons. So even in sloping regions, you can see some features like canyons that are there. Major resources are not found in continental slope part. Majority of resources that you will have is in continental shelf. Coming to continental rise, now continental rise is this part, slightly उठा हुआ सा part. So anything that is flowing down from here, can I say, will eventually be deposited in the rise part that are there. And wherever you have trenches, can I say rise will be absent. If trenches are there, then continental rise part will be relatively absent. So transition zone between your continental block and oceanic block. Now this is your continental block, this is your oceanic block. This rise, या यहाँ पर this rise acts as a transition zone. They are absent near trenches as subduction near trenches consumes the deposition of continental rise. So it will be completely consumed. Wherever there are trenches, continental rise will be consumed. So यहाँ पर trenches के वहाँ you will not have continental rise. Deep oceans. Now prominent thing that you will find in deep oceans is polymetallic nodules. Polymetallic nodules are there. What does this mean? Polymetallic nodules. Multiple metals will be there. But these are also called as manganese nodules. So primarily you will have manganese. But apart from manganese, you will also have iron, silicon, aluminium, nickel, cobalt, host of other metals. Now we know cobalt, nickel, all of these are very important for industrial purposes. इसीलिए India is looking for rights to extract this polymetallic nodules from Indian Ocean region. And India has also got this rights, and we have also got a question based on International Seabed Authority and Global Ocean Commission. एक question था where they replaced International Seabed Authority with Global Ocean Commission. त्रिनेत्र में भी discuss किया था मैंने, याद आ रही है चीजें? So International Seabed Authority grants the right to mine anything there is on sea beds of the ocean that is there. They have granted right to India to mine PMNs या polymetallic nodules from Indian Ocean region, and these PMNs are distributed throughout the globe. हमने सारा ocean floor भी नहीं देखा है, तो we cannot deny the possibility कि हर जगह नहीं है, ये हर जगह हो सकते हैं. Depth is around 4 to 6 kilometers, 4000 से 6000 मीटर पे. It is there. Good source of nickel and cobalt for India. Polymetallic nodules, also known as manganese nodules. Done. Various features will also be found. Guyots, T-mounts. So any mountain that is coming on the top, that is there. Then you will have mid-oceanic ridge, padai, volcanic arcs. We have read all of this. Coming to ocean temperature and salinity, these are two major things. इसको थोड़ा ढंग से करते हैं. Basics about ocean is, अगर टेम्परेचर की बात हो रही है, everything will be judged by या everything will be determined by your insolation that is there. So if I am talking about temperature, depending on the amount of insolation, you will have temperatures in the ocean as well. Maximum insolation will be in tropics. Equator पे मत बोला करो. Equator also has cloud cover. That is why insolation becomes slightly less compared to the tropical regions. और हमेशा सन इक्वेटर के ऊपर नहीं होता है, साल में 2 ही दिन इक्वेटर के ऊपर है. After that it ventures in this tropic either or in this tropical region. So near to the equator it is maximum cloud cover also that is there. Now ocean temperatures and salinity will go relatively hand in hand. How will salinity increase decrease? चलो उस पर बाद में आएंगे, अभी पहले टेम्परेचर की बात करते हैं. टेम्परेचर इन जनरल ऑफ ओशन सरफेस वाटर इज 25 डिग्री. सरफेस वाटर इज ऊपर का. बट ओवरऑल इफ यू सी एवरेज टेम्परेचर ऑफ ओशन इट इज 3 to 5 डिग्री सेल्सियस, क्योंकि कहीं कम भी है. एंड ओशन बॉटम्स का टेम्परेचर विल बी ऑलवेज it will always be 4 degrees Celsius. Why? Maximum density of water is at 4 degree. So जो maximum density है, that is the heaviest, it will go deep into the water. So anything that is lying in deeper waters will be the heaviest, and heaviest water can be only at 4 degree. This is where water has maximum density. That is why in the ocean bottoms you will have 4 degrees Celsius temperature. Talking about ocean salinity. Now salinity, how is it calculated? The amount of salt that is there in 1 kg of water, parts per thousand. So per 1000 grams of water, how many parts of salt is there? PPT. That means per 1000 grams of water, how many grams of salt is there? For an ocean, average salinity is 35.5 grams for an ocean. आज सुबह salinity देखी थी लेक वन और Dead Sea. This is somewhere near to 400 ppt and this is near to 350 ppt. Now just compare, it is almost 10 times, almost 10 times of ocean. Ocean का पानी वैसे ही हम खारा पानी बोलते हैं. So imagine this Dead Sea. अब what is there in ocean waters? Maximum it is your NaCl, the common salt जो हम घर में नमक यूज करते हैं, that is NaCl. So NaCl, sodium chloride, is there in the ocean salt. Next you will have magnesium salts also and calcium salts. So it will be sodium, magnesium, calcium salts that you will find in oceans. अगर ज़्यादा तेज जाऊं तो स्लो करवा लेना, ठीक है? क्या हुआ? हाँ. Temperature pattern of ocean. So ocean will be primarily impacted by your insolation. So latitudinal variation that I am talking about, from latitude, let's say from here, if I am moving up, what decreases? Temperature decreases, but highest temperature is not at equator but at tropics, similar to what we have seen in atmosphere wala case as well, especially because of cloud cover at equator. So here there will be relative more cloud cover, so insolation will be reflected black and will be blocked, but here insolation will come directly. So यहाँ पर you will find more insolation and relatively more temperature in the tropics. Overall it keeps on decreasing then, क्योंकि यहाँ से यहाँ तक फिर insolation keeps on decreasing, you will have decreased temperature. So it decreases after tropics, it keeps on decreasing. Hemispheric variation, if I talk about, so northern hemisphere is relatively warmer because of more land mass. So more land ocean contrast is there, so relatively more warmer waters in northern hemisphere. Enclosed seas. अब enclosed seas depend on the temperature of enclosed seas. हमेशा मत बोला करो that it will be more than the open ocean or it will be less than the open ocean. It depends on whether we are talking about enclosed seas in the tropics or we are talking about enclosed seas in the upper latitudes. For example, this is Mediterranean. I am taking 2 points, one in the Arctic Ocean, one in the Mediterranean Ocean, Mediterranean Sea. Relatively, tell me which will have higher temperature. Mediterranean Sea will have higher temperature because it is close to tropics, it will be heated and there is no way for this heat to be dispersed. Circulation is not proper, so this heat is not dispersed here compared to this point. But I am taking another example. Let's say this is Baltic Sea. अब तो सब याद है क्या क्या है आसपास, ठीक है? And again I am taking a point in the same latitude. अब tell me which of these 2 points will be warmer. यहाँ पर you said this point is warmer, but यहाँ पर this will be relatively warmer because this is relatively in upper latitudes. Upper latitude में insolation will not be there. So what will heat? Currents will heat. So this point will be heated by current, but that current will not be able to reach here. So this will remain relatively cooler. समझ में आ रहा है? So it doesn't mean कि marginal sea है तो it will always be warm or it will always be cold. It depends on where that marginal sea lies. If that marginal sea is lying in the tropics, the marginal sea will have higher temperature. If the marginal sea is lying in upper latitudes, marginal sea will have lower temperature. Is the फंडा क्लियर? रटो मत, बस बेसिक समझो. यहाँ पर heating is because of insolation. Insolation will be more here and insolation from here will be dispersed. Ocean currents will play a role. तो यहाँ का heat will be dispersed, इसीलिए this point is relatively cooler compared to this point. But at giving the same arguments, this is not heated by insolation much. This point gets heat from the heat of tropics that the ocean currents is bringing, but this point is not getting heat from the tropics. So this will be relatively warmer, this will be colder. Tabhi to Western Europe is relatively warmer because of your North Atlantic drift, whereas this side of nations are not. तभी तो रशिया रो रहा है, पोर्ट्स फ्रीज हो रहे हैं. ठीक है. ब्लैक और कैस्पियन तो अगर सेम लॉजिक से देखेंगे तो बहुत पास पास में है, ऑलमोस्ट सेम लैटिट्यूड्स पे है. रिवर वाटर इन्फ्लुएंस हो सकता है, रिवर वाटर इन्फ्लुएंस डिपेंड्स ऑन कि रिवर्स कहाँ कहाँ से आ रही है. अब जहां से ये वाली रिवर ठंडे रीजन से आएगी तो इट विल ब्रिंग रिलेटिवली कूलर वाटर. इफ दिस रिवर इज कमिंग फ्रॉम रिलेटिवली वार्मर रीजन्स, इट विल ब्रिंग रिलेटिवली वार्मर वाटर्स. तो आप रिवर वाटर से वैसे इन्फ्लुएंस चेक कर सकते हो टेम्परेचर का. बट नॉर्मली फॉर रिवर वाटर वी टॉक मोर अबाउट सैलिनिटी इन्फ्लुएंस rather than temperature influence. So enclosed seas, is this clear? It all depends on whether water is mixing or not and on which latitudes they are present. रटना नहीं है, बस फंडा समझो कि कहाँ किस latitude में है, whether water is mixing or it is not mixing. Ocean currents, their effect is clear. If it is warmer current that is going, it will heat up, increase the temperature. If it is cooler current, it will bring down. Same way we'll see upwelling and downwelling. What will upwelling do? Upwelling will bring the cooler waters to the top, so it will decrease the temperature. Downwelling will do the opposite. It will increase the temperature to a great depth as well. Downwelling increases, upwelling decreases the temperature. Talking about vertical variations of temperature. Vertical variation is, abhi we have seen latitude ke along. Abhi now we are going into depth of ocean. As we go deep into the ocean, this bottom temperature goes somewhere near to 4 degrees Celsius. देखो ये 4 डिग्री है, लगभग लगभग 4 के आसपास you will get this temperature. अब in the ठीक आ रही थी, अटक गई. ठीक तो मैं लूंगा बट आए तो सही. In the tropics you will have temperatures, surface water temperature in the range of around 20-25 degree. In the polar regions, tell me temperatures will be around 0 degree. अगर ice भी है, चलो 0 मान लिया, so you will have temperatures here. Mid latitudes में let's say you will have temperatures like this. अब if I keep on looking at the temperature profile, ultimately I need to bring down temperature to 4 degree. So what will happen is we start seeing a layer called thermocline. Initially to certain distances we see almost consistency of temperature. So as we go down for some distance there is almost consistency of temperature because of vertical mixing. So there is a continuous mixing in the upper 100 layers, जो आपका ocean currents वाला zone है. It is almost upper 100-200 meter layers. So that water keeps on mixing itself. So there is a consistency of temperature. But as we go down, temperature suddenly decreases. This zone is called thermocline, where you have a steep drop in the temperature. So steeper drop in the temperature is observed and then it is almost consistent in line with 4 degree. But if I talk about different latitudes, in tropical latitudes you will have relatively more temperature in the upper layers. We will see a steeper decline. In the middle latitudes you will have relatively less temperature, so यहाँ से we'll see the decline. In the polar regions almost यही है temperature, almost straight. Done. So you will get a thermocline very prominently formed in the tropical waters. Thermocline prominently formed in the tropical waters. In the polar waters या colder waters it is almost absent. ये एक straight line ही बन जाएगा almost. ये लिखा है जो समझा रहा हूँ, all of that is written here. Temperature range of oceans. So maximum temperature of day and night, minimum temperature कब मिलेगा? Night में, maximum मिलेगा day के time पे. अब diurnal temperature, if I talk about temperature range within a day, tell me maximum and minimum कब होगा? एक दिन में सबसे ज्यादा रेंज कहाँ होगा? नहीं, इक्वेटर पे, ट्रॉपिक्स पे, पोल्स पे, it has to be tropics because within tropics only it will be heated and then cooled also, heated and cooled. So diurnal range, tropical water has higher diurnal range compared to the equatorial water because tropics पे it will be heated, ज्यादा insolation है ना वहां पर comparatively. When we are talking about equator, यहाँ पर it is the cloud cover that is there. In tropics there is no cloud cover, so if we observe यहाँ पर it will be very much heated. फोटो होगी इसमें, हाँ salinity है. एक second, I think I have put a photo as well regarding temperature. नहीं है, हट गई शायद. So if we observe the temperatures, we will see maximum temperatures here in this range and this region compared to equators. Annual range, the annual range is bigger the size of ocean, you will have better mixing of water and heat. So annual range will be relatively lower because there is greater mixing possible. So we will have relatively lesser annual range here. Diurnal और annual पूरे साल में देखेंगे. So Pacific Ocean has lower annual range compared to Atlantic because Pacific is relatively bigger than Atlantic. ज़्यादा मिक्सिंग, ज़्यादा अच्छे से मिक्सिंग इज पॉसिबल इन पैसिफिक, इसलिए एनुअल रेंज ऑफ पैसिफिक इज रिलेटिवली लेस कंपेयर टू एनुअल रेंज ऑफ अटलांटिक. The range all depends on mixing of things there. Mixing is more prominent here in the bigger ocean, so it will have lesser range. Coming to ocean salinity. Up see, when I'm talking about salinity, salinity is how much salt is there in water. Ab if I want to change the salinity of it, let's say if I want to increase salinity, if I want to increase salinity, what I can do? Either you can increase salt or you can remove water. Can I say if I increase salt, then also salinity increases? If I remove water, then also salinity increases. How will you increase salt? Salt कहाँ से आएगा? Some decomposition of rocks is there. So can I say decomposition of rocks will increase salt content? Then river if bringing, but river will have dual effect. If more salt is brought by rivers, you will have salinity. Decomposition of marine organisms that are there will release nutrients. Can I say nutrients? Calcium, magnesium, ये क्या है? Salt ही तो है. It will again increase the salinity. What about removing water? How can you remove water? Evaporation, desalination, चलो ठीक है, but that is not prominent that happens. How to remove water? Ice formation. So if ice is formed in the ocean, the fresh water removes, what is left is the salty water. जो नमक था वो बच गया पानी में, सारा पानी तो बर्फ के फॉर्म में it is removed. So ice formation or evaporation, both of them will remove water from the oceans. So both of them will increase salinity. Same way if I want to say what will decrease salinity, इसका उल्टा कर दो. What is opposite of evaporation? Precipitation. So any kind of precipitation that is happening will decrease the salinity. अब यहीं से बताओ precipitation is highest in equator, equator, equator में if precipitation is highest, can I say relative salinity will be less? Same way ice melting, if I'm talking about melting of ice will add water, if it is adding water it will decrease salinity. साफ पानी चले गया उसमें, fresh water is going, so can I say melting around the poles will lead to addition of fresh water, consequently salinity will decrease. How to remove salt? How is salt removed? If I अभी तो यहाँ increase की बात करी, हाँ, so salt is removed by, one is precipitation, precipitation. So salt is precipitated on the ocean bottom. So salt is removed from the water. Now it is on the ocean bottoms. Secondly, you may have organisms like corals. Corals are using calcium from the water to form coral polyps. It is removing calcium salt from the water. Again, salinity is decreased. Next, are you going there to add chemicals to remove salt? Normally we don't do. Natural process. One natural process is wave breaks at beaches. So when waves come, along with that salt will also come. As waves go back, they will leave the surface of the beach wet. अब वो wet हो गया, eventually water will evaporate, salt will be left behind. So whenever waves are coming continuously, they are bringing salt and they are bringing salt to the beaches there. So waves break at beaches will also remove salt. Huh? Cold current अभी देखेंगे, उसका भी इफेक्ट देखेंगे. कोल्ड करंट जहां जहां होगा इट विल बी अ रीजन ऑफ अपवेलिंग. अभी मैं उस पर निचले नहीं जा रहा हूं, आदों को क्या पता समझना है. सो वेर एवर यू विल हैव रीजन ऑफ अपवेलिंग, व्हाट विल हैपन? If a region is having upwelling, it will bring nutrients from the bottom. What do you mean by nutrients there? It is salts only. So it will increase the salt content here in this. So upwelling regions will have increased nutrients in the upper waters. को वैसे रिलेट करोगे आप कोल्ड करंट्स को. एक बार देखते हैं. सोर्सेस ऑफ सॉल्ट इन ओशन, यू विल हैव sediments carried by rivers, it will bring salts as well. Submarine volcanism at mid oceanic ridge, can I say volcanism will add to various nutrients there. Then chemical reaction between rocks of geothermal vent of volcano and cold water. So if some kind of chemical reaction is happening there, it might release some salt. वहां पर reaction हुआ, it might release some salt as well. Erosion of oceanic rocks, so over time rocks in the ocean can erode, decompose. जो भी erode होगा, that material will be distributed within water itself. So erosion of rocks will also increase the salt in the ocean. Removal में you have physical removal, waves break at the beaches. देखा होगा नमक हो जाता है पूरे beaches पे, this is that waves break. Biological removal, calcium is used या extracted by various organisms. Corals are just one example of it. There are host of other organisms that are removing calcium from the water to build their bones and to build the structure. So this is also removing water from the ocean. Salinity in the region is because of addition or removal. So we will see addition and removal from rainfall, rivers, melting of glaciers, and removal will be from evaporation या ice formation. Ice formation will also remove water. So all of this will impact salinity. Salt sprays वही जो waves break at beaches होता है ना, वहाँ salt हो जाता है पूरा. अब let's see the latitudinal and hemispheric variation. Latitudes के along we'll have this curve. So salinity follows more or less this curve. अब ये curve क्या है समझते हैं. You will have doldrums at 0 degree, यहाँ की हम बात कर रहे हैं इक्वेटर की. As I am going this side, this is tropics, this is polar region, this is tropics, this is polar region. अब this curve shows precipitation. precipitation will be highest at the equator. As you are going away, you will have less precipitation in the tropics. फिर tropics के बाद वापस से थोड़ा ज़्यादा होगा and almost negligible here in the poles. So you will get a curve like this away from the equator, almost symmetric in both the hemisphere. We are talking about evaporation. Evaporation depends on insolation. Insolation will be highest in tropics. So tropics में you will get highest evaporation. थोड़ा सा कम evaporation will be there in the equator because of cloud cover. And as we go, online people, there was some internet issue, so I stopped for a minute. I'll continue now. So here we were talking about precipitation and evaporation curve. Precipitation we have seen highest at the equator, lowest at the tropics, then it slightly increases, becomes almost zero at poles. Precipitation. Talking about evaporation, it is highest in the tropics, slightly less than tropics will be at the equator because of cloud cover, and as you go away from the tropics, this evaporation keeps on dipping. अब just look at the difference between precipitation and evaporation at any point. If I am talking about equator first, tell me, is precipitation more or evaporation more? Precipitation is more than evaporation. अब यहीं से बताओ, tell me what will happen to salinity. Precipitation is more compared to evaporation. That means more fresh water is added. If more fresh water is added, your salinity will decrease. So here you will have lower salinity. If I come to tropics, in these regions, evaporation is more. That means more water is taken out. If more water is taken out, your salinity will increase. So you will have higher salinities in tropical regions, less salinity in equatorial regions. Look at this. कहाँ गया ग्राफ? हाँ, यहाँ पर दिस इज योर इक्वेटर. अभी ये पढ़ा था हॉर्न ऑफ अफ्रीका के पास से पास कर रहा है एंड ऑल, इट इज पासिंग समवेयर फ्रॉम हियर, थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे बना है, बट दिस इज द इक्वेटोरियल रीजन. कैन यू सी ब्लू एरियाज? This is near the equator, relatively lesser salinity. And observe the tropics, this and this is the tropical areas that you have. So in the tropical areas you will have relatively higher salinity compared to the equatorial areas. जितना tropics के पास जाओगे, because evaporation is more compared to the precipitation in tropics, इसीलिए higher salinity. हर चीज को बस इससे ही relate करना है salinity के लिए. तो दिस इज दैट सेम कर्व को अलग अलग तरह से रिप्रेजेंट करा है, बट बेसिक फंडा डिपेंड्स ऑन वेदर इवापोरेशन इज मोर और प्रेसिपिटेशन इज मोर. अकॉर्डिंगली यू कैन डिसाइड ऑन द सैलिनिटी ऑफ दैट रीजन. So latitudinal variation में it follows the evaporation precipitation curve that is there. Surface salinity is higher at lower latitude, relatively higher, but highest salinity is not at equator because of rainfall and cloud cover. Highest salinity is at tropics. So near to tropics you will get higher salinity. ये समझ में आया evaporation precipitation curve? Done. Hemispheric variation. Now hemispheric variation, northern Atlantic, अगर मैं Atlantic की बात करूं, can I say it is relatively warmer? High evaporation will be there, so more saline. Southern Atlantic, heavy inflow from Amazon. Now river will be relatively fresh water. No doubt river brings salts with it, but still the salinity of the river will be less than salinity of ocean. नदी का पानी relatively fresh water होगा. So can I say if more and more inflow is there, salinity will be less. More inflow of fresh water is there. So salinity here you will see relatively less. यहाँ देखो mouths of Amazon में कितना ज़्यादा blue दिख रहा है because of more inflow of fresh water. There is no such major river flowing here. So यहाँ पर इसलिए salinity is relatively higher compared to southern side of it because of heavy inflow of Amazon river. Done. Regional variations. Now we are talking about regional variations, and regional variation the first thing will be your enclosed seas. Again, it depends on how good the mixing of water is in that particular region and what is evaporation and precipitation in that region. For example, if you are talking about any enclosed seas in low latitudes, for example you have Red Sea or maybe Mediterranean Sea, tell me whether salinity will be higher or lower. Enclosed sea in lower latitudes, higher salinity. Why? यहाँ पर temperatures will be relatively more. If more temperatures are there, more evaporation will be there. Compared to this oceanic part, temperatures are more evaporation, so more salinity will be there. So you will have high salinity. But same thing if I go above, going to Baltic Sea. So Baltic Sea, let's say, will have cooler temperatures. थोड़ी देर पहले देखा था, it will be relatively cooler. If it is relatively cooler, can I say less evaporation is there? Less evaporation, so low salinity. बेसिक फंडा ये याद रखो, प्रेसिपिटेशन ज़्यादा हो रहा है या इवापोरेशन ज़्यादा हो रहा है, and how it will affect the salinity. Talking about ocean currents, if warmer current is coming, warmer current will have more temperature, so more evaporation, consequently more salinity. So warmer ocean current will lead to relatively higher salinity. Colder currents, now colder currents lead to upwelling, relatively cooler water. अब यहाँ से दोनों चीज होगी. Colder currents are decreasing the temperature, so evaporation less हो रहा है, but अब upwelling भी हो रही है तो nutrients भी आ रहे हैं. So there can be दोनों mixed effect of that as well. Low salinity because of low salt holding capacity of colder water. इसका क्या मतलब हुआ? जैसे we have seen water holding capacity of air, climatology याद करो. Air has some kind of water holding capacity. As the amount of water in air increases its capacity, what will happen to the water that is there? It will precipitate. So same precipitation happens within water as well. So salt molecules will have spaces in between them. They will have some salt holding capacity. If the amount of salt that is in water increases more than the capacity, the remaining salt will precipitate down. So what happens is when cold current is coming, cold current decreases the capacity of this water to hold salt. What happens, अगर टेम्परेचर कम कर दिया, ठंडा कर दिया, तो it will not be able to hold more salt. This salt will precipitate down. So eventually salinity of this water also decreases. रिलेट करो क्लाइमेटोलॉजी से, कैसे वहां प्रेसिपिटेशन हो रहा था, सिमिलर सॉल्ट प्रेसिपिटेशन हैपेंस विद इन वाटर एज वेल. देयर इज अ कैपेसिटी, दिस कैपेसिटी डिक्रीजेस as you decrease the temperature. So if capacity is decreased, the salt that is there precipitates. आप अपना घर में गर्म पानी करना, उसमें मैक्सिमम सॉल्ट मिक्स कर देना जितना भी कर सकते हो. As the water cools down slowly, you will see the salt that you mixed eventually starts precipitating to the bottom of it as the water cools down. आपने कभी बाल्टी में पानी गर्म किया है? As it cools down, सारा नमक बाल्टी पे जम जाएगा. It will start precipitating downwards. So same thing happens here. It starts precipitating. अरे कैल्शियम तो सबकी बाल्टियों में जमा होगा दिल्ली में. So the same thing. हाँ, So that is what is salt precipitation. Inflow of large rivers. So if larger rivers are inflowing, it will bring more and more fresh water. You can relate with salinity there. Glaciers, if glaciers are melting, they will give more fresh water, salinity will decrease. So now can you relate with rivers, glaciers, ocean current? सबसे done. This is just temperature salinity profile. Near the equator relatively less, near the tropics या in tropical region relatively more saline water. And see, on the same latitude, if you are seeing यहाँ and यहाँ open ocean and closed enclosed sea, if that particular sea is lying in the tropical regions या near to the equator, enclosed sea has higher salinity. But if I go above, enclosed sea is having lower salinity compared to the open ocean, because evaporation is less here and here evaporation is more. अब रटने मत बैठो कि ट्रॉपिक्स में है और एनक्लोज सी है तो हायर होगा, ऊपर है एनक्लोज सी है तो लोअर होगा. नहीं, बेसिक फंडा समझो. इट ऑल रिलेट्स टू प्रेसिपिटेशन एंड इवापोरेशन ऑफ थिंग्स. यहाँ इवापोरेशन इज मोर, हायर सैलिनिटी. इवापोरेशन इज लेस, लोअर सैलिनिटी. बस बेसिक से समझो, रटो मत चीजों को. अभी लेटर ऑन वील सी करंट्स एज वेल. यू माइट, अभी तक आपको पता होगा सम करंट्स के बारे में. यहाँ पर यू विल गेट पेरुवियन करंट, रिलेटिवली कूलर करंट. कूलर वाटर will have less capacity to hold salt, relative less salinity. इसको यहाँ से कंपेयर करो. यहाँ पर you have hot current that is coming, so same latitude पे less salinity, more salinity. So you can compare it like this as well with ocean currents also. Vertical variation. Now vertical variation varies. ये बहुत अलग है, इसका कोई एक यूनिक वो नहीं है कि इसी तरह से है. If I'm talking about other latitudes, it can be like this as well. So vertical variation is very complex, because as you go deep, as you increase or decrease the temperature, salt precipitates also. After a depth, salt starts precipitating. तो इसको कुछ याद रखने की जरूरत नहीं है. Main thing that you need to see is there is a halocline also formed. Halocline is again a layer where there is a sudden change in salinity. So halocline is a layer, sudden change in salinity. Thermocline was temperature change. So same way you will have halocline that is being formed here. And ocean bottoms में almost सब चीज constant. Temperature, salinity, everything will be constant. These two graphs are, one is higher latitudes, one is lower latitudes. But ये बहुत generalized graphs है. Graphs can be like this also. Graphs can be like this also. It all depends on where we are seeing what is the temperature profile, what is the precipitation profile. उसके कारण से salinity profile is varying. कि initially what happens is, on we are talking about equator temperature, because of rainfall salinity is less, but as we go down it increases, but then it decreases again. So we start seeing this kind of profiles as well. So this vertical distribution is very complex. उसको रटना नहीं है, बस एक चीज ध्यान रखो, you will have a halocline formed where there is a rapid change in the salinity. अब understand this. We have thermocline and halocline. What have you read about organisms that are living in the seas and oceans? They are usually stenohaline, euryhaline. पढ़ा है ये सब? क्या होता है? They are not able to tolerate a larger change in salinity or temperature conditions. So they can live only in very small changes. Ab tell me, if majority of the organisms are not able to tolerate sudden change in the temperature or salinity conditions, will they survive here in these layers? Nahi. So what we will see is, we will see a clear segregation of the life also within the oceans because of this thermocline and halocline. जहां जहां thermocline और halocline बनेगी, वहां पर you might not find life. There will be organisms that are resistant to change. They can adapt to changing, rapidly changing thermal and salinity conditions. But 99.9% of the marine organisms are not resistant to that. They thrive only in limited ranges. So you will find all such organisms in the upper layers majorly, or in the lower layers where you will have constancy of temperatures and salinity. इसीलिए जो ऊपर है वो ऊपर रहेगा, जो नीचे है वो नीचे रहेगा. We start seeing a gradation here. We start seeing gradations being formed. ऊपर वाली चीज ऊपर ऊपर, नीचे वाली चीज नीचे नीचे. ठीक है, इसीलिए यू हैव वेरियस ऑर्गेनिजम्स. बेंथोस बस नीचे नीचे है, ऊपर है अलग ऑर्गेनिजम्स. यू हैव नेक्टन्स एंड न्यूस्टन्स एंड ऑल ऑफ दिस, बिकॉज दे कैन नॉट थ्राइव इन लोअर लेयर्स. दे आर रेजिस्टेंट टू चेंज देयर. इसीलिए salinity also and temperature also. So you have temperature changes and salinity changes, and because of change in both we start seeing density changes also, and there is a term called pycnocline. Again, need not go into exact variations of it, but जैसे नीचे जाएंगे density बढ़ेगी. ये तो basic funda है. The heavier water will be downwards, so density keeps on increasing as you go downwards. Halocline and pycnocline. Halocline may be, observe this, as more and more salt is added in a water, if salinity is continuously increasing, if more salt is added, can I say its density, its mass keeps on increasing. So जैसे नीचे जाओगे you will see more and more salinity जैसे नीचे जा रहे हो. But temperature में why is it opposite? Why is it opposite in temperature? It is opposite because water is heaviest at 4 degree. तो ऊपर कितना भी हो, नीचे जाते जाते it has to be 4 degree. So if it is higher in the upper layers, it has to come down to 4 degree, because heaviest water will be in the bottoms. It has to be around 4 degrees. यहाँ पर heaviest water is here. Heaviest water will have high salt, so it will keep on increasing. And this is pycnocline is what is density. So नीचे में density will be higher. So this keeps on increasing normally, and this decreases to 4 degree. अगर start बहुत कम से हो रहा है तो it will increase and then come to 4 degree, but it will be almost constant near the 4 degree. Heaviest water is at 4 degree. बस ये टर्म्स याद रख लो. pycnocline is related to density, halocline is salinity, thermocline is temperature. हाँ जी. हम्म हम्म हम्म. So again dual effect, जैसे upwelling can also bring nutrients up, but overall we have to see कि temperature effect is more. Comparatively the effect of temperature is more on salinity. So if temperature is increasing, it increases evaporation of that area, so it has greater impact on the salinity. हाँ, and upwelling will consequently reduce salinity. Now we are talking about motion of ocean waters. So in the wind we have seen motion of wind. It can be horizontal, it can be vertical. Same way here we will have ocean waters moving horizontally as well as vertically. तो बस ocean currents ही नहीं है, there are waves also, currents, upwelling, downwelling, this is vertical movement, and tides also, it is another vertical movement that we see. First is waves. Now how does a particle in the wave move? Just observe this. Now see, how are waves generated? Mainly because of the frictional drag by the winds. So wind will push the water body, As it pushes the water body to a side, जैसे यहाँ से push किया, water will tend to rise but gravity will bring it down. As gravity brings down the water, surrounding water tries to fill in. So same way we keep on getting this kind of motion of the particle, wave motion. And as we move down, we start seeing ceasing of this motion. जैसे जैसे नीचे जाएगा ऑलमोस्ट ये कांस्टेंट है, बस अपर लेयर्स में ही ऊपर ऊपर हो रहा है पानी, नीचे वेव्स का इम्पैक्ट ही नहीं लगेगा. So if you are going नीचे, you will not even feel the waves. It is only in the upper motion, kind of a circular motion यहाँ पर. And as this comes near the shore, the depth of the water decreases and it becomes less than the wavelength. What is a wavelength? This one complete length, including one crest and one trough, this is wavelength. As the depth becomes less than half the wavelength, you will start seeing wave breaks. So यहाँ पर तो you will see waves, and as it comes and the depth decreases, यहाँ पर you start seeing break in the waves. So you will start seeing just this part of the wave that comes up, and it rises as well. Same thing happens in tsunami also. As it comes, this part starts increasing, yeah, rising, and it is the wave break at the sea. So it is the energy that is being transferred here. पानी का जो ये मूवमेंट है ना, ये पानी तो आ ही नहीं रहा है कभी. It is just the upper layers of the water that is transferring energy, then going back, transferring energy and then going back. So this is what is happening. Most important here that we'll read about motion is ocean currents that are there, and the prominent use of ocean currents is to redistribute heat from the tropics to the polar regions, yeah, subtropical regions. So one major use is this. Apart from planetary winds, you have ocean currents, you have complete circulation that we call as thermohaline circulation. Thermohaline means temperature and salinity. So this complete ocean circulation has a belt that goes around. यहाँ पे बनाया होगा this kind of belt that is there, and this is what is your thermohaline circulation that is driving all of the ocean currents that we have here. Hello. First, it is just the upper layers up to 500 meter upper layers of the water. Movement of that upper layers is what we are seeing the ocean current. It is circumnavigating the earth, that means throughout the earth it is flowing. दो टाइप के हैं, warm and cold. Warm current will take water from oceans to polar side. Cold current will bring water from polar side to the oceans. अब मुझे आई एम अज्यूमिंग कि आपको याद है ocean currents, and we'll start drawing some of the ocean currents here. This is the equator, this is the tropics, and we'll start drawing some of the ocean currents. Let's say this is your South America. यहाँ पे South America है. Your North America is here. You'll have Europe here. Africa, तो Africa will lie पूरा यहाँ पर, ये पूरा अफ्रीका है. अब इमेजिन कर लेना, यहाँ पे बस आई एम ड्रॉइंग करंट्स. टेल मी विच करंट? हम्बोल्ट और पेरुवियन करंट, ठीक है. ब्राजीलियन करंट, वेनेजुएला करंट, आगुलास और मोजाम्बिक करंट, ठीक है. नॉर्थ इक्वेटोरियल, साउथ इक्वेटोरियल, काउंटर इक्वेटोरियल, पूरे इक्वेटर के अराउंड इट विल बी देयर. दिस गल्फ स्ट्रीम, नॉर्थ अटलांटिक ड्रिफ्ट, कैनरीज करंट, लेब्राडोर करंट, अलास्का करंट. यहाँ पर you will have a current that keeps on changing the direction. It is this side also, sometimes it is this side also, depending on the winds. लुविन करंट इट इज देयर. यहाँ पर ओयोशो कुरोशो, और कोई सा छोड़ दिया हमने. सोमाली करंट उसका बताऊंगा. सोमाली करंट यू विल हैव हियर, अगेन इट कीप्स ऑन चेंजिंग डायरेक्शन. यहाँ पर मैप में होगा. यहाँ पर यू विल गेट अ लुविन करंट दैट इज देयर. इट्स डायरेक्शन डिपेंड्स ऑन द प्रिवेलिंग विंड्स दैट टाइम. छोटा करंट है, ज्यादा नहीं है. अलास्कन करंट, कैलिफोर्नियन करंट, कुरोशियो, ओयाशियो, कामचाटका करंट, नॉर्थ अटलांटिक ड्रिफ्ट, लेब्राडोर, नॉर्वेजियन, ग्रीनलैंड करंट दैट इज देयर. याद है यहाँ पर क्या सिखाया था, कौन सा स्ट्रेट है? दिस स्ट्रेट. ये तो डेनमार्क है. यहाँ ऊपर फ्रॉम स्ट्रेट, फ्रॉम आर्कटिक टू अटलांटिक, दिस इज आइसलैंड. यहाँ पे सवालबार्ड होगा, and between Svalbard and Greenland you will have Fram Strait, from where this current can flow Arctic to Atlantic. Only passage, only route that is there. ठीक है, तो मेजर करंट्स आपको पता है यहाँ पर. दिस इज दैट लुइन करंट जो मैं बोल रहा था. लुइन करंट, LEEUWIN. Depending on the wind direction it can change as well. Lewin current. So it is impacted by wind. Wind exerts a drag on the water surface, and in the direction of prevailing winds only we will have motion of ocean waters. So यहाँ पर you will have all the waters moving like this, because of it is the zone of trade winds. As we move here, this is the zone of westerlies. So with the zone of westerlies, you will see ocean currents moving like this. So prevailing winds have an impact on the ocean waters, and ocean currents, movement of ocean currents is determined primarily by prevailing winds. Is this clear? They are a generating force on the water. So winds is the first factor. Second factor is temperature gradient. Now what happens is, let's say warm water is coming. This warm water, let's say it is coming from warmer areas, tropical areas. As it comes near the poles, the temperature here decreases. As it comes in contact, its temperature decreases. As you are decreasing the temperature of water, it will become heavier. As it becomes heavier, it sinks. As it sinks, another circulation starts. So this continuous circulation keeps on going. This is what eventually becomes your thermohaline circulation. Warmer water goes here. As it becomes cooler, it sinks. As it sinks, it comes back here. यहाँ पर फिर से गर्म हो जाता है, and this keeps on going. So this everything is driven by your temperature. Thus it is called as thermohaline circulation. Temperature and salinity, both of them drive together. They go hand in hand. This is what is referred to as AMOC. This part of thermohaline circulation is Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. So within the meridians of Atlantic, this current is overturning. This is turning here. This is what is known as AMOC, Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. And this is in news because it is weakening. So as your current weakens, as AMOC weakens, जैसा weak होगा, can I say now this transport will cease to exist या eventually weaken? If it keeps on weakening, can I say your complete heat redistribution will be weakened? So weakening of AMOC, it will leave more heat in tropics. हाँ, cyclones ज़्यादा आएंगे because more and more heat will be retained in the tropics. If this is weakened, this region will have higher heat now. तो वो ज़्यादा गर्म होगा. It will not be transferred here, so less heat will be distributed here. What will happen to Europe? Relatively cooler. तो ठंडा होने लगेगा यहाँ पर. So this जो भी Atlantic drift आपका impact कर रहा था अब उसका उल्टा होने लग जाएगा if this current is weakened. So all the impacts will be reversed there. Basically, if this is weakened, your ocean currents will be weakened. So whatever your ocean currents were doing, opposite of that will happen if AMOC is weakened. Although this becomes more of a question for your mains wala aspect. Then there are certain modifying factors also. These modifying factors are two. One is coastlines, second is Coriolis. Modifying means they will not generate currents. Whatever current is moving, they'll just modify the direction. So if a current, yeah, water is moving like this, if you are getting a coastline in between, it will bifurcate it. So it has modified the direction of the current. Same way, Coriolis will turn the current to their right, yeah, clockwise in northern, anti-clockwise in southern. So same impact that it has on winds, it will have on water as well. They will not generate, they will just modify. So they are not generating, they are just modifying the directions. Exam में आ जाए ध्यान रखना. These are generating modifying factors. These are generating factors. So these are the major ocean currents. You already know all of this. Earlier today also we have discussed this. I'll just take this quickly. You have Newfoundland Island near in Canada. अब यहाँ पर meeting of Gulf Stream which is warm, Labrador which is cold. So this is Grand Banks that is found. Good fishing ground. What happens when these two currents meet? Relatively upwelling regions are formed. Good fish catches are there यहाँ पर in the regions of this. But associated to it there are certain problems as well. Fog. Why will fog happen? This cold current will bring colder air mass. Warm current will bring warmer air mass. As two different air masses come, warmer air mass will rise. As it rises, it will lead to foggy conditions there. Temperature inversion kind of conditions can also be there. याद आ रही है ये सारी चीजें? Difficulty in navigation दिखेगा नहीं, visibility will be reduced. All of these conditions will happen. Climatology भी लगेगा. तो फॉगी एरिया, फिशिंग ग्राउंड्स, ये ग्रैंड बैंक्स का नाम याद रखना, नियर न्यूफाउंडलैंड आइलैंड. देन नॉर्थ अटलांटिक ड्रिफ्ट, वार्मिंग इफेक्ट टू यूरोप. अब ये आपने 50 बार पढ़ लिया होगा. कैन आई से सेम एक्सप्लेनेटरी? इट विल लीड टू रिलेटिवली वार्मर वाटर्स हियर, ऊपर या सेम लैटिट्यूड पे यहाँ पे ठंडा होगा. कमिंग टू दिस साइड, कैनरीज करंट. Canry's current will lead to cooler conditions here near Sahara. So it will bring desiccating effect. Desiccating समझ में आता है? It will bring dryness. It will, यहाँ पर वैसे भी पानी नहीं है and it will suddenly decrease the temperatures. और ज़्यादा dryness होगी. It will bring desiccating effect. Air will not be able to hold moisture there. सेम थिंग दैट हैपेंस इन विंटर. इसीलिए आप मॉइस्चराइजर भी लगाते हो, मैंने पहले भी एक्सप्लेन किया था. सरगासो सी. So if we are talking about North Atlantic, here you will have Gulf Stream, North Atlantic Drift, and Canary's current and North Equatorial current. So 4 currents are at play here. Equatorial या North Equatorial, Gulf Stream, North Atlantic Drift, and Canary's current, and they form a gyre, and within this gyre this keeps on moving. So यहाँ पर we have relative consistency of water, and here we have a sea, an enclosed or boundaryless sea that is there. It is called as Sargasso Sea, and it has a weed called as sargassum. So sargassum wheat is found here in Sargasso Sea. It does not have a border, but it is staying, this water is staying within the here as well, amidst this gyre that is there. So gyre of North Equatorial current, it is formed by this Gulf Stream and Canary's water. Water is confined, calm and motionless. इट इज अ हायर प्रेशर जोन, सो रिलेटिव हाई सैलिनिटी इज ऑल्सो देयर. हमने देखा था यहाँ पर ट्रॉपिक्स में थोड़ा सा ऊपर हायर सैलिनिटी, water of higher salinity, because it is not mixing much. If it is not mixing much and if this is the tropics, ये tropics है ना, याद है? Tropic of Capricorn, Cancer is passing from here. So if this is tropics, more insolation, more evaporation is there. So water is not able to give this heat out to other areas. Heat is retained here. So यहाँ पर salinity is also higher and this weed is there. And if it proliferates, it obstructs navigation also. And because of this weed and water not mixing, region became devoid of nutrients as well. So kind of a dead zone starts forming there as well. Marine life becomes poor because nutrients are not able to come, less mixing is there. Sargasso Sea, याद रहेगा? Done. Coming to South Atlantic Ocean, South Atlantic में you will have Brazilian current and यहाँ पर you will have Falkland current. So यहाँ भी you will have fishing grounds that are created. Brazilian current and Falkland current. यहाँ पर you have islands, Falkland Islands. Falkland Islands के पास से there is this current, Falkland current, and here you will have west wind drift. Freaking 40s, freaking 60s, all of this. Higher velocity winds are blowing. Same way on this side you will have Venezuela current, desiccating effect to Namib desert. पढ़ा था Namib, Kalahari, both the deserts are here. So it brings desiccating effect to Namib desert. North Pacific Ocean currents. North Pacific. Japan on this side, US on this side. Currents are Kuroshio, Oyashio, Kamchat का current लिख दिया यहाँ पे, चलो ठीक है. Here on this side you will have Californian current and this is Alaskan current that is there. You will have counter and north equatorial currents. Almost same thing will happen here. जैसे Labrador and North Atlantic drift में you are forming good fishing grounds, here also you will have good fishing grounds because of Oyashio and Kuroshio current. Earlier today we have seen as well, यहाँ पर fishing is very prominent in Japan just because of this. Cold Californian current, it is bringing desiccating effect to Mojave and Sonoran. याद है? सुबह we have learnt about these two deserts as well, Mojave desert, Sonoran. See, this is California current, Gulf of California. यहाँ पर we have seen deserts. कौन सी river आ रही है? Which river is falling into Gulf of California? It is Colorado River. हाँ हाँ, Great Pacific Garbage Patch is here. Great Pacific Garbage Patch, GPGP. Huh? Sargasso Sea is here, North Atlantic. It is of the size of almost France. इतना बड़ा है ये. Great Pacific Garbage Patch. All the garbage, microplastics and all of it is here within this gyre. This is Humboldt or Peruvian current. Again, desiccating effect to which desert? Atacama desert. करें revise? चलो. So this is also helping. What first is, it is supporting fish. In order to eat fish, there is a special bird that comes and the dropping of the bird is called as guano dropping. So guano is the bird. Guanos, cormorants, ये सब birds हैं. They feed on fish. As they are coming, they have their droppings. Droppings is 40. So that dropping is rich in N, P and K. All the three. This is what is needed in your fertilizer. So your fertilizer industry also thrives based on what this current is doing. This current leads to upwelling in this region. Abhi we'll understand what is upwelling and downwelling. This current leads to upwelling. Upwelling creates good fishing conditions. Because of this fish, you have seabirds like guano and cormorants come. Their droppings, guano droppings are rich in NPK. NPK are used for fertilizer. So your fertilizer industries are also developing around this area. So whenever you will have Unlino, La Nina years, this will also be impacted. So in a way, your fertilizer industry there also impacts. अब फर्टिलाइजर में इम्पैक्ट आएगा तो देयर विल बी राइज इन फर्टिलाइजर प्राइसेस इन इंडिया एज वेल, तो उसका लॉन्ग चेन इफेक्ट भी होगा. सो व्हेन विल दिस सीज, इन अल्नीनो और इन लानीना? लानीना में it will be reinforced. In El Nino this will cease. So in El Nino years you will not have major fish catches here. So less guano droppings, harmful for fertilizer industry. Indian Ocean, there are no major currents in the Indian Ocean. छोटे छोटे यहाँ पर you will have Arabian current, Somali current and all, and they keeps on changing their direction. So when it is southwest monsoon, they'll go like this. When it is northeast monsoon, they'll come like this. Because wind is a major generating factor. So based on wind pattern, they keeps on changing their direction. This is complete thermohaline circulation. So we are done with the motion of waters in terms of waves and currents. Now we'll see vertical motion. Vertical motion can be upwelling, downwelling and tide. क्या था? See, counter equatorial current, what happens is, so you have water being piled up because of these two currents. Because of north equatorial and south equatorial currents, water is piled up in this particular region. And as water keeps on piling, because of the counter influence, more and more water is coming, we start getting a counter equatorial current in this direction because of more piling up of water in this region. आप अर्थ का रोटेशन समझो. इफ अर्थ इज रोटेटिंग लाइक दिस, ये पानी कहाँ जाएगा? वो उधर जाएगा उल्टा वहां पर. आप ऐसे घुमा रहे हो ना, ये तो सरफेस पे, इट विल टेंड टू गो लाइक दिस. अर्थ के रोटेशन से दिस वाटर इज कमिंग and piling up. Because of Earth's rotation, you have these two waters coming and it is piling. Pile up of water is leading to this counter equatorial. So Earth का rotation is involved in piling up of water. Earth का rotation is not involved in movement, this movement of water. ठीक है? So coming to vertical movement. Now vertical movement is either it is moving up or down. A vertical movement can be upwelling and downwelling movements. थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे समझेंगे. As wind is blowing, what happens is water, because of the drag of wind and Coriolis force both in action, we don't see the movement of water directly in the direction of wind. We start seeing it at an angle, and that angle eventually becomes almost 90 degrees. This angle, this Ekman spiral that is there, it exerts a force on the ocean water, and eventually what happens is because of Coriolis force it is deflected. पहले 45 degree deflect होगा, and eventually as we go deeper this becomes almost 90 degree. So initially we'll see movement of water. If wind is like this, let's say northern hemisphere, if this is northern hemisphere, Coriolis will deflect it towards right, it will start deflecting it at 45 degree angle. But this is only on the ocean surface. As we go deeper it almost deflects it to 90 degree. So what we see is movement of water at 90 degrees. Effective movement of water that we have is at 90 degrees. So if wind is blowing like this, effective movement of water will be like this. Let's say you have a coast here. If you have a coast here and wind is blowing like this, your movement of ocean water will be effectively in this direction. तो अब यहाँ का पानी coast से it is moving away. If the water here is moving away, अगर पानी दूर जा रहा है तो ये पानी कहाँ से आएगा, यहाँ पे कौन सा पानी इसकी जगह लेगा? Which water will come and take its place? It has to be the water coming from the bottom. So this leads to upwelling zones. So this ocean water at the surface, because of this wind, if it tends to move away, if it is tending to move away, you will see water from the ocean bottoms coming up and taking its place. This is what happens and causes upwelling. The opposite will happen in downwelling. इसको यहाँ समझते हैं. In case of Peru, इसमें देखते हैं पहले. Now see, when winds are blowing like this, you have winds blowing like this. Ab, let's say it is the western coast of southern hemisphere, Peruvian coast almost. If it is western coast of southern hemisphere mein Coriolis tends to rotate it like left. So this will be rotated towards the left. So water will tend to move 90-degree left. If this is the wind direction, left will be like this, 90-degree left will be away from the coast, can I say? So water here will tend to move away from the coast. If water is tending to move away from the coast, which water will come and take its place? It has to be the bottom water from here. So if winds are blowing like this, water is moving away from the coast because Coriolis is moving water 90-degree to the left because it is southern hemisphere that I am talking here. So it is moving 90-degree left. If it is moving 90-degree left, this is the coast, water will go away from the coast. If water is going away from the coast, we will see water from the bottoms coming up and taking its place. This is what leads to upwelling in the region. And what will lead to downwelling? If the same wind is opposite, if the wind is blowing like this, if it is again coast of southern hemisphere, it will lead to water moving towards left by 90-degree. Left move karega 90-degree se, that means water will move towards the coast. As more and more water compiles near the coast, it tends to move downwards. So यही होता है upwelling और downwelling में, that water either starts moving away from the coast. If it moves away from the coast, water from the bottom comes and takes its place. If it moves towards the coast, water that is piling up goes, it sinks below. This is what happens in downwelling regions. अब same thing को you can relate in Peruvian वाला चीज. So whenever Ekman transport will happen, it induces convergence at the coast. Convergence will lead to downward movement. So if it is converging at the coast, it will lead to downward movement of the water that is there. Talking about another movement, that is tides. Upwelling and downwelling, it will happen at a place, at a particular coast or at a particular place that is there. Tides are happening because of gravitational pull of sun and moon both. Now which is nearer? Is it moon or is it sun? Moon is nearer. Moon will have a greater impact. Moon will have a greater impact. Ab, depending on what is the position of sun and moon, we will get different types of tides and different heights of the tides as well. पहले यहाँ से टाइप्स समझते हैं कि कैसे है. लेट्स से दिस इज अर्थ. अब if this is new moon or full moon type, that means this is earth. Either you have this case that moon is in between and then you have sun, this is new moon phase, or else you have earth, this is moon and this is sun. In this case all three are in straight line. If all three are in straight line, let's say this is equator, what effect does the gravitational pull of sun and moon is having on the earth? It is trying to bring all the water towards, किस तरफ ला रहा है? Towards equator. This is one case, moon is here, sun is here. They are both pulling like this. They are trying to bring water towards the equator from the poles. So you will see more water piling up in the equator and less water near the poles. So equator will see higher tides, this will see lower tides. So high tide at the equator, low tide at the pole. But what will happen if moon is on this side? This is earth and this is where you have moon. Up, tell me what will happen. Can I say again? It is same. It is same because it is also trying to pull water towards the equator only. It is also trying to pull water towards the equator. So their impact will be same. Low tides at the poles and high tide at the equator. So their impact is same. They are both trying to pull water towards the equator. हाँ जी. दोनों में water is being pulled towards the equator. अब अलग कहाँ होगा ये समझो. If this is earth, this is moon and this is sun. Now moon is trying to pull water towards the poles, sun is trying to pull water towards the equator. This is where this particular tides are different. This is where you will have different impacts. यहाँ पर one is trying to pull towards the equator, other is trying to pull towards the poles. पिछले वाले केस में they are both having the same impacts. Both, either moon is here, sun is here, both of them are trying to pull water towards the equator. There will be slight difference in the heights of the tides, but in general you will have higher tides when such a condition is there, because sun and moon both are trying to pull water towards the equator. So in spring tides you will have higher tides. Whenever you have spring tides you will have higher tides than usual, and lower low tides, यहाँ और ज़्यादा नीचे चले जाएगा than usual. This is called as a spring tide. Spring tide में you will have higher highs and lower lows. Higher high tides, lower low tides. But when neap tide is there, neap tide is this position. This is called as quadrature position, when they are at 90 degree. यहाँ पर moon is trying to pull towards pole, sun is trying to pull towards equator. They are both having opposite impacts. Opposite impacts means now the water is confused whether to go higher here or higher here, because impact is different. यहाँ पर you will have high tides will be lower than usual and low tides will be relatively higher than usual. Difference समझो. High और low का क्या मतलब है यहाँ पर. If in normal case this is where your high tide comes, in spring tide case this high tide will come till here. This is normal case, normal. This is spring tide, so higher tide will be even higher. But when you have neap tide, higher tide will be even lower than the normal tides. This is I am talking about high tides. If this is the normal level of tides, when you have spring tides ये और ज़्यादा ऊंची आएगी, and when you have neap tides ये थोड़ा सा नीचे ही रह जाएगी, ऊपर तक भी नहीं आ पाएगी जो normal आती थी. And when it is, I am talking about low tides, this is the low tide level. Normally on the beach this is the low tide level. When it is spring tide case ये बहुत नीचे चली जाएगी, so you will have lower low tides spring के केस में. And when it is neap tide it will have relatively higher. ये इतना नीचे भी नहीं आ पाई. ये जो टाइड ऊपर नीचे हो रही थी ये इतना नीचे भी नहीं आ पाई जितना यूजुअली आ जाती थी. So you will have higher low tides. Higher low tides. This in case of neap tide. This is in case of spring tide. Range will be impacted. Spring tides will have very high range. This will have very high range. That means बहुत ज़्यादा ऊपर पानी जाएगा, बहुत ज़्यादा नीचे जाएगा. And this will have very low range. थोड़ा सा ऊपर और थोड़ा सा ही नीचे जाएगा. So normally अगर पानी इतना vary कर रहा है, during spring tides water will vary like this, and during neap tides water will vary like this. Neap tides में it will not go very high, it will not go very low. Spring tides में it will go very high also and very low also. and this is the usual ranges. Ab, in how many days moon rotates? It is approximately 27 days. So if you have sun which is fixed here, you have earth here, so moon starts from here, and can I say will come back here in almost 28 days if it is doing. So after 7 day it will be here, after 7 day it will be here, after 7 day it will be here. So here you are getting spring tide, here you are getting neap tide, then again spring tide, then neap tide. So what will be the difference between a spring and a neap tide? It will be approximately 7 days. So here there is a 7 day interval between spring tide and neap tide. So lagbhag after every 7 days you will get spring tide and neap tide that is there. Ab diurnal frequency, that within a day also there is a rise in the tide level and dip in the tide level. It is approximately 12 hours 26 minutes. कई बार directly यही पूछ लेते हैं that what is the diurnal frequency of tides. 12 hours 26 minutes. Let's say this is Delhi. अभी चलो मुंबई लेते हैं, मुंबई is on the coast. So Mumbai mein, when I see moon at a particular location, I am saying that this is the point when we have a high tide in Mumbai. After 24 hours 52 minutes, moon again comes back at that particular position. So itna time lagta hai for moon to come back at that position. So if I am getting a high tide, then it will take lagbhag itna minutes, 24 hours and 52 minutes for that particular high tide to come again. That is why you have particular high tide coming after this many minutes. But if I am talking about diurnal frequency of high and low tides, high के बाद low भी आई होगी कभी, then again it is high. So this diurnal frequency becomes 12 hours 20 minutes, half of this. ये कई बार directly पूछ लिया जाता है. 12 hours 26 minutes, half of that, half of this is what you have the diurnal frequency within a day between a high tide and a low tide. बस इस नंबर को याद रख लो, 12 घंटे 26 मिनट बाद. Tidal range, highest tidal range is in Bay of Fundy. We have seen earlier today. यहाँ देखा था. So difference between high tide and low tide, these ranges are what is your tidal range. In spring tides, high tide will go here and low tide will come here. So in spring tides, this range will increase. In neap tides, your high tide will be restricted to this and low tide will come here. So in neap tides, it will be restricted like this. So this tidal range keeps on increasing. In spring tides, neap में कम हो जाएगी. But again, it depends on your depth of ocean water, how your coastline is there. If coastline is like very indented, you might see कि बहुत ज़्यादा ऊपर पानी आ गया है बहुत नीचे चले गया है. Openness and closeness to the sea. So if sea is open, you might not even feel the tide coming or going. But if the coastline is very indented, then you will observe कि बहुत ऊपर पानी आ रहा है बहुत नीचे भी जा रहा है. What is the use of tides? Or tidal energy, ठीक है. Ships, ठीक है. चलो, we'll see here. We have tidal current also and tidal bores also. And tidal current is, let's say we have a flood current. Flood current is when tides are rising and it is flooding this area. What happens is, let's say this is the harbor. Normally ships are not able to enter if the water flow is less. But when we have a flood current, when it is flooding, along with more water, ships can easily enter. Because now bigger ships will have volume of water beneath them, so they can easily enter. So water along with this, ships can also enter. Ebb current के time पे they can move out. So flood current, ebb current, tidal currents can help in movement of ships also. Second thing, tidal bores. Now tidal bores are, this is a river that is coming and let's say this is the sea water that is coming. River will have all the pollution and everything along with it coming. What tidal bores do is, during rise of the tides, as the tide increases, ocean water can come very deep into the river and can take all the pollution along. So tidal bores may you have mouths of low lying rivers, they are flooded during the high tide time. If there is a narrow opening, you will have ocean waters coming deep into the rivers. So rivers में पूरा पानी घुस जाएगा इसका, and then low tide के time पे it will again exit. It will take all the sediments along with it. It will take all the pollution along with it. It helps in the clearing of the ocean of the river mouths as well. Tidal bores. Huh? It helps in navigation. Tides. Tidal energy. How energy is generated because of tides? Turbine कैसे घूमेगी? Firstly, during a high tide time, let's say abhi it is higher tide that is coming, I'll open these gates. This gates will be opened. Along with the high tide, you will have water coming in as well. Once water is entering, I'll just close the gate once the water has entered. Now I'll wait for this water level to go down. That means during the low tide time, this water level will go down. As it goes down, I'll open the gate, and here you will have a turbine. So along with the water, this turbine will rotate. As it rotates, it will generate electricity. But now understand, it has to be dependent on tides. So jab it is flood current, that means tide is rising. When it is rising, the pani bharta rahega. You cannot produce electricity then. Then you will close the gate, you will wait for the tide to come down, and then you will open the gate and all the water comes out generating the electricity. So kind of intermittently you will produce this. You will produce it every day, but it is not like continuous production. It depends on high tides and low tides as well. So India का tidal energy, India has लगभग 12 gigawatts of tidal energy potential, and one of the highest is in Gulf of Kutch and Gulf of Cambay, Jakhambat. Done. Tidal ports, Kandla Port, Diamond Harbour. Where is it? Diamond Harbour, Kolkata Port. So these are tidal ports that along with the tides, along with the rising tides, your ships will enter, and along with the deep, जैसे नीचे जाएगी, ships will exit. Types of island, this all we have done. One of the island type is coral island. Coral island में we'll see formation of coral reefs that are there. ये सब कर लिए है ना बाकी वाले हमने. We'll see coral reef formation. We'll have Lakshadweep, Maldives, Mauritius. All of these are coral islands that are there. So there are three phases in which you will have see the development of coral islands and consequent development of reefs that are there. So first we have coral island that is there. An island is there. We start seeing development of fringing reef. यहाँ पर ये reefs बन रही है near to the island that is there. As more and more reefs develop, ये और बड़ा होते जाता है. It keeps on, पहले तो पास पास में था, then it keeps on expanding. As it keeps on expanding, you will start seeing this lagoon being formed and eventual subsidence of this particular region. So it keeps on expanding, and it expands to a great extent that eventually this island that is there, it completely sinks. So initial stages, coral reefs start forming near to an island. As it expands, as coral reefs expand, we'll start seeing expansion of coral reefs. There is a boundary, kind of a boundary will be there. यहाँ पहले island रहा होगा. It looks like a boundary along the island. This is where your Great Barrier Reef is right now. Then eventually this particular island completely sinks within this lagoon. So that island completely sank within the lagoon here. So this is where your Great barrier reef is there. It is in Australia. ये उसी का फोटो है. This is, you have islands of Lakshadweep वगैरह, and this is atolls that are being formed. ये भी है लक्षद्वीप में. We'll discuss coral reef formation. There are certain conditions that are important for reef formation. One, अच्छा होता क्या है coral? Coral is a sea polyp. It is an animal, tiny animal. We call it as polyps. It extracts calcium from the water. So from water, it continuously extracts calcium that is there for their skeleton. अब as it extracts calcium, they start building reef around it. एक calcium का structure बन जाता है that we call as coral reef. And as one generation dies, it dies on the previous generation. So it leaves itself on the reef only. So reef keeps on building as more and more generation keeps on accumulating. ऐसे करके reef बड़ा होते जाता है. They live in symbiotic relationship with zooxanthellae. Now zooxanthellae provides food to the corals and corals provide structure या support to it. Ab, what are the conditions that are needed? Major condition is they need sunlight. Zooxanthellae need sunlight to produce food here. So sunlight is very important. First thing. Second thing, temperature should be relatively warmer. So we will see warmer waters में ही majority of the corals that are there. Salinity, normal salinity 33 to 35. Submarine shallow platform. Why shallow? Sunlight is very important and they are not floating. अगर बहुत deep platform है तो वो नीचे कहाँ जाएंगे? Sunlight ही नहीं आएगा. So you need a relatively shallower platforms. They are not formed at the mouth of the river. Why are they not formed at the mouth? पहला, fresh water is coming. It disturbs the salinity there because of the fresh water. Second thing, turbidity also comes along with the river. Turbidity is मिट्टी मिल जाती है. It is more murky water, more turbid water that is there. So sunlight cannot enter properly. In this turbulent water, sunlight will not be proper. If sunlight is not proper, corals cannot grow. So abhi if we see map, वहाँ पर you will not find corals in any of the delta regions. We will not discuss about corals in relatively the eastern coast of India, क्योंकि वहाँ पर बहुत सारी rivers के deltas हैं. There you will not find corals because sediment is more. Need circulating nutrient rich water. Water should not be stagnant. So relatively moving या flowing water should be there. ये conditions as it is वो लिख के दे सकता है. Which of the following is a suitable condition for growth of corals? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Select how many of the statements are correct. Only 1, only 2, only 3. So such conditions can directly be given. And within this, they will put a condition from mangroves. मैनग्रूव का कंडीशन उठा के कोरल्स में डाल देंगे. कंफ्यूज हो जाओगे वहां पे. कंडीशंस का ध्यान रखो. मेजॉरिटी थिंग दैट इज इंपॉर्टेंट इज, वन इज प्रॉपर टेम्परेचर रेंजेस, रिलेटिवली वार्मर. salinity, they don't require higher salinity. Sunlight is needed for them, that is why they grow on shallower platforms. For clearer sunlight they need relatively less turbid water, इसीलिए at the mouths of rivers they will not form. So corals you will not see at the mouths of the rivers. And circulating nutrient rich water, stagnant water नहीं चाहिए. अब यहाँ देखो, यहाँ खाली खाली दिख रहा होगा. यहाँ पर इट इज गंगा डेल्टा, यहाँ पर महानदी, यहाँ पर गोदावरी डेल्टा, कृष्णा डेल्टा. तो यहाँ बहुत कम कम आपको दिखेगा कोरल्स. Relatively lesser corals you will see where you have bigger rivers entering the sea because of turbid waters that are there. And see, on this side of the continent it is relatively cooler water, you will not find corals. On this side of the continent relatively warmer waters, यहाँ पे यहाँ तक corals मिल रहे हैं. So on the same latitude if you see, you are seeing corals here because of warmer waters, you are not seeing corals here because of cooler waters. So warmer waters are needed. यहाँ पर majority of the corals is there. Your Southeast Asia full of corals. कोरल सी कहाँ है? यहाँ पर यू विल हैव कोरल सी, ईस्ट ऑफ अफ्रीका, ऑस्ट्रेलिया. See, lesser corals here in this region because we have deltas यहाँ पर, so lesser corals there. One major river is flowing here at this point, Mekong river. तो अगर मैं ये हटा दूं तो just see this region you will see empty, उसके ऊपर ऊपर corals दिख रहे हैं. यहाँ पर it is empty because of Mekong delta. तो जहां जहां deltas बनेंगे वहां पर you might not see coral formation. यहाँ पर we have learned about one river falling, तो यहाँ पर नो कोरल्स. यहाँ पर देखो कितने सारे कोरल्स हैं. तो wherever you have mouths of the rivers, there you will not get corals. Coral bleaching. Now what happens during coral bleaching? So whenever coral is in stress, it expels zooxanthellae and that symbiotic relationship is disturbed. तो जब स्ट्रेस में है तो खाना नहीं खाएगा. खाना नहीं खाएगा मतलब जूसेंथले के साथ, जूसेंथले इज प्रोवाइडिंग खाना. जब स्ट्रेस में है तो रिलेशनशिप खराब होगी, रिलेशनशिप खराब है तो खाना छोड़ देगा. द सेम थिंग विल हैपन, दे विल एक्सपेल जूसेंथले. नो जूसेंथले, नो फूड, विदाउट फूड कोरल्स डाई. जूसेंथले क्या करता था? इट आल्सो इम्पार्ट्स कलर आल्सो. So if there is no zooxanthellae, there won't be any color. We start seeing bleached corals as white in color. तो white corals दिखेंगे आपको. अब रीजन फॉर स्ट्रेस, जो भी चीज गलत हो रही है, एवरीथिंग इज द रीजन. ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, ओजोन डिप्लीशन के कारण सोलर रेडिएशन बढ़ रहा है. तो एनी ऑफ दीज रीजंस, एसिडिफिकेशन, अल्गल ब्लूम, more sedimentation coming, more sedimentation, so turbid waters will be there, marine pollution. ये आप देख के समझ जाओगे कि yes, this will be a reason for coral bleaching that is there. ठीक है. See, what cyclones can do? हाँ, so if water is turbulent, they will impact corals as well. एक लास्ट चीज और है, मैनग्रोव्स. इसकी कंडीशंस देख लेते हैं, देन दिस विल बी डन. Mangroves are halophytic. Halophytic means salt tolerant. They'll tolerate relatively saltier conditions. Corals को चाहिए ज़्यादा salt नहीं चाहिए corals को. Mangroves will tolerate saltier conditions. They'll grow in brackish water. They'll thrive in brackish water. So they'll thrive relatively towards the sea. So coast के पास, but towards the sea, we'll start seeing mangroves. They'll thrive in saltier waters. अब यहाँ पे growing conditions में first you will have salinity. So saline to brackish water is needed. Tidal influence. So they need regular tidal flooding, so that regularly salt is also coming, nutrients are also coming, and pollution is also getting disturbed. So they need regular tidal flooding. इसलिए they lie in the tidal zones only. Next comes sediment deposition. What they do is they have roots like this and they deposit sediments, and there only they thrive within those sediments. So fine anoxic muddy substrates, they'll deposit this here and they'll thrive here in those conditions. Anoxic conditions, relatively lesser oxygen wale conditions. Warmer climates, relatively tropical areas may you will find mangroves. So warmer climate is a growing condition that we need. Low oxygen, so they are adapted to anaerobic soil conditions, low oxygen conditions. What are the characteristics या adaptations they have done? Pneumatophores, pneumatophores are the aerial roots. तो pneumatophores, यहाँ पे कहाँ है pneumatophores? ये है, हाँ, this is pneumatophores. So these are aerial roots to breathe within such conditions as well. So they have aerial roots for oxygen. Then what is this? Buttress root नहीं है ये. What is this? This is वीवी पेरी. आपने बस रट लिया है वीवी पेरी होता है, ये होता है, ये होता है. What is वीवी पेरी? Seed germinates within the plant itself. तभी चीज समझते हैं. This is pneumatophores. Pneumatophores are aerial roots within water. This is anoxic conditions that are there. If they want to breathe, अपना मुंह बाहर निकाल लिया उन्होंने यहाँ से, ऐसे समझो. So they are breathing through their roots. Aerial roots are there. Second, in order to support the structure, they will have stilt या prop roots that are there. So in order to support this is water and you don't have proper soil here, but sediment depositions are there. So in order to have structural stability, they have these kind of root structures. These are stilt or prop roots that are there. Stilt or prop roots. Then you will have vivipary. Vivipary is seed cannot germinate. Though they are salt tolerant, the seed of that plant cannot generate in such conditions. They can grow, but they cannot germinate. What this plant does is, vivipary is where they will let the seed germinate within the tree itself, within the plant itself, and once it becomes thoda sa bada plant, then it will fall down. So it will germinate, seed germinate on the tree before falling off. So it germinates and then falls off into the water. It germinates within the tree itself. And one last thing, salt excretion. So how to survive here? Salt कहाँ जाएगा वो? So their leaves have glands यहाँ पर. Special secretion is done behind the leaves. So leaves के ऊपर पूरा नमक आ जाता है. So eventually जिस leaf में बहुत ज़्यादा नमक हो गया, they'll shed the leaf. So salt secretion is done through the leaves. So ये चारों चीज is a characteristic that they have developed in order to survive here. Survival mechanism समझ लो. ऐसे मत करो बस नाम रट लिए हैं न्यूमेटोफोर और ये रूट मतलब भी समझो. इंडिया में कहाँ मिलेंगे? अब अंडरस्टैंड, कोरल्स they don't need sediment. These need sediment. They'll be found in deltas. तो सुंदरबन, भीतरकनिका, महानदी डेल्टा, कृष्णा गोदावरी डेल्टा, यहाँ हर जगह जहां जहां थोड़े बहुत डेल्टास बन रहे हैं, you will start seeing corals, you will start seeing mangroves there. And यहीं पर corals नहीं मिलेंगे जहाँ mangroves मिल रहे हैं, because their condition is different, their mangrove condition is different. तो रटना नहीं है, एक बार कंडीशन समझ लो, अपने आप समझ में आ जाएगा डेल्टा रीजन में क्या मिलेगा और दूसरे रीजन्स में क्या मिलेगा. ठीक है. It is kind of a mechanism developed by nature only. They also protect the coastlines. Corals also protect the coastlines. Corals cannot survive here, mangroves can. So protecting coastlines here. Corals are protecting coastlines where mangroves can't survive. So both of them are protecting the coastlines only. This is fishbone technique. Just in case this word comes, fishbone technique. This fishbone technique is used to grow mangroves. पहले यहीं लगा पाते थे. अब when they are letting the water enter here, now they can plant mangroves all along this. जैसे खेती करते हैं वैसे यहाँ पर they have made these channels and now they can plant mangroves in all of these areas near to the water here. So fishbone. Why is it called fishbone? It looks like the bones of a fish. तो फिश के अंदर ये मेन कॉर्ड होती है, स्पाइनल कॉर्ड टाइप, एंड देन यू हैव सराउंडिंग बोन्स. डन, खत्म. Major thing to focus is variation of temperature and salinity. ओशन करंट्स आपको सबको याद है, उसके सबके इम्पैक्ट्स आप पढ़ लोगे, आपको पता है. इन पे फोकस कर लेना. हाउ टेम्परेचर वेरीज, हाउ सैलिनिटी वेरीज, दिस टू आर मोर इम्पोर्टेंट. डन. नाउ सी व्हाट इज लेफ्ट. अभी भी क्या बच रहा है? वी हैव वेजिटेशन, सॉइल, एग्रीकल्चर, mines and minerals, plus miscellaneous mapping in news things. So this much is left. अब एक एक्स्ट्रा क्लास लगेगी, आज तो वैसे भी नहीं हो सकता था ये, सो आई विल पोस्ट अ शेड्यूल, देखते हैं वेन एवर द शेड्यूल फिट्स. अभी आई थिंक यू हैव योर आर्ट एंड कल्चर लेफ्ट एंड यू विल हैव समाधान सेशंस. So we'll see where I can fit the class according to the schedule. I'll announce. ठीक है, ये सारा करेंगे. यहाँ पर I'll try to include the current affairs as well, जो भी current affairs हो सकते हैं, agriculture related और mines and minerals related. ठीक है, we'll do this and later on we'll discuss India mapping along with national parks वाला चीज. So I'll need time for that. Somewhere मतलब अभी नहीं, कुछ दिनों बाद we'll discuss that. ठीक है, done. चलो, so we'll end here today. In an extra session I'll take up these topics. हाँ